Chapter 31-39. The demon monarch's shadow stealth had reached the annihilation level. He could use it as he pleased and truly come and go without a trace. Spacetime Temple Master, Shadow Palace Master, you will soon regret this alliance attack. Sister Saint Spirit's middle and upper echelons were wasted in one go. The demon monarch was very proud of his idea. If the Spacetime Temple Master died in the demon nation and lost the Sword of Time, it would be a huge blow. Even the demon monarch had to be careful when facing a treasure like the Sword of Time. It would not be comfortable to take a hit. And that Lin Fei. He was the person that the demon monarch wanted to deal with the most. At the same time, he was also a person that he hated the most. Demon monarch, where are you going? Just as the demon lord was fantasizing about what would happen after the success of his scheme, a strange voice suddenly rang out in his ear. Who is it? The demon monarch's expression changed. He traversed through the void like a black shadow. He was so blurry that very few people noticed him. But now, there was a voice ringing in his ears. What if he attacked him? The demon monarch did not dare to think about it. He released his powerful consciousness and searched inside and out. There was no trace of anyone. No, how can there be no one? The demon monarch continued traveling. As long as the other party moved, he would definitely discover it. The demon monarch was very confident in his own strength. You are so timid. Do you think you can escape if I want to deal with you? The voice came again. The demon monarch was shocked. He still could not find the source of the voice. It seemed to appear out of nowhere. Motherf asterisk her, which family's old thing did I bump into? The demon monarch thought. To be able to use the word old, it was definitely stronger than him. He might even be laughing at him. Junior demon monarch greets senior. The demon monarch was a smart person. Just like what he said, to be able to easily discover his whereabouts and send a voice transmission, it must be a very powerful expert. He pretended to be calm. At the very least, he could not panic. Not bad, not bad. Lin Fei manipulated the system. I thought you were going to run away. I don't mind killing you. Anyway, there are so many ultimate gods. One less won't make a difference. I believe that little guy from the demon 33 kingdoms will be more than happy to tell the truth. The demon monarch's heart skipped a beat. Since the demon monarch knew about the 33 kings, could it be that he had heard their conversation just now? If he really did hear it, the demon lord did not dare to imagine. This senior's strength was simply too terrifying. Senior, how could this lowly one dare to leave in front of you? What instructions do you have for me? The demon monarch didn't dare to take the risk and sighed in his heart. Lin Fei looked at the demon lord's expression, a smug look on his face. This feeling of pretending to be a peerless expert is too good. You're quite cunning, little fellow. Lin Fei smiled. I was just passing by and accidentally overheard your conversation. I think it's quite interesting. Two little ultimate gods plotting against more than 10 ultimate gods. This has piqued my interest. 10 ultimate gods. The demon monarch's eyes lit up as he heard the key point. Up until now, the number of ultimate gods he knew could be counted on one hand. There were no more than 10 ultimate gods. However, this mysterious senior just had to say it. He couldn't help but suspect that a big fish had come. Senior, could you be mistaken? There don't seem to be 10 ultimate gods here. If I say there are 10, then there are 10. For example, when I woke up a few days ago, I saw 5 ultimate gods coming. They're called Sage Sect or something. They came sneakily. What do you think? The demon monarch sucked in a breath of cold air, followed by ecstasy. 5 ultimate gods. This was a big fish. He didn't have to guess to know that it was the help of the Spacetime Temple Master. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. The demon monarch really believed the other party's words. You're so boring. Why don't you tell me how you plotted against those people? If I'm not happy, you'll be in trouble. Lin Fei's voice continued to be heard. The demon monarch didn't know how many secret techniques he had used, but he still couldn't find the other party's location. The other party's voice could be heard from all directions. There was no trace of the other party. He had no choice but to accept it. Unless the other party showed up, the demon monarch couldn't do anything. The Demon 33 Monarch has opened the second level of the Divine Pool of Origin and can summon a third-class Ultimate God Beast of Origin. The Demon Monarch was honest and told him everything. On the other side, Lin Fei was no longer calm. The second level of the Divine Pool of Origin. No wonder. From the Shadow Palace Master, Lin Fei knew the general situation of the Divine Pool of Origin. It was said that it was sealed and was currently in the first level. Its power was extraordinary, but compared to the second level, the difference in power was huge. It was really terrifying to summon a third-class Ultimate God Beast of Origin. Big trouble. Lin Fei thought he was very strong, but compared to a third-class Divine Beast, he was still too small. He would probably be injured in one move. As long as they enter the Ancestors' Land, no one can escape. The second level of the Divine Pool of Origin not only has a summoning, but it also has a sealed space. No one can escape. The Demon Monarch continued. Lin Fei frowned unconsciously. An 8th-class Ultimate God Divine Pool of Origin was already so terrifying. It was only at the second level. Was it going to be a sweep? Lin Fei did not think anyone present could withstand the attack of the Divine Beast of Origin. No matter how many there were, they would die. Not only will they die, but they will also help the Demon Nation create a second-class Ultimate God Expert. Another secret was revealed. A first-class Ultimate God was very strong, but compared to a second-class Ultimate God, there was a huge gap. It was like a ladder. Old Senior, while the Demon Monarch was feeling uneasy, the Old Senior's voice seemed to have disappeared. He called out several times in a row, but the result was the same. Did he leave? The Demon Monarch looked left and right and finally decided to leave. Master, if you really go to the Ancestors' Land this time, it will be very dangerous. The little devil said. The strength of a third-class Ultimate God is beyond what you can handle. Lin Fei had a headache. It was not easy to deal with such a roadblock. I know before they do, which means I have time to prepare. They are different. They will be finished if they go. The first level of the Divine Pool of Origin was already scary enough, let alone the second level. The Demon Nation's 33 Monarch is really scheming. Lin Fei could imagine that if he succeeded, the Demon Nation would be able to stand firm. How do I solve this problem? Lin Fei did not expect that he would be able to get something like this out of a random question. Furthermore, it was a really big matter. It also gave him a headache. If he handled it well, he might be able to benefit greatly from it. Chapter 3140. This inadvertent secret made Lin Fei start to become serious. The Demon 33 Monarchs had a big conspiracy with the Demon King. Lin Fei was thinking about how to get out. From the second level of the Origin Deity Pool onwards, third-class Ultimate God with a powerful life-stealing ability was a top-notch killer move. It was not a joke. Whoever underestimated it would be finished. It was a very simple sentence. Stealing the Origin Deity Pool had temporarily become an impossible task. The Glory Sect and Heiyu Mountains forces all revealed themselves. If Lin Fei dared to go up at this time, it would definitely not end well. There was a long way to go. After thinking about it for a few days, Lin Fei decided not to expose the other party's conspiracy and let it develop. It was more interesting with the Demon Nation at the front. He would take as much as he could while he could. The 3,000 guards couldn't stay here any longer. In less than half a month, Lin Fei led the guards to attack the ancestors' land. As a holy lord, Lin Fei personally participated in this attack. As expected, the ancestors' land erupted with a strong will to resist. It forced Lin Fei to release the 3 divine massacre weapons and he himself to resist the ancestors' land's counterattack. The ancestors' land was full of experts. There were all kinds of treasures. Anyone could tell that this was a desperate attempt to resist and destroy indiscriminately. Lin Fei was also going all out. Only he knew that the Demon Nation's experts were actually cannon fodder. Without reinforcements, it was nothing more than a war of attrition. A war of attrition. Who was afraid of who? The guards were divided into several batches by Lin Fei. Some batches attacked, while others rested. There was almost no break in between. As a holy lord, Lin Fei also exploded with super strong combat power. He crushed the ancestors' land along the way. The small-scale war turned into a desperate battle. The 3,000 guards also began to decrease. In fact, Lin Fei secretly put them into the system space. The 3,000 personal guards went from 3,000 to 2,800, and then to 2,700. Their numbers were decreasing by the day, and now there were only 2,000. They had paid 1,000 casualties in attacking the ancestral land. Even so, in the eyes of the Alliance's factions, Lin Fei's personal guards were still very powerful. Their casualty rate couldn't be compared to theirs at all. There were only 1,000 people in total. It was unimaginable. Master, the Spacetime Temple Master has really put in a lot of effort this time. 7 more ultimate gods have come, and all of them are from the Spacetime Temple Master's side. Little Devil gave Lin Fei a new piece of news. 7. Lin Fei laughed. He's really planning to wipe out the Demon Empire. Including the previous ones, he has 13 or 14 ultimate gods on his side. That's a big move. 14 godly venerables. In the Saint Spirit domain, they could wipe out any faction. Lin Fei had no choice but to accept it. It's good that so many hierarchs have come. If we kill them all at once, the Devil Empire and the Temporal Temple will not rest until one of us is dead. Lin Fei was happy to see that happen. What about the Dark Shadow Palace, the Massacre Court, and the Heavenly Feather Tribe? Since the Spacetime Temple Master had invited reinforcements, the other 2 top-notch factions could not possibly remain indifferent. 2 from the Dark Shadow Palace have come. Including the Dark Shadow Palace Master, there's a total of 3. 1 from the Massacre Court has come. That's 2. The Heavenly Feather Tribe has sent 5 ultimate gods. Lin Fei was shocked. They're really strong. It was no wonder the Temporal Temple was the big brother. Just their strength was enough to make people feel hopeless. I've still underestimated the heroes of the world. The first ancestors' ground was still destroyed by Lin Fei. Without the support of the Devil Empire's experts, Lin Fei and his 2,000 guards had defeated all the resistance and occupied the first ancestors' ground. Everyone was dumbfounded. That Lin Fei is really lucky. He can even destroy it. That's an impossible task. He's taking advantage of the situation. The Spacetime Temple Master was the most dissatisfied with Lin Fei's ability to destroy the first ancestors' ground. The Spacetime Temple Master was the most dissatisfied. However, he could not say anything and had to put on a show for the Sage Body Mountain. Left with no choice, the Spacetime Temple Master went to visit Holy Lord Lin Fei. After learning that he had lost more than 1,000 guards, his expression finally changed. More than 1,000 Imperial guards were a very powerful force. It was good that they had lost them. Lin Fei also suggested that the guards were not suitable for battle and would not participate in the siege. However, he could send out 3 Massacre Divine soldiers. The Spacetime Temple Master did not dare to force the other party. After dealing with the Devil Empire, he would have time to deal with Lin Fei. There was no need to rush. At this moment, he agreed to Lin Fei's suggestion. Lin Fei led the more than 1,000 guards to rest. The attack on the second ancestor's ground had begun. Compared to the first ancestor's ground, the resistance was even more intense. The Great Alliance had suffered heavy losses. The Devil Empire's experts were even more determined to resist. On the human race's side, experts kept falling. After half a month, the godly venerable experts joined in the battle. The second ancestor's ground was breached. Once the godly venerable experts joined in the battle, it was completely one-sided. The Devil Empire began to retreat. At the fourth ancestor's ground, the two godly venerables of the Devil Empire mobilized the Devil Empire's power and fought against the godly venerable experts for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, the two godly venerables of the Devil Empire retreated with injuries and hid in the last ancestor's ground. The fourth ancestor's ground was subsequently breached. The Devil Empire's situation was not looking good. After the Great Alliance conquered the fourth ancestor's ground, their morale was greatly boosted. Their morale had been greatly boosted. All the factions, big and small, were rubbing their palms together. They were prepared to go all out and attack the root of the problem. They wanted to completely destroy the demonic motherland and remove its name from the Saint Spirit domain. If the demonic lord hadn't taken a group of experts with him and formed his own demonic palace, they wouldn't have had such a chance. While the Great Alliance was celebrating, Lin Fei found indestructible gold. He had a good impression of indestructible gold. He was also unhappy with the Spacetime Temple Master and the Spacetime Temple. In this siege, they had suffered great losses. Lin Fei wanted to remind indestructible gold. It's not easy for you to find me. Indestructible Gold looked worried. In the siege, their clansmen had suffered heavy casualties. We're almost at the last ancestor's ground. Do you have any thoughts? Lin Fei sat down, took out a bottle of immortal brew, and poured a cup for the two of them. What else can we do? Hold on. Indestructible Gold smiled bitterly. In the face of righteousness, if we have any thoughts, we will definitely not have a good ending. Now that the Great Alliance is filled with godly venerables, who would dare to act recklessly. The Spacetime Temple was now baring its sharp fangs. Whoever was dissatisfied would be finished. It was that simple. Just the Spacetime Temple alone had sent 8 godly venerable experts. 8. It was beyond everyone's imagination, and it shocked everyone. If I were you, I'd rather hide in the rear during the final attack than be the vanguard and never come back alive. Chapter 3141. After Lin Fei left, Jin Buhua immediately summoned the higher-ups of the clan and briefly explained Lin Fei's intentions when he left. What do you guys think Holy Lord Lin's words meant? Could it be that he knows something? Jin Buhua was quite meticulous. Lin Fei took the initiative to look for him and left after saying a few words. There was no meaning in that. That was definitely impossible. Patriarch, is something big going to happen? He wants us to hide as far away as possible. It can't be. Can the Devil Motherland make a comeback? Who knows until the very last moment. Don't you think that the Temporal Temple sent 7 hierarchs, 8 including the Temple Master, just to intimidate us? Something big is about to happen. The Jingguang clan's people started to have wild thoughts. Holy Lord Lin Fei was the most dazzling existence in the Alliance in the past few hundred years. His 3,000 guards could sweep through cities, and even the Devil Motherland soldiers were no match for him. Everyone still believed that Holy Lord Lin Fei had obtained some secret information. Lin Fei did not explain everything thoroughly. As for what Jin Buhua would do, it was not his concern. Once the Origin Deity's pool was activated, everyone knew what the outcome would be. They might have a chance of survival if they hid at the back. At the very least, they could run fast. If they had spatial treasures, it would be a different story. After Lin Fei's reminder, they would have to deal with it themselves. After conquering the fourth ancestral ground, all the Devil Motherland's forces were gathered in this last ancestral ground. The Temporal Temple Master struck while the iron was hot. Not long after conquering the fourth ancestral ground, he launched the final battle. He planned to finish off the other party in one go and completely defeat the Devil Motherland. At that time, the Temporal Temple would be the big brother. Whoever disobeyed would end up like the Devil Motherland. This was also the strategic significance of the Temporal Temple. If the Temporal Temple wanted to be the big brother, they would have to ask the Dark Shadow Palace and the Massacre Court if they were willing to submit. After a short rest, the offensive began. The Great Alliance began to attack the last ancestral ground. Everyone became extremely excited because their chance had come. The Devil Motherland had countless treasures. Once they conquered the last ancestral ground, they would be able to obtain countless treasures. Devil 33 Country Lords, surrender. The Spacetime Palace Master shouted. Everyone in the area heard it. Your Devil Country will not be able to stop us. The Spacetime Hall Master had a look as though he was certain that he could defeat the 33 Devil Country Lords. 4 of them are gone, and the formation is no longer complete. How are you going to fight against the Great Alliance? The strongest of the Devil Motherland were the 5 Devil Ancestral Lands. 4 of them had been destroyed. The remaining one wouldn't have much of a deterrent force anymore. As for the 2 ultimate gods, they were probably still recovering from their injuries. Right now, the last ancestral land of the Devil Empire wasn't much of a threat. The only thing left was the Origin Divine Pond. As long as they destroyed it, the Devil Empire wouldn't have a chance to make a comeback. Spacetime, who gave you such an arrogant tone? If you have the ability, then come and attack. Demon Country Lord 33 roared. Let's attack then. The Devil Motherland is nothing more than this. The Alliance's attack had begun. The last ancestral land gathered all the elite forces of the Devil Motherland. The scene was extremely spectacular. For example, the endless number of devil soldiers, numbering in the hundreds of millions. That didn't include the Demon Venerables and Great Demon Venerables. It could be said that the strength of the Devil Motherland wasn't without reason. The Great Alliance's attack soon suffered a setback. First was the formation. It was an ancient formation, and its defense was extremely strong. The experts of the Devil Motherland were led by Demon Country Lord 33. They charged into the Great Alliance and started a massacre. Without an ultimate god, it was basically impossible to stop the Devil soldiers. In the first battle, the Great Alliance lost. The second battle was about to begin. It took a total of 10 years to attack the ancestral land in such a manner. In those 10 years, both sides had expended a lot of energy, and many experts had fallen. If it wasn't a sneak attack, then it was a sneak attack. It was almost non-stop. After 10 years, the Devil Motherland still had the advantage. They had a lot of middle-level forces, and 3 to 5 of them could defeat 10 to 20 experts, or even more. The Great Alliance couldn't do the same. Spacetime, is that all your Great Alliance has? Demon Country Lord 33 laughed. Our Devil Motherland doesn't have many experts, but we have a lot of small soldiers. We won't be able to kill them all even if we kill them for 10 years. Ha ha ha. Mockery. It was a direct mockery. The Spacetime Temple Master really couldn't refute that. The races of the Devil Motherland were best at reproduction. With the addition of life energy, it wasn't difficult to cultivate experts. Everyone was very clear on this point. The Spacetime Temple Master decided to launch an all-out attack. Such a slow pace wouldn't do as it would affect the Great Alliance's morale. They had to send out ultimate gods to directly destroy the Devil Motherland. Demon Country Lord 33, you asked for it. A big move was made. On a day of sneak attacks, the Spacetime Temple Master also used a sneak attack. Compared to the Devil Motherland, his sneak attack was much more impressive. The ultimate gods directly attacked, and in addition to those he invited, a total of 10 ultimate gods attacked. Slash. A ray of light slashed open the Devil Motherland's formation. The Sword of Time, a second-class ultimate god treasure, had finally made its appearance. The moment it appeared, it broke open the formation. More than 10 ultimate gods attacked together, and a loud rumble shook the formation. The Devil Motherland's formation was also impressive as it didn't collapse under the attacks of more than 10 ultimate gods. The Sword of Time's influence didn't last long. The Spacetime Temple Master had no choice but to make a second move, which affected the ancient formation once again. The Devil Motherland's formation isn't that easy to break. Demon Country Lord 33 charged out with the ultimate gods. Explode. Boom boom boom. Behind him, a large number of demon soldiers self-destructed, and a thick and terrifying energy was condensed. Demon Country Lord 33 waved his hand, and that energy descended. That energy instantly reached the power of an ultimate god. The earth-shattering energy came crashing over wave after wave. The Spacetime Temple Master was also impressive. With another slash, that ultimate god energy was split into two, and its power seemed to have weakened. More than a dozen ultimate god experts seized the opportunity and blasted the terrifying energy away. Monarch Amos Sanson once again mobilized his strength. Wave after wave, he attacked the group of ultimate gods outside again and again as if there was no end to it. However, the Spacetime Temple Master's Sword of Time was too domineering. It cut through the obstructions again and again, giving the ultimate gods enough time to counterattack. The formation's power was weakening bit by bit, and ripples appeared. Wah! After 5 days of fierce attacks, the formation was finally broken. The moment the entire formation collapsed, the Spacetime Temple Master revealed a proud expression. Demon Country Lord 33, take this. Chapter 3142. The Spacetime Temple Master gathered a dozen ultimate gods. With the help of the Sword of Time, they successfully broke the last barrier of the Demon Nation. A divine will appeared behind the Spacetime Temple Master. As soon as the huge divine will appeared, the whole world seemed to be covered. It was one of the 3 top treasures of the Spacetime Temple, the Divine Wheel of Time. Everyone on the Demon Nation 33's side changed their expressions. Retreat. The experts in the Ancestors' Land panicked. The Sword of Time was extremely powerful. Compared to the Spacetime Divine Wheel, its lethality and power were not on the same level. Demon Nation 33, today, the Demon Nation will be wiped out. The Spacetime Divine Wheel began to spin. Everyone saw the Spacetime Divine Wheel shoot out rays of light that covered the entire sky above the Ancestors' Land. Swoosh! Swoosh! A demon soldier was pierced and instantly died of old age. Normally, the demonic weapon could withstand a sword strike head-on. Now, it could not withstand a sword strike. With a whoosh, it disappeared. This was the power of the divine wheel of time and space. A wide-range attack. In the sky above the Ancestors' Land, the densely packed demon soldiers and demon venerables were attacked indiscriminately. One sword killed them. In the blink of an eye, the black mass of demon soldiers fell one after another. The situation continued to spread. The Spacetime Temple's treasures are really powerful. They were killed in one move. They couldn't block it at all. The demon soldiers and demon venerables are famous for their strong defense. Now, they couldn't even block a single sword attack from the Spacetime Divine Wheel. The Demon Nation is finished. The Great Alliance's people were immersed in this shocking scene. Everyone knew that the Spacetime Temple was powerful. Now that they saw it, they were even more shocked. This was the true power of their big brother. The Spacetime Divine will displayed its terrifying power. Everyone was terrified. It was an indiscriminate kill. One sword for one. It was terrifying to even think about it. Especially this kind of concentrated attack, it was almost a destructive blow. Lin Fei squinted. Is this the power of the Spacetime Divine Wheel? It's really terrifying. It can't be defended at all. The demon soldiers and demon venerables can't be defeated by experts of the same level. They couldn't even block a single attack from the Spacetime Divine Wheel. Little Devil was also analyzing the power of the Spacetime Divine Wheel. Spacetime Palace Master is trying to kill the final strength of the demonic motherland. Lin Fei thought to himself. Unfortunately, the Spacetime Hall Master didn't take into account another matter. I'm afraid he can't wait for the Spacetime Hall Master to start a massacre. Only then will he be able to lure them into his trap. The Demon Empire's strength lay in its ability to reproduce. With the Origin Deity's pool, it wouldn't take more than 100 years for the Demon Empire to recover its strength. With the Origin Deity's pool, who would dare to send themselves to death? This is really an interesting show. The attacks of the Divine Will of Time and Space were extremely domineering. They crushed everything in their path. Apart from corpses, there were only corpses. More than 80% of the experts in the ancestral land had been killed. The remaining ones were all devil venerables and above, but they were all heavily injured. As the ruler of the Devil Motherland, the Devil 33 country ruler was the same. It was a crushing defeat, a truly crushing defeat. Retreat, everyone retreat. The Demon 33 monarchs gave up on resisting and retreated to the Divine Lake of Origin with their remaining upper echelons. The Devil Motherland will be destroyed today. Everyone, kill. The hierarch experts of the Temporal Temple shouted and chased after him. All the forces in the Great Alliance were excited. Kill. Destroy the Devil Motherland. The Devil Motherland will be destroyed today. Brothers, charge. Kill them all. Everyone seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. This was their chance to perform. At the same time, they would have the chance to seize all sorts of benefits. If they didn't seize it now, when would they have the chance? Thus, the scene of a full-scale harvest began. The few surviving demon soldiers became the targets of the encirclement. The same went for the devil venerables. One by one, they died under the encirclement. Lin Fei also led over 1,000 guards and began to encircle the remaining demon soldiers and devil venerables. His actions were very slow. The majority of the Devil Motherland had been destroyed. The Temporal Temple Master wanted to kill the Demon 33 country ruler and completely destroy the Devil Motherland. That way, he would be able to settle a huge matter in his heart. At this time, the Temporal Temple Master wouldn't care about a small fry like Lin Fei. With the two great treasures of the Temporal Temple in his hands, the Temporal Temple Master could kill anyone he saw. He wasn't afraid that something would come out to cause trouble. He might even be eager for more to come so that he could start a massacre. Lin Fei happened to be taking a break. He was now ready to retreat as soon as something happened. The Alliance forces didn't think so. All of them rushed toward the Devil Venerables. They all had treasures on them. As long as they killed them, the treasures would belong to them. Everyone rushed forward like a swarm of bees, and they kept killing the Devil Venerables. The Temporal Temple Master had gone to hunt down the Demon 33 country ruler and the Divine Venerables. It would be even better if he could capture them alive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have noticed anything. Sacred Lord Lin really knows something. Jean Booby suppressed his clansman's desire to plunder and kept staring at Yi Xian. Finally, he realized that what Yi Xian had said previously had a hidden meaning. Everyone is frantically encircling him. Only the Sacred Body Mountain is the slowest. It looks like they are encircling him, but their efficiency is very low. That must be it. Maybe something big is going to happen. Did you guys notice that Lin Fei hasn't moved forward at all? He's completely stopped at the edge of the ancestral land. If something really happens, he can leave as soon as possible. Jean Booby secretly rejoiced that he believed Lin Fei's words. Although everyone was rushing forward, the Jingguang clansmen's gazes were all sluggish. They basically didn't do anything. After a discussion among the higher-ups, they decided not to distance themselves from Lin Fei. They would run as soon as there was any sign of trouble. They would try to avoid losses as much as possible. Yi Xian led the guards to hunt down the remnants of the demon nation. It looked impressive, but it was all within the scope of the system, so he could capture them immediately. He's so fast. He's already at the Origin Divine Lake. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the situation. The Spacetime Hall Master displayed his godly might, beating the Demon 33 Country King until he pissed his pants in terror. The Demon 33 Country King was forced to retreat, and the upper echelon suffered heavy losses. Wielding the Sword of Time, he moved back and forth unstoppably, killing one person with each strike. At this moment, the Temporal Temple Master truly looked like an overlord. Demon 33 Country Ruler, so what if you're hiding in the Origin Divine Lake? The Temporal Temple Master chased him until he was near the Origin Divine Lake. He waved his long sword. If you don't want to die, surrender immediately, and I'll leave your corpse intact. Your demon nation doesn't have the strength to resist anymore. Even the Origin Divine Lake can't help you. Give up resisting and admit defeat. More than 10 godly venerables surrounded the Origin Divine Lake. The Spacetime Divine will appear behind the Temporal Temple Master. This is your last chance. Demon 33 Country Ruler, you must cherish it. The Temporal Temple Master had a victorious smile on his face. Chapter 3143. Above the Origin Divine Pool. A green barrier rose up and covered the remaining demon venerables and great demon venerables of the demon nation. There's no way you can surrender. If you have the ability, then come in and attack. Mo 33 Country Lord's face turned sinister. Aren't you a group of hierarchs? That's for the best. Let's see if you have the strength to break through the defense of the Origin Divine Lake. It was all thanks to the divine pool of origin that the Demon Empire had been able to stand strong for so long. It had been attacked countless times, but it had been able to hold on every time. This Origin Divine Pool contained an endless amount of life energy. Its defense could be said to be top-notch in the Saint Spirit domain. Up until now, no one had been able to break through the defenses of the Divine Lake of Origins. Demon 33 Country Lord, you stubborn bastard. Then this Hall Master will destroy your Origin Deity Lake. The Spacetime Hall Master was no longer polite. He brandished the Time Sword and slashed out hundreds of times. The Divine Will of Time and Space appeared as well. Countless attacks bombarded the defensive barrier of the Origin Divine Pool. The power of the Sword of Time erupted. When the sword landed on the barrier, the Genesis Divine Lake actually showed signs of slowing down. Even though it wasn't very obvious, and it only lasted for a moment, it was obvious in the eyes of experts. Do it. When the Divine Pool of Origin was temporarily unable to connect the previous Divine Pool to the next Divine Pool of Origin, the mysterious Divine Lord who had been hiding in the void made his move. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, all the power slammed into the barrier of the Origin Divine Lake. Once the Divine Venerable showed his prowess, the scene was shocking. Even the Origin Divine Lake was shaken by it. The Spacetime Temple Master kept attacking with his sword. More than 10 to nearly 20 godly venerables gathered together and launched a frenzied attack. Each attack was aimed at the same spot. Go! The Origin Divine Lake's defenses couldn't keep up again. The Time and Space Temple Master showed his might. The time and space wall behind him disappeared. When it reappeared, it was actually at the critical point of the defense. His flaws were instantly exposed. Ha ha ha, you've lost. The divine will of time and space became a huge opening. The experts of the Mo kingdom inside the origin divine pool were instantly attacked by the divine will of time and space. The sky was filled with sword shadows, leaving behind a large number of corpses. Boom! The origin divine lake is about to break. Those two treasures of the temporal temple are truly mighty and domineering. With the combined power of the divine venerables and the help of the treasures, the defense of the divine pool of origin will be broken. No matter how much Mo33 country lord calculated, he didn't calculate this point. We'll definitely win this time, ha ha ha. The spectators from the League of Mercenaries were excited. The origin divine lake's defenses were famous for being tough. Time and time again, it had never been breached. Now, an opportunity had presented itself. No one had expected that the temporal temple master would invite other hierarchs. Their overall strength had increased, and the two hierarchs' treasures were not to be trifled with either. They displayed their full potential. No, the Devil Empire will not lose. The Devil 33 country lord was heavily injured. Once the divine will of time and space unleashed its power, everyone was greatly affected. It was almost impossible for them to move. Soul Beast attack. The origin beast emerged from the bottom of the divine pool of origin. Its huge body continuously attacked the divine will of time and space. Lin Fei, who had been quietly watching, couldn't help but want to give the Demon 33 country lord 100 thumbs up. That's amazing. He's really good at acting. If Lin Fei didn't know the secret, he would probably believe that this was the Demon 33 country lord's desperation, or even his final madness. It was too realistic. No one believed that the Devil Empire could turn the tables. Good plan, good plan. In order to deal a heavy blow to the League of Mercenaries, he's willing to pay such a huge price. He's really bold. Lin Fei believed that a blinding scene was about to happen. This process wouldn't take long. When the Demon 33 country lord decided to put on an act, he would definitely put on a good show. This was something that Lin Fei believed. First, you'll feel good, then you'll fall from the clouds. The hierarchs surrounded the origin divine pool and attacked the weak spot. This lasted for 10 days. The divine will of time and space opened that spot. As the sea of attacks rained down, an opening gradually appeared. The origin divine pool couldn't recover. The Devil Empire's final barrier seemed to be about to be destroyed. The experts on the origin divine pool attacked the divine will of time and space like crazy. After 10 days, the soul beast was also riddled with wounds. Almost everyone who could attack it had attacked. But they still couldn't shake the divine will of time and space. No one could get close to this treasure. They would be shot to death before they even got close. Even the hierarchs were pierced through. On the 12th day, the opening was getting bigger. The Spacetime Temple Master led the charge into the origin divine pool. With one strike, countless experts of the Devil Empire were turned into ashes. Demon 33 country lord, you didn't expect this, did you? The Spacetime Temple Master sent the Demon 33 country lord flying with one strike. In 12 days, the Demon 33 country lord was seriously injured. The Demon 33 country lord was still unwilling. I didn't expect you to invite the hierarchs of the Glory sect. You're really generous. You gathered so many hierarchs. This country lord is really unwilling. The Demon 33 country lord didn't attack again. His body was on the verge of collapsing. If not for the Demon King's betrayal, you wouldn't have had the chance to succeed. The Spacetime Temple Master's grudge with the Devil Empire had lasted for a long time. Now, he had finally accomplished something that no one in history could accomplish. Just as he said, the Devil Empire was very powerful at its peak. If not for the Demon King, the Spacetime Temple wouldn't have had the chance. There's no point in saying all this. Your devil empire has lost. This is something that cannot be changed. The space-time divine will open the door. All the hierarchs rushed in. The two hierarchs of the devil empire were at the end of their tether. They were only a matter of time before they were killed. The demon supremacies and great demon supremacies all gave up resisting. In front of the hierarchs, their resistance was useless. That meta beast was also suppressed. Everything seemed to have been decided at this moment. The devil empire's last barrier was gone. The battle had ended smoothly. The Great Alliance was excited. Ha ha ha, we won. We killed the devil empire, ha ha ha. Victory, we won. The devil empire, a power that had existed for a long time, had finally been destroyed. This was definitely a grand event in the Saint Spirit world. Many powers had been destroyed by the devil empire. Now, it was the devil empire's turn. Everyone was overjoyed. They didn't notice. The guards led by Lin Fei began to move closer. They looked like they were celebrating the defeat of the devil empire. Laugh, laugh. Lin Fei snorted. When the third-class ultimate gods make their move, hee, the ultimate gods inside will become nourishment for the origin divine pool. The Spacetime Temple Master and the others were dizzy with victory. Chapter 3144. In the Divine Pool of Origin. The defense was still maintained. But the experts of the Great Alliance had entered. It was said that there was an independent space within the Origin Divine Pool, and all the treasures of the Devil Empire were stored there. Apart from that, there were also those extremely high-quality life crystals. In the eyes of everyone, this place was a priceless treasure. Furthermore, it was rumored that the Origin Divine Pool had a great origin, and that whoever obtained it would obtain unimaginable benefits. As for whether or not there was a divine lake of origin, no one knew. However, there was one thing that everyone was very clear on: whoever controlled the divine lake of origin, that power's strength would soar by leaps and bounds. Are you bringing us to the inner part of the divine pool of origin? The Spacetime Palace Master wasn't afraid that the Devil 33 Kings would do anything to him. All the living forces had been killed. Even if his main body was inside the origin divine pool, he wouldn't be able to do anything. The demon country had already suffered a crushing defeat, and there was no chance for him to make a comeback. The Temporal Temple had paid a huge price in order to encircle and annihilate the demon motherland. Fortunately, everything was under control, and no unforeseen events occurred. Ha ha ha, Spacetime Old Fox, do you really think you've won? Suddenly, the Demon 33 Heavenly Country ruler laughed. His deathly aura was swept away, replaced with a smug smile. The situation had changed. Boom boom. Two violent rumbles swept across the area. The two suppressed hierarch old ancestors of the demonic motherland chose to self-detonate, catching them off guard. The Great Alliance's experts suffered heavy losses on the spot. The divine venerable ones self-destructed, and the weaker ones died on the spot. This scene was too sudden. This was completely out of everyone's expectations. The Supreme Divinity actually chose to self-destruct. Could it be that he could turn things around by self-destructing? The demon country was destined to be destroyed. This was something that did not need to be doubted. For a moment, he could not figure it out. Welcome to the divine pool of origins. The Demon 33 Heavenly Country Lord roared. Beneath the calm surface of the lake, without any warning, massive waves rose up and a massive creature rushed out from the bottom of the lake. Roar! The shrill voice spread over the ancestral land. Bang bang bang! Wherever the voice passed, the powerhouses of the Great Alliance turned into clouds of blood mist one after another. The entire sky looked like it was blooming with beautiful fireworks. Lin Fei immediately recalled his guards. Even though Lin Fei had been prepared for this, he still staggered and nearly fell from the sky when the terrifying sound wave landed on his body. Ma Dan, is this the strength of a third-class ultimate god? It's too scary. His power seeped into his body and killed 20% of his cells in an instant. Lin Fei was glad that he was prepared. If he hadn't recalled the Imperial Guards in time, that attack just now would have killed almost all of them. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were completely wiped out. After one round, there were almost no one left standing in the sky. They were either killed instantly or dropped to the ground. All of them were dumbfounded. The creature in the divine pond of origin finally revealed its true form. It was something that looked like a big bull. It was huge, and the sharp voice came from its mouth. The ultimate god's facial expressions changed drastically. Eat them, these are your gifts. Eat to your heart's content. The demon 33 country lord said condescendingly. The huge ball-shaped creature once again let out a sharp voice, wave after wave. Clouds of blood mist appeared in the sky once again. Temple Master, we've been tricked. This creature is at least a peak second-class ultimate god. Run. The Spacetime Temple ultimate god's faces turned pale. Just the sound wave attack alone had injured them. How could they fight against it? It had to be at least a second-class ultimate god to be able to injure them so easily. There was a huge gap between a first-class ultimate god and a second-class ultimate god. The Spacetime Temple Master was surrounded by time power, but he was still injured. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The creature's strength was far beyond a second-class ultimate god. It was at least a third-class ultimate god. Third-class ultimate god. A trace of bitterness and helplessness appeared on his originally high-spirited face. They had been tricked. What a big trap. Everyone, enter the time-space divine wheel. That treasure opened a door which turned out to be a space of its own. The spherical creature opened its bloody mouth, and the world suddenly darkened. The entire origin divine lake was plunged into darkness. It was not darkness that covered the sky, but real darkness. It's too cruel. Run. Run. We'll die if we don't run. Those who were lucky enough to not enter the pond were completely dumbfounded. Fear and uneasiness replaced their smiles as they fled in all directions. Boom! Boom! At that moment, a dark army appeared in the void outside the ancestors' land. Everyone is here, why leave? I've been waiting for you for a long time. The Demon King's cloak fluttered. Kill! The army behind him moved and rushed into the battlefield. It's a trap. It's a trap. I understand now. The Demon King and the 33 lords were just acting. What a shameless bastard. Ah! Everyone, break out of the encirclement. Facing the Demon King's army, even the stupidest person knew what was going on. It was a trap, but they did not understand it. Instead, they proudly thought that it was necessary to annihilate the demon ancestors' kingdom. The situation before them had turned upside down in the blink of an eye. It was completely dark inside the divine pond of origin. Not a single ultimate god came out. The spacetime divine will treasure was also shrouded in darkness. No one could see what was going on inside. They had lost their confidence. Without the ultimate gods, how could they resist the experts brought by the Demon King? The situation was completely one-sided. The forces of the Great Alliance outside were already in chaos. They could not fight back effectively and could only struggle before death. That brat actually ran away. The Demon King had been keeping an eye on Lin Fei, but he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Even his guards were gone. That treasure on him is powerful. Although the Demon King wanted to kill Lin Fei and obtain the invincible devour technique, there was no need to waste time since he had disappeared. Destroying the Great Alliance's strength was the most important. They had to deal a heavy blow. Activate the array formation. Don't let them escape. Kill them all. Lin Fei, who had turned into the void, did not dare to stay. This place was too dangerous. They were working together from the inside and outside. The ultimate gods inside would be handed over to the divine pond of origin, while the demon king outside would be handed over to the demon king. The Great Alliance would have no choice but to lose. The tables have turned too quickly. The Great Alliance had been attacking for hundreds of years. In the eyes of others, it was a huge joke that they could make a comeback in less than half a day. Chapter 3145. From the appearance of the ball in the divine pool of origin, Lin Fei knew that the Great Alliance's encirclement against the demon motherland had finally come to an end. As for the godly supremes who went in, they probably wouldn't have a good ending. They might even become food for the ball. After confirming that it was safe, Lin Fei began to check on the situation in the ancestors' land. The ancestors' land looked completely different now. How could the Great Alliance resist the attack of the Demon King's army? They would either die or surrender. A large number of captives appeared. The Great Alliance had suffered a crushing defeat. Invulnerable Gold ran pretty fast. Lin Fei looked around and didn't see Invulnerable Gold, which meant that he had probably escaped. His warning was not in vain. The losses should not be that great. The divine pool of origin was still dark. Lin Fei tried to check but didn't see anything. The darkness seemed to be a special substance that could block everything except darkness. This was a big blow to Lin Fei. He could only give up for now. The Demon King was in a good mood. After working so hard for such a long time, they had finally wiped out the League of Mercenaries. They would not forget what happened today for a long time. "Kid, you're in a good mood." At this moment, a voice drilled into his mind. The Demon King's expression stiffened. Why is it this guy again? Why is he targeting me? That old senior had appeared again. The Demon King mourned for himself for 3 breaths. He couldn't find him last time, and he couldn't find him this time either. The Demon King gave up on the idea of finding him. If he found him, he would probably be doomed. "Hello, Senior." The Demon King replied. "We're really fated to meet again." Lin Fei smiled. "I'm not fated with you." The Demon King wanted to tell the other party not to bother him, but he didn't dare to do so. This kind of old senior was the most unpredictable. The Demon King decided not to offend him. "Senior, there's something." The Demon King probed. "It's all because of you guys. I was sleeping soundly, but I was woken up. I want to slap you guys to death." The Demon King broke out in a cold sweat. He was completely frightened. "Senior, it's a misunderstanding." The Demon Monarch did not want to be blamed by the old senior. "If you want to look for this matter, then go look for the Demon 33 Country King. That guy was the one who caused the trouble. Oh right, there's also that 3rd grade essence beast, the Darkness Devourer." Lin Fei was overjoyed. It seemed that this demon lord had a psychological shadow over him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have leaked the news so quickly. Devouring Beast of Darkness, what a domineering name. Dark Devourer, what a lousy name. Lin Fei snorted. Its voice is so loud, yet it's only a 3rd grade meta beast. It can't even withstand a single blow. The Demon Lord nodded repeatedly. Senior is right. Of course, the darkness-swallowing beast is nothing much, especially in Senior's eyes. You can kill it with 1 finger. The Dark Devourer is very powerful. It's also the strongest ultimate god soul beast that the Origin Divine Lake has ever released. Lin Fei was amused again. He seemed to have heard some news again. Looks like this Origin Divine Lake is really something else. It seems like there are other divine venerable soul beasts imprisoned here. That's too scary. Lin Fei secretly guessed. Senior, don't worry. The Dark Devourer is just to scare people. Don't be fooled by the commotion it causes. It's not very powerful and consumes a lot of energy. After eating those ultimate gods, it'll sleep for at least 100 years. It won't disturb Senior again. Lin Fei scolded angrily and then chose to disappear. In the Demon Lord's eyes, it seemed that it was because of the Dark Devourer that he had come out to vent his anger. I've finally dealt with it. The Demon Lord heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this senior isn't interested in the Origin Divine Lake. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble. The Origin Divine Lake is an 8th grade ultimate god treasure. It's the strongest treasure left behind by the Origin Patriarch. Lin Fei continued to monitor the Demon Lord. An 8th grade ultimate god treasure, the strongest treasure, the Origin Patriarch. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. The darkness in the Origin Divine Lake lasted for a day and a night. It wasn't very long. Lin Fei thought that it would take at least 10 days to half a month. The Origin Divine Lake was quite efficient. The time-space will disappeared. Those ultimate gods also disappeared. The lake returned to its calm state. The Dark Devourer had also disappeared. Everything had calmed down. Demon Lord, it was a pleasure working with us. The Demon Lord entered the Origin Divine Lake. The Demon Lord said proudly, "We finally dealt a heavy blow to them. Unfortunately, we couldn't stop the time-space wheel. That's normal." The Demon Lord and the Demon Lord were in a good mood. Lin Fei was also excited when he heard that. The Demon Lord had used his trump card to deal a heavy blow to the Great Alliance. From what he said, other than a few, the rest of the ultimate gods had been killed. The Dark Devourer had become a great hero. We should pursue them while we're winning. The Demon Lord said, "The Massacre God Court isn't bad. He's the weakest. If not for his good luck, he wouldn't even be ranked. Who doesn't know that they're the lackeys of the Temporal Temple?" You're right. The Great Alliance needs to deal with another power. The Massacre God Court is good. Once we get rid of them, we can take the next step and create a demon warrior that belongs to the Great Alliance. The Demon Lord said, "Even if the people from the Sage sect come looking for an explanation, they will have to think twice." Demon warrior. The Demon Lord's expression changed slightly. Ambushing the Massacre God Court. Lin Fei really admired their courage. Thinking about it, it made sense. With the Dark Devourer's display of might, the top powers of the Great Alliance were licking their wounds and devouring other powers. Revenge? They definitely wouldn't dare to do so in the short term. Who could guarantee that the Dark Devourer wasn't around? They didn't dare to step into the Origin Divine Lake. Should I enter the Origin Divine Lake? Lin Fei thought. He wasn't afraid of anything. The Origin Divine Lake was under surveillance. Lin Fei was more confident than anyone else that he could avoid danger. The news of the Great Alliance's defeat spread throughout the Saint Spirit world. Similarly, it spread to the Black region. Everyone's gaze towards the Great Alliance changed. It was truly a good show. The Demon Lord and the Demon Lord had joined forces and done something big. The mysterious essence beast that killed the ultimate gods caused everyone to be extremely fearful. What the hell was that thing? Even the ultimate gods couldn't resist it. When the news spread, there was an uproar. The Temporal Temple and the other powers remained silent. At the same time, they opened their mountain gates and became heavily guarded. It made people think that something bad was about to happen. They've set off. Lin Fei had been paying attention. Chapter 3146. Lin Fei finally decided to sneak into the Origin Divine Pool. Perhaps there would be a good harvest. With the precedent set by the Great Alliance, who would dare to invade the demon's motherland at this time? That would be an act of having nothing better to do and would definitely be courting death. Lin Fei was one of those suicidal people. Compared to others, Lin Fei knew more about the Devil's motherland. When the Demon King and the Devil 33 monarchs left with their experts, Lin Fei quietly entered an independent space. The space was called the Origin Space. The Origin Space was huge, beyond Lin Fei's imagination. It was boundless as far as the eye could see. Unlike other spaces, the Origin Space was filled with giant bubbles of varying sizes, floating in the air. These must be life energy. Lin Fei could feel the rich life energy within the bubbles and was tempted. Good stuff, this is really good stuff. The huge bubbles were constantly moving. That's... Lin Fei looked into the distance and finally saw something interesting. In the Origin Divine Pool, there was almost nothing else apart from the bubbles. However, within those bubbles, Lin Fei saw experts sealed within. 5 ultimate gods from the Glory sect. Lin Fei had a deep impression of those 5. At that moment, they seemed to have lost consciousness and were trapped within the bubbles. Heavenly Feather Clan, Massacre Palace, Dark Shadow Palace, almost all the famous experts were there. There were a total of 15 ultimate gods. They were all captured in one fell swoop. The Spacetime Temple Master isn't here, it should be. Just as Lin Fei thought of that, he saw someone familiar, the Spacetime Temple Master. Lin Fei saw the captives. There were great venerables and ultimate gods among the Great Alliance's captives. Lin Fei initially thought the ultimate gods and great venerables were digested after being eaten by the dark swallowing beast. He did not expect such a situation to happen. Master, they have all been suppressed and lost the ability to resist. They will slowly be converted into life energy, the purest existence. Little Devil said. Lin Fei also needed a lot of life energy. Looks like there must be something amazing in the divine pool of origin. If the Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 Country Lord knew that Lin Fei had snuck in alone, they would probably want to cry, especially the Demon 33 Country Lord. Lin Fei looked left and right, but he really didn't find anything else. Dark Shadow Palace Master. The Palace Master of the Dark Shadow Palace was also captured. Compared to other ultimate gods, the Dark Shadow Palace Master's treatment seemed to be much better. Shadow, you traitor. You never thought that this day would come, did you? A voice came from afar. Black round tables appeared in front of the Origin Space. Each round table was covered in ancient runes, giving off an ancient aura. The area of the round platform was not small, it was about 2 acres. At the center of the round platform was a stone tablet. The stone tablet was completely black and seemed to be made of special materials. It was accompanied by ancient words. The Dark Shadow Palace Master was imprisoned on the stone tablet. In front of him stood a person. This person turned out to be the Demon 33 Country Lord. This was a doppelganger, holding a sharp whip in his hand. He was constantly whipping the Dark Shadow Palace Master. His body was covered in blood, and his wounds did not heal. He kept looking injured. You have finally fallen into my hands. The Demon 33 Country Lord's face was ferocious. The Dark Shadow Palace Master's face was pale as if he was seriously injured. He was on the verge of death, but he did not die. Demon 33 Country Lord, kill me. The Dark Shadow Palace Master was expressionless. You want to know the technique from me? Don't even think about it. Back then, if the Patriarch had not brought you here, you would not have been able to take root in the Saint Spirit domain. Dream on. The Demon 33 Country Lord was furious. You don't want to tell me, do you? Anyway, I have time to deal with you. Don't even think about leaving this Origin Space. Lin Fei was listening. It was rumored that the Dark Shadow Palace Master was in contact with the Demon 33 Country Lord. It seemed to be true. Lin Fei listened for a while and understood that the Demon 33 Country Lord was planning to torture the Dark Shadow Palace Master to find out the whereabouts of a technique. From beginning to end, he basically talked about this technique. Ha ha ha, Demon 33 Country Lord, hit me all you want. You won't be able to know the technique in this lifetime. Moreover, I am not the only one who knows this technique now. I have also told others. How is it? Does it feel good? The Demon 33 Country Lord's face darkened. You dare to tell others the technique? Tell me, who is it? Kill me. The Demon 33 Country Lord's fist landed on the Dark Shadow Palace Master's body. His entire body exploded. A moment later, the blood mist wriggled, and the Dark Shadow Palace Master reappeared. He still looked like he was on the verge of death. Death is uncomfortable, right? The Demon 33 Country Lord said, "This is the steel of death I got from the scattered star sea. It is something that can never die. It is truly a life worse than death. Cut the crap. Now that I have fallen into your hands, you can do whatever you want to me." The Dark Shadow Palace Master was very unyielding. The Demon 33 Country Lord said gloomily, "Don't worry, I will slowly torture you. You should also know about the steel of death. Every time you die, you will form a connection with the steel of death. When you die 100 times, you will never be able to leave the steel of death. At that time, you will become a death god soldier. How about it? Are you looking forward to it?" Technique, it can't be the technique to completely refine the origin divine pool, right? Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. When the Dark Shadow Palace Master took out this technique to exchange for the first few layers of the Invincible Devour technique, Lin Fei only felt that the Dark Shadow Palace Master cared about his technique. Lin Fei did not dare to guarantee that the Demon 33 Country Lord was asking about this technique. If it was true, then it would be a little bad. The Demon 33 Country Lord tortured the Dark Shadow Palace Master for a long time before he left unwillingly. Before he left, he said that someone would come to take care of him every day. He really left. Lin Fei did not kill the Demon 33 Country Lord's clone. If he killed a clone, it would alert the enemy, and he would not have a chance to understand the origin divine pool. When the Demon 33 Country Lord really left, Lin Fei hesitated whether he should talk to the Dark Shadow Palace Master, such as bringing him out. "Fellow Daoist Dark Shadow, can this sacred lord understand that you tricked me?" A faint voice entered the Dark Shadow Palace Master's mind. "You actually came in." The Dark Shadow Palace Master, who was on his last breath, heard this and his expression changed slightly. "This is all thanks to fellow Daoist's technique," Lin Fei said with a smile. Chapter 3147. Lin Fei was quite surprised. The Dark Shadow Palace Master had actually taken the initiative to seek death. Was the Monument of Death really that terrifying? Are you surprised and shocked because you don't know how terrifying the Monument of Death is? The Palace Master of the Dark Shadow Palace said, "Everyone who has experienced it has become a divine weapon. They have lost all consciousness, and their bodies are empty. If you still think that this is not scary enough, let me tell you, once the Monument of Death is bound to you, it will kill the original body or the doppelganger, leaving only one existence, and it will be an unavoidable attack." Lin Fei secretly took a deep breath. This sounds a little scary. It can affect the original body and clone. No wonder the Dark Shadow Palace Master took the initiative to seek death. Just thinking about it is scary. The clone can kill the original body, and the original body can kill the clone. No one can stop it. Lin Fei had to admit that the Monument of Death was very powerful. It was ridiculously powerful. "I don't have the ability to destroy such a treasure," Lin Fei said, "so, I can't help you." "Wait, you can do it." The Dark Shadow Palace Master was anxious. If Lin Fei really left, he would really have no way to turn things around. The Monument of Death is very powerful and very terrifying. I'm currently imprisoned by the monument, but Holy Lord Lin can. This is because my relationship with the Monument of Death has only just been established, and it's not very solid. Holy Lord Lin's unique secret technique can kill me. As long as you absorb all the life energy within the Monument of Death, I'll truly die. Could it be done like this? Lin Fei agreed to the Dark Shadow Palace Master's request. It couldn't be better for someone to take the initiative to seek death. Lin Fei also received a piece of information, which was very useful to him. It was about the divine pool of origin. Fellow Taoist Dark Shadow, wait for me to come back and send you on your way. I'll be counting on you. Lin Fei left. A smile flashed across the Dark Shadow Palace Master's face. Demon 33 Country Lords, you've calculated everything, but you've left out Lin Fei. Ha ha ha, I'm really looking forward to it. Lin Fei had indeed been tricked by the Palace Master. Lin Fei really wanted to say that the Palace Master of the Dark Shadow Palace was very shameless. Fortunately, he had encountered him when he came in. Otherwise, it would not be a good thing to be targeted by the Demon 33 monarchs. Who asked the Devil Empire to have such a terrifying treasure? The Saint Spirit domain was filled with danger. Over here. After leaving the Palace Master of the Dark Shadow Palace, Lin Fei saw more than a dozen monuments of death, each with a person on it. The Divine Lord. There were also some steles that looked empty, but the steles were constantly changing. One moment, there were heavenly gods, and the next moment, there were stone steles. All sorts of miserable screams could be heard. There were even a few death monuments that had completely changed. They had turned into divine weapons with empty eyes. Whether it was their bodies or their insides, they seemed to be undergoing great changes. What a cruel method. Lin Fei ignored it. Finally, in the depths of the origin space, he saw a miniature version of the giant lake. Compared to the one outside, it was actually about half the size. The Palace Master of the Dark Shadow Palace said that the second level is below. Lin Fei tried to penetrate it. The resistance was very strong. This was the first time that Lin Fei had encountered such assistance. It could actually block the space. The deeper he penetrated, the more life energy formed a barrier. Little devil, can you absorb the life energy now? Remember to keep your movements low. No problem. Lin Fei began to let the system absorb the life energy. As he did not dare to make a big movement, the speed was not very fast. Every time he absorbed a portion, Lin Fei would advance a little. The effect was not very good. At this point, Lin Fei had no other choice. This place is really not a place that any expert can penetrate. It was the first time that Lin Fei had seen such a strange place. Even a Divine Lord expert would be stopped. Master, the life energy here is too rich. After countless times of condensation, it's really a top-notch item. Little Devil's voice was filled with excitement. It can't be. It's true. It's very rich. It's the richest we've seen so far. Every trace of life energy has been condensed thousands of times. It's the best of the best. It was the first time that Lin Fei had heard such an evaluation. Master, you're in luck this time. What was supposed to be a simple matter ended up taking more time than he had imagined. The system did not take much time to absorb the life energy. In order to reach the bottom, it took a full 10 years. That's right. 10 years. Lin Fei himself was very surprised. The life energy in this lake was actually so rich. It was simply outrageous. Lin Fei was even more glad that he did not absorb the life energy wantonly. That was because Lin Fei had encountered something below. It was a big round ball, black and swarthy. It was the dark devouring beast. This fellow was sleeping soundly and did not have the domineering aura it once had. It was surrounded by darkness, true darkness. As the dark devouring beast slept, it absorbed life energy. A vortex of life energy formed in front of it, and a large amount of life energy was absorbed into its body. Thankfully, I didn't make much noise. This fellow is actually here. Lin Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had almost encountered a huge problem. There's really a door. After 10 years, Lin Fei finally controlled the void and reached the bottom. Thinking back on the past 10 years, Lin Fei really admired himself. If an ultimate god came, he would probably not be able to reach this place even after 100 years. The deeper he went, the richer the life energy became. Lin Fei did not know how many years it took to condense it. After breaking through the distance, he finally saw a door at the bottom. This door was very special. Ancient runes floated in the air. Each was different, but each gave off a terrifying aura of danger. Lin Fei did not dare to be careless. This should be the defense runes. The Dark Shadow Palace Master said that each of these defense runes has the power of an ultimate god. They are of different levels, and whoever touches them will die. Lin Fei's scalp went numb. The entire door steel was sealed by the dense defense runes. That area seemed to have become a terrifying zone. With such a level of defense, whoever dares to rush in will die. Lin Fei felt that several of the runes had the terrifying power to kill him instantly. Lin Fei even used the system to do a search. The red dots in front of him were all threatening. It's understandable that they can't enter. Lin Fei thought. There's something wrong with what the demonic lord said. They did not really crack the second level. The dark devouring beast should have been created by luck and saved the lives of the demonic nation. In fact, the demonic lord had indeed exaggerated. Chapter 31:48. At the bottom of the lake. It wasn't easy for Lin Fei to come down, but he ended up encountering quite a bit of trouble. According to the Dark Shadow Palace Master, only one of these rune defense runes is able to enter, but how do I find it? It doesn't seem to be an easy task. Tens of thousands of mysterious runes with the same aura formed a special rune defense. This was the most dangerous existence Lin Fei had seen so far. If one made the wrong choice, any of the runes could kill one. That was how overbearing they were. Either don't go or go in. There were only these two choices, and there would never be a third choice. Little devil, is there a way to filter them out? Lin Fei had no way to do it himself. Those runes were all the same, and there was no difference in their aura. It was quite troublesome. If he couldn't enter after reaching the entrance, then wouldn't his 10 years have been in vain? It's difficult, and it will take time. Little Devil said, these runes were refined by an almighty expert, and they are exactly the same without any flaws. You can either master the method, or use the stupidest method to test them one by one. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. If he had a way, then he wouldn't be like this, looking at them helplessly. How long will it take? I'm not sure at the moment, but if I want to crack it, it will probably take tens of thousands of years. Lin Fei's heart sank. This trip was in vain, and he didn't dare to take the risk. If something happened, he would really be finished. That kind of loss would be too great. Can you copy these runes? Yes. Lin Fei was also relieved. It shouldn't be a problem to sneak in after cracking it. Lin Fei was under the lake, not in a hurry to come out. Not being able to enter the second level made Lin Fei very unhappy. Since he was unhappy, he had to take some revenge. For example, plundering life energy. This was the only way Lin Fei could vent his anger. Anyway, the life energy here was unbelievably rich, so it didn't matter if there was a small amount. He couldn't detect it anyway. Suck, 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 suck. Lin Fei stayed at the bottom of the lake for another 20 years. Under Little Demon's precise control, a large amount of life energy was absorbed. During this time, the Darkness Devourer woke up, but it didn't notice anything strange and went back to sleep. This feels great. In the past 20 years, I've unknowingly absorbed 20% of the life energy, and all of it is the richest. This trip was not in vain. Lin Fei was quite proud of his method of absorbing life energy. Unless the Demon 33 Country Lords personally came down, it would be impossible to discover it. Lin Fei himself had to expend so much effort to come down, and it was likely that the Demon 33 Country Lords had to do the same, and it wouldn't be any easier than him. This matter wouldn't be discovered for a long time. Come out from under the lake. Lin Fei first went to the Shadow Palace Master's location. This guy was still on the verge of death. Over the past 30 years, the Palace Master of the Dark Shadow Palace had been tortured. Black divine markings appeared on his body. They weren't very obvious, but to Lin Fei, they looked very evil. Brother Dark Shadow, I'm here to send you on your way. Lin Fei didn't show himself. He controlled the incarnation space and enveloped the Shadow Palace Master. Thank you. The plunder skill was activated. The Shadow Palace Master's life energy was completely plundered. The life energy in the Monument of Death was also plundered in an instant. The entire Monument of Death also returned to normal. It was dark and colorless, as if it had lost something. After helping the Dark Shadow Palace Master, Lin Fei left the origin space. As for those godly experts, they weren't too interested. Their life energy was completely incomparable to the life energy in the lake. Lin Fei naturally didn't care about the life energy. He came out of the origin divine pool. The demon motherland had changed a lot in just 30 years. The buildings that were destroyed back then were rebuilt, and they were even more magnificent than before. The demon soldiers multiplied extremely quickly, and it seemed that it wouldn't take long for them to return to their original numbers. He left the demon motherland. Lin Fei returned to the Sacred Body Mountain as soon as he could. Although 30 years had passed, the Sacred Body Mountain didn't change much. The demon motherland didn't launch a surprise attack on the Sacred Body Mountain. After returning to the Sacred Body Mountain, Lin Fei first released the people. Of the 3,000 guards, other than some who died, there were now more than 2,800 guards left. A total of more than 100 heavenly gods were lost. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this result. After the guards were released, Lin Fei didn't need to worry about the rest. The clones of the 3 old ancestors also came to report the situation. In the past 30 years, many major things had happened. At the mention of this, the 3 old ancestors looked at each other. They were really on tenterhooks. When Lin Fei heard the words of the 3 old masters, he was extremely taken aback as well. So many things had happened in the past 30 years, far surpassing his expectations. For example, the Demon 33 Country Lord and the Demon King launched a surprise attack on the Massacre God Palace. In the end, the Massacre God Palace was destroyed. Those experts were all killed by the Demon 33 Country Lord and the Demon King, and the entire Massacre God Palace collapsed. That wasn't the end. After that, they attacked the Dark Shadow Palace. Although they didn't destroy it, they suffered great losses. This was actually very normal. However, there was another thing that undoubtedly made everyone dumbfounded. The 5 top powers of the Black region actually brought a large group of subordinates, and when the Demon 33 Country Lord and the Demon King attacked the Dark Shadow Palace, they swept away a large group of powers at lightning speed, and completely took root outside. The action of these 5 top powers was indeed beyond everyone's expectations. No one expected them to act at this time. Compared to the Black region, there seemed to be nothing outside the Saint Spirit domain other than the disarray star sea. But in such a situation, the 5 top powers had joined forces to act, blinding everyone's eyes. Among them, Glory Sect and Black Region Mountain had relations with the Temporal Temple, and they seemed to have good relations. Now, they had also acted brazenly, and it was really beyond everyone's expectations. This was just the beginning. After the 5 top powers of the Black Region joined forces, they once again joined forces with the Demon Motherland and the Demon Palace, and launched a fierce attack on the Temporal Temple. This Big Brother was finally attacked by a group of Big Brother-level experts. The war lasted for 5 years. The Temporal Temple was indeed the Big Brother. They had a strong foundation and endless experts. Godly venerable experts appeared one after another, and the 3 great treasures were used. The war lasted for a full 5 years. During this period, both sides suffered countless casualties. The Temporal Temple still suffered the most losses. Countless spatial and time disciples died, and the middle-level disciples were reduced by at least 10 to 40%. As for the 5 top powers, their losses were all cannon fodder. This war ended with the compromise of the Temporal Temple. Chapter 3149. The 5 top powers of the Black Domain had come out. This news had a huge impact on Lin Fei. This doesn't make sense. Why would they come out? Lin Fei had been to the Black Domain before. It seemed like that place was better than the outside world, and there were more treasures there. Holy Master, this doesn't count. Grand Elder said. In the past 10 years, something has happened in the Black Domain. Many meta beasts have come out from there. Some are strong, some are weak. Once they come out, they occupy the mountains and declare themselves as kings. Some meta beasts even dominate a region. Several or even more than 10 of them are active together. It can't be. Even meta beasts have come out from there. Lin Fei was even more shocked. Did something happen in the Black Domain? We don't know for now. Our people didn't manage to find out. Grand Elder said shamefully. I'm afraid that only the 5 top powers know. What else happened? Lin Fei continued to ask. The 5 top powers had come out. It was a very surprising matter. Lin Fei had never thought that they would come out. The situation had changed greatly with the appearance of the powers in the Black Domain. There's one more thing. Our Saint Spirit world discovered a new continent. It is currently in a sealed state. There's news that it will be opened in at most 1,000 years. A continent. Lin Fei furrowed his brows. It seems like something bad is about to happen. After the battle with the Temporal Temple, the 5 top powers in the Black Domain had completely established themselves. Following that, meta beasts dominated the mountains, swamps, lakes, and even some mystic realms. This caused the situation in the Saint Spirit world to change greatly. Places that had previously felt very safe were now filled with a large group of ferocious half-meta beast bloodline existences. For a moment, everyone was on tenterhooks. If this was still acceptable to everyone, the appearance of a sealed continent at the border was undoubtedly exciting and crazy news. Currently, in the Saint Spirit world, the Devil Motherland and the Devil Palace occupied the desolate continent, the Temporal Temple occupied a portion of it, the Black Region's 5 top powers took a portion, the Essence Beasts took a portion, and the remaining hidden powers also took a portion. The entire Saint Spirit world's territory seemed to have been almost completely divided up. Now that a sealed continent had suddenly appeared, how could everyone not be shocked and excited? After Lin Fei learned about what had happened in the past 30 years, Lin Fei was shocked. An invisible pressure enveloped him. After settling down the Sacred Body Mountain, Lin Fei personally went to the sealed continent to admire it from afar. What a powerful seal! The border was the end of the Saint Spirit domain. But at that moment, there was a blurry continent at the end of the Saint Spirit domain. Although it was only a thin layer of seal, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness when he first saw it. The secrets of the Saint Spirit domain are deeper than I thought. For such a huge continent to appear at this time, Lin Fei couldn't help but be surprised. It seems like I'm not the only one who came here to visit this continent. Lin Fei discovered a familiar person. It was Invincible Jean from the Jingguang race. But this time, Invincible Jean wasn't alone. Instead, there was a young and beautiful fairy standing beside him. Brother Invincible, long time no see. While Invincible Jean and the fairy were talking, Lin Fei revealed himself and greeted Invincible Jean. Oh, it's Sacred Lord Lin. It's been 30 years. Where have you been? Invincible Jean was rather happy to see Lin Fei. It was all thanks to Lin Fei's reminder previously. I went into seclusion. I didn't come out, so I came here to take a look. Lin Fei said half-truthfully. This is? The palace-robed girl asked curiously. Invincible Jean introduced, this is Sacred Master Lin Fei from the Sacred Body Mountain. Didn't you say you wanted to take a look? Today, I've fulfilled your wish. Are you happy? The palace-robed girl was startled. You are that Sacred Master Lin Fei. Known to be unparalleled beneath the hierarch realm. Ha ha ha, if there isn't a second Lin Fei, then it should be this Sacred Master. Lin Fei laughed, unparalleled beneath the hierarch realm. This Sacred Master doesn't have that capability. Invincible Jean introduced the palace-robed girl. She came from the Black Domain. She is a first-rate superpower under the 5 great superpowers. You can call her Great Paragon Flying Snow. So it's Great Paragon Flying Snow. Lin Fei cupped his hands. What a heroine. Great Paragon Flying Snow was quite curious about this Sacred Master Lin Fei. In the following period of time, he asked many questions, most of which were about gossip. Why did your superpowers from the Black Domain come out? Have you received any news? Lin Fei asked. Invincible Jean and Great Paragon Flying Snow shook their heads. I'm not sure. It seems this decision came too suddenly. After that, the 5 great superpowers of the Black Domain came out. Great Paragon Flying Snow said. Then what about the situation here? Invincible Jean had heard of some things. I should know about this. It said that the sacred spirit world was huge in the past. But later on, for some unknown reason, the sacred spirit world shrunk immeasurably, becoming what we are now. It seems that the great continent has been sealed. For instance, the one in front of us isn't any good place. Lin Fei looked at that great continent. He could vaguely see pieces of black fog floating about. No matter how he looked at it, it did not seem like anything good. Then do you all want to enter? We'll see how the situation goes. Invincible Jean did not dare to take the risk, I'm afraid now. Previously, if not for your reminder, our Jingguang clan would have suffered greatly. Our clan's old ancestor wishes to invite you as a guest. Lin Fei did not reject Invincible Jin's invitation. We are friends. Please don't laugh at us. When I'm free, this sacred master will personally pay a visit. Invincible, your relationship with that sacred master Lin isn't bad. Great Paragon Flying Snow asked. It's all right. He isn't as violent as the rumors say. He's relatively easy to talk to. Invincible Jean chuckled. Why? I've heard that the Black Domain Mountain wants to find trouble with that person. Great Paragon Flying Snow said, it seems they have suffered some losses. Black Domain Mountain. That is not a small problem. It must be related to the White Tiger Hole. That group of madmen would never be willing to suffer losses. Invincible Jean recalled, it isn't that easy for them to find trouble with Sacred Master Lin. His personal guards aren't just for show. Others might think that there are only 1,000 or so of them left, but in reality, Sacred Master Lin has at least 3,000 of them. That first and second personal guards who have grasped the unparalleled Devour technique and could fight against the Devil Army of the Devil Nation. Chapter 3150. The situation in the Saint Spirit domain had started to change. In 30 years, the Saint Spirit domain had become what it was now. It was beyond many people's expectations. The position of the Temporal Temple's big brother had also been taken down by others. Some were injured, and some were dead. They had completely lost the confidence they had before. At least, for the time being, they did not have the courage to deal with the 5 top forces of the Black Domain one by one. They could only watch helplessly as they divided up the territory until it was completely consolidated. The Saint Spirit domain was peaceful for a short period of time. You and I are good, everyone is good. Sacred Body Mountain, ever since Lin Fei had returned that day, he had not stopped for even a moment. He had started to get busy again. Even the Temporal Temple had been taken down, let alone the others. Lin Fei felt that he had to prepare for a rainy day. Who knew if they would pay him a visit one day? The Saint Spirit domain was no longer a world where supremacies ruled. Supremacies were the mainstream. The Temporal Temple was mighty and domineering, but they had still been beaten up by the 5 top forces of the Black Domain. In the end, they had no choice but to admit their strength. In the secret chamber, large amounts of ores and materials were being refined and extracted. The 3 massacred divine soldiers had become the best laborers. They did all the hard work. They were very efficient, and they saved Lin Fei a lot of trouble. Gravity bracelet. This was a treasure that Lin Fei had personally created. It had been infused with gravity, and it had a terrifying gravitational suppression. Even a supremacy would not be able to withstand it. Lin Fei was prepared to turn the 1st Defense Army and the 2nd Defense Army into a unique elite force. He wanted them to be feared by everyone. The gravity bracelet was the first treasure. With the help of the powerful system, Lin Fei had not stopped buying ores in large amounts all these years. Now, the Sacred Body Mountain was specialized in buying ores. Everyone in the Saint Spirit domain knew about it. Whether it was the opposing forces or the neutral forces, there was no one who didn't know. Up until now, no one knew what this Holy Lord Lin Fei wanted to do. There were ores that were cheap and expensive, and it was a mess. Some people tried to analyze them, but in the end, it was all for naught. There was no connection between these ores and materials, and as time passed, no one cared about them. Adding on the fact that Lin Fei asked for a high price, everyone was more than happy to search for ores and sell them to Saint Body Mountain. Master, I've researched what you wanted. In order to create the true elites of the Sage Body Mountain. 50 years had passed since his return, and the Sacred Body Mountain had become a major source of ores. Lin Fei finally heard the good news of his little devil. Is it a paralyzing substance or something else? All these years, Lin Fei had been letting the little demon study the composition of matter. From the Battle of the League of Mercenaries, Lin Fei realized the frightening power of a material enchantment. A divine weapon without enchantment would only be sharp, but it would be different after enchantment. The gravity bracelet innately suppressed the opponent. This was the first support. Lin Fei felt that it wasn't enough, and he needed other support attributes. It's a paralyzing substance, a sharp metal substance, and a speed substance. A total of 3 substances. The little demon said. Master can refine a paralyzing divine weapon and enchant it with the sharp metal substance, which can easily cut through flesh. Then, he can refine the speed of a great paragon. That's great. This piece of news came at the right time. Even though the Saint Spirit world seemed to be quiet, undercurrents were surging in the dark. For example, the Spacetime Temple was definitely not satisfied, and they might be thinking of ways to take revenge. The other peak powers were the same. If they didn't bare their fangs, how could they stand firm? As one of the 10 great sects, the Saint Body Mountain had been in the limelight for a few hundred years. Coupled with the invincible devouring technique, it was impossible for them not to spy on the Saint Body Mountain. Right now, they couldn't spare any hands to deal with the Saint Body Mountain. Lin Fei knew his own limits. Wasn't it just that his foundation wasn't good enough? Once his guards were completed, he would be able to chop them down like watermelons. Every time he thought of this, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel excited. Let's do as you say. Divine Weapon. With the paralyzing material enchantment, divine weapons could also turn the tables. Coupled with the sharp metal substance, which specialized in cutting through flesh, one could paralyze and the other could cut through flesh. What worried Lin Fei the most was the problem of speed. With the help of the Gale material, the Saint Body Mountain's shortcoming, speed, would be perfect. No matter how one looked at it, it would be perfect. Saint Body Mountain, the first and second Saint Body Mountain. They were now at the Saint Body Mountain, and they were all heroes. All the guards who had joined the Great Alliance returned rich. When they were besieged, they had plundered a large number of treasures. The guards at the back were all extremely envious, and they rubbed their palms and palms together. Fortunately, Lin Fei took out a body-tempering technique, which suppressed their thoughts. All of them started to focus on cultivating their physical bodies. Especially when they heard that this was a technique created based on the invincible devouring technique, everyone dispersed their cultivation and switched to this body-tempering technique. The effects of 50 years were obvious. Saint Body Mountain, in an independent space. This was a miniature spatial treasure that Lin Fei had bought at an auction. The Saint Body Mountain was a divine venerable treasure. Unfortunately, there was no space inside, so he had to buy another one. The price was painful. The current Saint Body Mountain had a total of 3,000 guards. Lin Fei selected a few to replenish the number, making up another 3,000. This would be the Saint Body Mountain signature elite force. The heavenly gods of the Saint Body Mountain looked at the sacred leader with admiration. Not long ago, they had changed their guns for cannons, and they were extremely excited. Who are you? Lin Fei shouted. We are the Saint Body Mountain Guards, the sacred leader's Saint Body Mountain Guards. Their voices were loud and clear, soaring into the sky. Lin Fei was very satisfied. This was the kind of spirit that he wanted. You've traded for treasures. Happy? Yes. Now, all the Saint Body Mountain Guards had a damage immunity armor. Lin Fei named it the damage immunity armor. It could resist more than 80% of attacks. For this, Lin Fei's wealth had shrunk a lot. Some wars were too expensive. This damage immunity armor was quite necessary. The damage immunity armor was one of the reasons. The storm combat boots on his feet added terrifying speed. Even if he wasn't a great venerable, he could still have the speed of a great venerable. In his hands was a sacred divine weapon. The cliched name was given by Lin Fei. It sounded more domineering. With two different attributes, the sacred heaven divine weapon was extremely powerful, and its effects were also extremely terrifying. Only 5 squads of supremacies were needed to kill them, and 2 squads of supremacies were needed. There were a total of 4 pieces of equipment on him. It took Lin Fei a lot of effort to get them. Now, they were all equipped. It could be said that they were fully armed. As long as one wasn't a divine venerable, they were truly invincible below the divine venerable level. The scary thing was that they were a large team. I wonder which unlucky guy will give the Saint Body Mountain Guards a chance to become famous again. Chapter 3151. After Lin Fei replaced the 1st and 2nd Guards' army's shotguns with cannons, he finally had some free time to rest. Lin Fei had to do it himself when it came to material enchantment. Needless to say, he had worked hard during that period. He could finally take a break during his free time. That break lasted for more than 3 years. The Sacred Body Mountain was still purchasing ores from the outside. Lin Fei still needed a large amount of materials. It was not easy to purify and required a large amount of ores to accumulate and extract. The Sacred Body Mountain had long become a big seller of ores. Everyone who wanted to sell ores would immediately think of the Sacred Body Mountain. The Sacred Body Mountain offered a high price and purchased a wide variety of ores. They were very popular. Lin Fei was ready to make money. It was not a good thing to do too much of this. For example, his own wallet would be empty. If he continued, he would be completely dumbfounded. I'll make some things to sell. Lin Fei had been thinking about this problem. Before he could make up his mind, the Dark Shadow Palace Master came to visit on a dark and windy night. What kind of wind is this? The Dark Shadow Palace Master is finally willing to come to my place. Lin Fei teased, even if the other party was an ultimate god expert. The Dark Shadow Palace Master was seriously injured after being ambushed by the Demon King and Demon 33 country lords. He could not recover in a short period of time and had started to keep a low profile. Only you would have the guts to tease an ultimate god. The Dark Shadow Palace Master smiled bitterly. Drink. Lin Fei took the initiative to take out a bottle of celestial wine. Help me have a taste. All right. The Dark Shadow Palace Master downed 3 cups in one go. Lin Fei only drank 1 cup. He liked to slowly savor it when he had nothing to do. Where did you get it from? I snatched it. Ha ha ha. The Dark Shadow Palace Master seemed to be in a better mood after teasing him. Actually, I came to chat with you. Do you think I'm too boring? I'm an ultimate god. Lin Fei could hear the helplessness in the Dark Shadow Palace Master's voice. I can't be happier to have a godly venerable expert come and chat with me. Ha ha ha. This time, Lin Fei had miscalculated the palace lord's intentions. This guy was really here to chat. He was complaining about the current Saint Spirit domain. Lin Fei listened quietly. Now that the Sacred Body Mountain was developing well, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. The Umbra Palace Lord was different. That old thing, Spacetime, wants to take in our Dark Shadow Palace. Why doesn't he look at the situation now? The Palace Master of the Dark Shadow Palace drank several cups in a row. Who was the one who was beaten up by those outsiders from the Black Domain and had no choice but to pay the price? Lin Fei heard a lot of gossip. It turned out that the Divine Lord also knew how to gossip. Sacred Lord Lin, you have to be careful. Spacetime is very cunning. He didn't take care of you the last time. Now that the Temporal Temple has been damaged, your personal guards and cultivation techniques will probably be taken by him. Don't say I didn't warn you. The Dark Shadow Palace Master was drunk. Lin Fei drank a glass of wine. What's there to be afraid of? At most, we'll go all out. Without the Sacred Body Mountain, I'll fight them alone and teach them a lesson. Ha ha ha, that's right. Everyone is afraid of a loner like you. The Dark Shadow Palace Master got drunk on the Sacred Body Mountain. Lin Fei was speechless. A dignified ultimate god actually got drunk. Did he give up resisting? Did he want to numb himself with alcohol? It was unimaginable. Since he couldn't figure it out, Lin Fei temporarily settled the Dark Shadow Palace Master down. When he went to visit the next day, the Dark Shadow Palace Master had disappeared. Lin Fei cursed the shameless ultimate god for being so shameless. The Dark Shadow Palace isn't having a good time. Even Hierarch Dark Shadow would come to my place to get drunk. Yes, he would get drunk. Lin Fei cursed. His Sacred Body Mountain wasn't a place to drink alcohol. Temporal Temple. The upper echelons were discussing a matter. Ever since they were defeated by those aboriginals, the Temporal Temple's vitality had been damaged. However, they didn't have the ability to retaliate. When those 5 fellows joined forces, their strength was unbelievably tyrannical. The Temporal Temple had to use their 3 top-grade treasures to barely withstand the attack. No one had expected that they would have planned this for a long time and come up with many defensive measures against the temporal temple. This was also the reason why the temporal temple was caught unprepared. Their hatred for those 5 powers was like a raging river. Our temporal temple needs to recover our vitality. Everyone knows that the cultivation of space and time requires a long period of time and cannot be achieved in a short period of time. However, we now have an opportunity. If we seize this opportunity, we can recover our vitality in a very short period of time. The temporal temple master personally spoke with great emotion. That is to force the sacred body mountains Lin Fei to hand over the invincible devourer, along with his personal guards. This was an existence that everyone was envious of. What opinion would the upper echelons have? Moreover, in the current situation, if they didn't do anything, everyone would think that they had been frightened by those fellows. Lin Fei's sacred body mountain was a very good target. Who asked that fellow to be a thorn in their side? Yes, an absolute thorn in their side. While the temporal temple was planning, Lin Fei wasn't idling around either. It wasn't easy for him to get some rest. After hearing the Dark Shadow Palace Master's words, he decided to do something. After all, the Sacred Body Mountain's foundation was still quite weak. What should he do? Lin Fei decided to go out and capture some elemental beasts. The elemental beasts that came from the Black Domain were exceptionally strong. Moreover, they were real elemental beasts. It wouldn't be a bad idea to capture a dozen or 20 of them to guard the door. For example, they could be stationed in a nearby area to form a certain deterrent force. With Lin Fei's current strength, capturing elemental beasts wouldn't be a problem. He had an ultimate god's physical body. He could fight them head-on until they submitted. Subduing elemental beasts wasn't something that Lin Fei could do alone. Ever since the elemental beasts came out and occupied the mountain, they brought along a large number of half-elemental beasts. Those beasts were tamed and became their lackeys. The heavenly gods of the Saint Spirit world also started to capture half-elemental beasts, even those with bloodlines. It was normal for Lin Fei to target elemental beasts. With the guards at the Sacred Body Mountain, Lin Fei could leave with peace of mind. He was going to take the 3 massacre god soldiers away personally. He would need some hard labor. Just like that, Lin Fei left the Sacred Body Mountain without making a sound. After they left, in a mansion within the Sacred Body Mountain, a foreign merchant lived here. Ever since the Sacred Body Mountain started to purchase large amounts of ores, the number of merchants here had increased. As long as one behaved himself, the Sacred Body Mountain wouldn't do anything to him. This merchant was actually sent by the Temporal Temple. It was to get closer to the Sacred Body Mountain. Are we going to move? After receiving the message, this merchant walked into his secret room. It was a secret room that was filled with arrays. Chapter 3152. A teleportation platform. Only the Temporal Temple had their own teleportation platform. It was also one of their specialties. After a flash, the teleportation platform began to work. A group of experts from the Temporal Temple began to appear in the mansion. As the Sacred Body Mountain was separated from the Sacred City, no one noticed the commotion. In terms of space and time, no one dared to say that they were number one. The Temporal Temple did a good job in this aspect. Half a day later, a group of elites from the Temporal Temple appeared. They were all supremacies who exuded a strong aura. It was either time aura or space aura. They were covered from head to toe in battle armor. There were a total of 2,000 people in this group, and they were all equipped with treasured battle armor. Elders. 3 clones of the elders arrived. Each of them was an ultimate god. The 3 divine avatars of the elders, in addition to the 2,000 space-time elites, would be able to wipe out any force they faced. This time, we are facing Lin Fei. He is extremely strong in close combat and has mastered the invincible devour technique. Your mission is to capture the Sacred Body Mountain's guards. The three temporal temple elders were Shirtianwu, Shirtiani, and Shirtianmo. All of them were ultimate gods of the Tianth generation. Lin Fei's strength was known to the world. He was known to be invincible in close combat. Not satisfied. Go and try. Many people had experienced the consequences of being labeled as such. This time, they would not foolishly target Lin Fei. Even if they were ultimate gods, they would not be able to withstand such a loss. Their mission was to capture the guards and obtain the Invincible Devour technique. In the middle of the night, the three ultimate gods personally led the team. Along the way, they used their treasures. Under the influence of time, everyone's reactions were slowed down. All along, the temporal temple was the most proficient in ambushing a sect or power. There was no one better than them, and they could guarantee a 100% success rate. This time was no exception. The Sacred Body Mountain's array formation was not always open. This also gave them an opportunity. At the very least, it would be easier for them to enter. The treasury is on the left. Charge in. The guards are on the Sacred Body Mountain. They are independent and easy to find. With the information from the spies, the operation went very smoothly. It shouldn't be a problem for 2,000 space-time elites to take down 3,000 guards. The mission of the three hierarchs was to restrain Holy Master Lin Fei. For this, they had brought along one of the three great treasures of the Temporal Temple, the space-time Divine Will, which could suppress everything. As long as there was enough time, it wouldn't be a problem to capture the guards. Shameless. This was something that could not be helped. The Temporal Temple needed to be replenished. As for the personal guards who refused to accept their fate, now that they were in their territory, there were plenty of ways to make them submit. On one of the levels of the Sacred Body Mountain, the three ultimate gods used the Time Emperor will to quietly arrive at the Imperial Guard's location. Capturing this group of guards was the first order of business. In the Great Alliance, they had bared their fangs. No one had forgotten that they had also cultivated the powerful and invincible devour and body-refining techniques. Do it. Just as the three ultimate gods were about to take action, the first and second personal guards noticed the enemy attack. Enemy attack. The howling sound quickly spread out. Suppress them. The three ultimate gods worked together and activated the spacetime divine wheel. A huge shadow crossed the sky and descended on the Sacred Body Mountain. A majestic power came crashing down. The humongous Sage Body Mountain was being suppressed. The heavenly gods of the Sacred Body Mountain were all unable to move. They could only look at the huge divine will in the sky, which was releasing a disdainful power. It's the spacetime divine will of the Temporal Temple. Shameless, too shameless. How dare they sneak attack us? The three patriarchs were also suppressed by the power of the spacetime divine wheel and could barely move. They were all peak great venerables and were extremely powerful, but they were being suppressed this time. The three hierarch avatars of the Temporal Temple were also having a hard time. The absolute gravity of the Sacred Body Mountain was also pressing down, forming a stalemate. No one could do anything to the other. This was also part of their plan. They used the spacetime divine will to resist the absolute gravity of the Sacred Body Mountain. The rest was simple. No matter how powerful the guards were, they were no match for the spacetime elites. Moreover, the first and second personal guards had suffered great losses. They only had a little more than 1,000 true experts. Even if they were replenished, they would not be able to defeat all of them, and their threat would be greatly reduced. As long as they could stop Sacred Lord Lin Fei, everything would be under their control. Great, we will definitely return with a full load this time. The 50-year-old hierarch Shirtianwu said with a smile. That's right. That Sacred Lord Lin Fei is probably thinking of a way. In front of the spacetime divine will, he can't use his invincible close combat strength. The three ultimate gods controlled the spacetime divine wheel and were constantly on guard against Sacred Lord Lin Fei. Ah! Why is there gravity? Damn, they are so fast. The 2000 spacetime elites were prepared to cut through the guards and attack them one by one. They even used their treasures, but they discovered that the guards had broken through the restrictions as if they were on steroids. In order to capture the guards, they used their time treasures, which affected their speed. Unfortunately, they had forgotten that the guards were all equipped with treasures, such as the storm battle boots, which could ignore the effects of time. Even if their own speed was affected, the speed of the treasures still existed. They were blinded by the light. Die! A small team of 10 people wielding heavenly divine weapons slashed down on their bodies. The enchantment took effect, and with a tearing sound, their defenses were torn apart. A hole appeared in the armor of the spacetime elites. Their bodies went numb. Their expressions changed. Not good, this is the paralysis effect. Even if they had never seen a pig, they had eaten meat before. They all knew about the paralysis effect. It was the most unguarded thing, but they were hit by the paralysis effect. The attacks of the small team blasted over. The guards' armor was riddled with holes, and they could not move at all. Apart from being paralyzed, there was nothing else. Awesome! How dare they sneak attack the sacred body mountain? Everyone, kill them all. Long live the Sacred Lord. The Sacred Lord is invincible. The Imperial Guards cheered loudly. With the support of the three treasures, the 2000 spacetime elites were no match for them. Their armor was like rags in front of the saintly divine weapons, and it was broken in 2 or 3 attacks. After being hit by the paralysis effect, their life energy was completely absorbed. The situation was completely one-sided. The counterattack of the spacetime elites had no effect at all. Completely crushed, truly crushed. Numb. They're numb again. Damn, why do they have so many numb weapons? Ah. Chapter 3153. The expressions of the three ultimate god elders changed. While they were resisting the absolute gravity of the sacred body mountain's treasures, the spacetime elites they brought suffered heavy casualties. Yes, casualties. The extremely powerful spacetime elites were losing ground to the sacred body mountain's personal guards. Move! What are you doing? They saw the spacetime elites standing still. The guards of the sacred body mountain surrounded them and instantly killed the spacetime elites. It was all done in a face-to-face encounter. One by one, the spacetime elites were killed. The scene was unbearable to watch. Elders, they are too terrifying. We are no match for them. One of the great sovereigns who ran back cried, their weapons are all enchanted with paralysis and sharpness. We can't stop them. The three ultimate god elders seemed to have misheard. Enchanted paralysis. What a joke. A treasure with enchanted paralysis was priceless. Since when did the sacred body mountain become so rich? It was impossible for everyone to have one. Their subconscious told them that the sacred body mountain did not have the financial resources. Even if they had the financial resources, they would not be lucky enough to find 3,000 of such divine weapons. Did they really think they were cabbages in the market? Elders, we can't do it anymore. A moment later, only 1/3 of the 2,000 spacetime elites were left. The other 2/3 were all dead. How sad. The three ultimate gods did not expect that the spacetime elites could not suppress the sacred body mountain's personal guards. Their plan had gone awry. Space freezing. Shi Tianma's space freezing technique landed on the personal guards. Whoosh! Space freezing began. The personal guards' movements began to slow down. Space freezing's influence was quite strong. In the next second, a gravitational force erupted from the personal guards, shaking the space-freezing tablet. It was not enough at first, but when the 3,000 personal guards joined forces, the terrifying gravitational field was no less than the sacred body mountain's absolute gravity. The ultimate God Elder space-freezing technique lost its effect. 3,000 personal guards can actually resist space freezing. That's an ultimate God's technique. Shi Tianma was shocked. More terrifying things were yet to come. The 3,000 personal guards gathered together and pressed down with a terrifying gravitational field. 3,000 attacks flew through the air. At this moment, they cooperated very well. Before the remaining space-time elites could heave a sigh of relief, a sky full of attacks came, directly paralyzing them. Other than paralysis, there was more paralysis, unable to move. It was at this moment that the terrifying enchantment attribute burst out. This was especially true for the paralysis attribute. Anyone who saw it would be afraid, and whoever it hit would be unlucky. It's over. In another face-to-face confrontation, in front of the 3,000 guards, the remaining space-time elites were all swept away. In other words, the elites that they brought this time were completely annihilated. This result shocked them so much that they were speechless. They're attacking us. 3,000 attacks came. The divine will of time and space was extremely powerful. The guards' attacks could not even get close to the three divine venerable ones. They could clearly feel the numbing properties in the air. The temporal temple is truly audacious. With a shout, Lin Fei came out. The three divinities glanced at each other. Let's go. The divine will of time and space enveloped them. With a whooshing sound, they passed through the void and disappeared. He runs so fast. This was left behind by Lin Fei's doppelganger to control the sacred body mountain, the divinity treasure. As soon as the divine will of time and space disappeared, the suppressive power disappeared without a trace. Everyone recovered. Sacred leader is mighty. Sacred leader is mighty. The heavenly god disciples all cheered. In less than half an hour, the space-time elites were completely annihilated. Not a single one survived. The heavenly god experts of the 3rd and 4th Guard armies were all excited. The space-time elites had been annihilated just like that. This was something that would only happen in a dream. Sacred leader, I really didn't expect the temporal temple to be so shameless. Fortunately, our guards are quite strong. The 3rd great ancestor was also very shocked. He knew that the sacred leader had produced a batch of treasures, but when he saw it with his own eyes, he felt a chill run down his spine. Terrifying, terrifying. Apart from these 4 words, there was nothing else to describe it. It was a complete instant annihilation. It was unimaginable. If the guards were released, perhaps only the divinities would be able to suppress them. They would truly be able to sweep them. Sacred leader, you are really invincible, mighty, and domineering. At this moment, they had no choice but to worship him. The temporal temple wanted to launch a sneak attack on the sacred body mountain, but in the end, they went for wool and came home shorn. Sacred leader, we also want such treasures. The 3rd great ancestor said excitedly. How could Lin Fei not see through the temporal temple's intentions? They had used the space-time will to restrain him so that they could capture the guards, who were ready-made experts. Fortunately, I made some preparations in advance. The guards have changed their shotguns to cannons. Whoever comes will be unlucky. Lin Fei said to himself. The temporal temple was really shameless. You guys will have them soon. Lin Fei smiled and said, you don't have to seal the news. Instead, clean up the people in the holy city. Clean up all the people of the temporal temple. Leave none alive. The news of the temporal temple's sneak attack on the sacred body mountain spread quickly. 2,000 space-time elites had been annihilated. When this news came out, everyone was dumbfounded and shocked. Those who could be called elites were definitely the core strength of the temporal temple. In the end, they lost 2,000 of them. How powerful was the Sacred Body Mountain's guards? It shouldn't be. Although the guards were valiant, there was still a gap between them and the space-time elites who could control time and space. After all, how could they be annihilated with one long range and one close range? This matter was like a riddle that puzzled everyone. The annihilation of 2,000 temporal temple elites gave everyone a deep impression of their strength. The Sacred Body Mountain was really going to rise. The 2,000 space-time elites were existences that even hierarchs feared. Now that they had been annihilated by the guards, who was more terrifying? The upper echelons of the temporal temple collectively cried. 2,000 space-time elites. How much time and resources had been spent on nurturing them? In the end, they were completely annihilated. 3,000 paralysis attribute divine weapons. After listening to the report, everyone became silent and their faces turned black. 3,000. They couldn't believe it was true. However, the truth told them that this explanation was very likely true. Temple Master, we must take revenge. 2,000 space-time elites. Our temporal temple can't afford such a loss. Very soon, those who proposed revenge saw a bunch of idiots looking at them. If you guys want revenge, go ahead. I'll leave the revenge mission to you guys. Those few upper echelons were dumbfounded. You want us to go? Wasn't that just sending us to our deaths? Regardless of whether the news was true or not, with the divine weapons enchanted with paralysis and the powerful plundering technique, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths. Chapter 3154. The temporal temple's attempt to steal a chicken on the Saint Body Mountain had ended up losing a lot of rice. This immediately frightened those restless powers. Even the big brother suffered a huge loss. We must find out what happened. No matter how many times they asked, the temporal temple remained silent. In the end, they became anxious from all the questions, and finally, they released a sentence. If you want to know why, go and try. I guarantee that you will feel great. No matter how he thought about it, those words sounded weird. Feel great. Who would dare to go? No one dared to touch such a feeling. When everyone decided to send some spies to gather information or bribe the heavenly god experts of the Sacred Body Mountain, the Sacred Body Mountain launched a cleanup operation. All the spies and assassins who did not belong to the Sacred Body Mountain were wiped out. As for those who were captured, they were beheaded in public on the Sacred Heaven Plaza. That day, blood flowed like a river. Regardless of which force the spies were, they were all beheaded. It was a shocking scene. After the Sacred Body Mountain wiped out all the spies, they released another message. The Sacred Body Mountain welcomes all merchants to do business, but we do not welcome enemies with evil intentions. Anyone who has designs on the Sacred Body Mountain will be killed without mercy. The killing intent and the domineering tone were not empty words. The temporal temple was the best front. Other than this message, the Sacred Body Mountain also announced that they would buy all kinds of ores and materials and welcome everyone to do business. Saint Spirit World, in a desert, the sun was scorching. A terrifyingly high temperature covered the desert. The temporal temple is really courting death. I have to thank you. Using you to establish my might is much better than doing anything else. Lin Fei and his doppelgangers were connected. Once the incident happened, Lin Fei also knew about it. Being able to catch the temporal temple off guard made him happy. The 2,000 space-time elites would probably feel heartache for a long time. For the time being, no one will dare to do anything in the next 1,000 years. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. After 1,000 years, I will be able to forge large amounts of treasures and equipment and arm myself to the teeth. The space-time elites were very strong, but they had met the wrong opponent. Master, the meta beast has appeared. In the vast desert, a huge monster rushed out from the ground. It was one of Lin Fei's targets. Terrifying giant scorpion. Its huge body was thousands of feet long, and its entire body flickered with a strange aura. This was a first-tier soul beast that was proficient in using poison. It could affect heavenly deities within a range of billions of kilometers. Once the poison was released, it would instantly cover a range of billions of kilometers. Heavenly deities would definitely die upon contact. The giant scorpion had gone out to hunt. Every once in a while, this fellow would go out and capture those half-origin beasts. If Lin Fei wanted to capture a batch of essence beasts, he naturally had to capture a batch of powerful ones. The giant scorpion was the first. Absolute gravity. A huge gravitational force pressed down on them. The terrifying giant scorpion's huge body sank down, and a large area of the desert turned into powder. A pit appeared, and it kept struggling. His endurance is even better than the ultimate gods. As it struggled, the terrifying scorpion could still move. Lin Fei had an exquisite gravity helmet that could cover a certain area. Its might was no different from the Saint Body Mountain's 5 layers of absolute gravity. Even the ultimate gods would find it difficult to move. The terrifying giant scorpion could actually move. Swoosh! Swoosh! The terrifying giant scorpion was also powerful. It released a large amount of green mist that instantly covered an area of billions of kilometers. The void, land, and desert were instantly corroded. The huge area emitted a sizzling sound. A part of the absolute gravity was actually corroded. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. The essence beasts are indeed terrifying. No wonder they can dominate an area. They are indeed not that easy to deal with. Lin Fei was excited. The stronger the essence beasts were, the more help they would be to the Saint Body Mountain. After pulling 8 or 10 essence beasts and placing them at the entrance of the Saint Body Mountain, Lin Fei wanted to see which idiot dared to cause trouble. Close the door and release the dogs. No, close the door and release the essence beasts. Lin Fei felt sour just thinking about it. Let me try and see how powerful the essence beasts are. The sacred heaven set appeared on Lin Fei's body, and it wrapped him tightly. Swoosh! Lin Fei followed it like a shadow. The sacred heaven tyrant blade brought a ray of light and landed on the terrifying giant scorpion. A layer of scales appeared on the terrifying giant scorpion's body. Yes, it was scales. Its entire body was dark green. It resisted Lin Fei's blade attack, and the terrifying giant scorpion only slightly shook its huge body. Awesome! It would be too weak if it was injured by a single blade attack. Again. Another saber slashed out, and in the time it took for a spark to fly off, the essence beasts released poison that covered the area. Lin Fei was wearing the sacred heaven set. He felt the domineering corrosion. Without a powerful defensive battle armor, it would be a piece of cake. This terrifying giant scorpion was much more powerful than expected. Although Lin Fei did not use any tricks, it was rare for him to resist the sacred heaven set's attack. After hundreds of attacks, the terrifying giant scorpion was still alive and kicking. It kept releasing poison, and the surrounding area became a black hole. 5-fold power technique. Lin Fei erupted his power and slashed across the air. With his hierarch physique and 5-fold power technique, this blade was like a ray of light. The terrifying giant scorpion was sent flying and smashed tens of millions of miles away. This is great. Lin Fei came above the terrifying giant scorpion. After taking a blade attack, it kept rolling in the desert. Obviously, this attack was very uncomfortable. Your defense is amazing. Lin Fei slashed again. The terrifying giant scorpion was bleeding profusely. The 5-fold absolute gravity crushed down, and its power was finally displayed. The plunder skill was also used. With a swoosh, a part of the vitality was plundered. Lin Fei was not interested in fighting it head-on. If you don't like it, I'll suck it. Surrender. Lin Fei shouted and slashed again and again with the sacred Heaven Tyrant blade. Vitality kept pouring into his body. If you don't like it, I'll suck you dry. The blade light was resplendent. The terrifying giant scorpion was very powerful in terms of poison and defense, but it met Lin Fei. After dozens of slashes, the terrifying giant scorpion's movements were getting slower and slower. Lin Fei swished and appeared on the back of the terrifying giant scorpion. He stabbed the sacred Heaven Tyrant blade into the tough scales and absorbed the vitality. Do you like it? The terrifying giant scorpion struggled for a long time and finally smashed into the desert, unable to move anymore. Control. The terrifying giant scorpion was filled with fear for the creature on its back. A being that could absorb his life energy, how terrifying was that? Little devil, can you unlock spiritual wisdom? Yes. A spiritual light shot into the terrifying giant scorpion's body. The originally turbid eyes of the terrifying giant scorpion started to turn spirited. Chapter 3155. With the help of the system, the giant terror scorpion had gained sentience and the ability to speak. The moment it opened its mouth, it begged Lin Fei for mercy. Its voice was filled with fear and unease. How could it not be afraid of a terrifying expert that could plunder one's vitality? No matter how strong one's defense was, it would still have to lower its head in front of such a move. So you still know how to spare me? Lin Fei laughed. If it didn't beg for mercy, was it waiting for death? The giant terror scorpion still had this bit of intelligence. Expert, spare me. As long as you don't kill me, I will do whatever you want me to do, the giant terror scorpion said repeatedly. Seal. Runes flew into the giant terror scorpion's body. A large word flashed before disappearing. From today onwards, you are little scorpion. Follow me, and you will have a good life. Lin Fei patted the giant terror scorpion's body. If you have an enemy, I will help you suppress it. Thank you, Master. Little scorpion nodded. Master, in the southeast, there is an enemy of mine. It is a heavenly dragon snake that is sinister and cunning. I hope that Master can help me take it down. No problem. After a short rest, Lin Fei stood on Little Scorpion's back and headed southeast to deal with the heavenly dragon snake. Half a month later, Lin Fei arrived at a swamp. Little Scorpion took the initiative to challenge the heavenly dragon snake. Sharp noises came from the swamp, and the surrounding void instantly turned into a black hole. A huge snake with fleshy wings charged out. This was the heavenly dragon snake. Tier 1 soul beast specialized in poison. After half a month, Little Scorpion had replenished quite a bit of its vitality. The moment it saw the heavenly dragon snake, it charged forward. The two enormous beasts continuously clashed. The surrounding swamp had been turned into ruins. Lin Fei stood on a towering tree and looked down at the two soul beasts. They were displaying their brute strength to the fullest, and anyone who entered would die. I cannot underestimate any soul beast. Lin Fei muttered to himself. He was in no hurry to act. The sky dragon snake's speed was very fast, and the little scorpion was slightly slower. Every time it attacked, it would take a beating. Pieces of its body would quickly be bitten off. Lin Fei needed to use all his strength to break through its flesh, but the sky dragon snake could easily break through it. The heavenly dragon snake is indeed cunning, relying on its superior speed. No wonder the little scorpion would hold such a grudge. The two meta beasts kept colliding and attacking, and their positions were also constantly changing. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After entering the depths of the swamp, streaks of lightning-like things rushed out from the mud. As soon as these things got close to the little scorpion, they all self-detonated. Black energy slammed into the little scorpion, hundreds and thousands of them. In the blink of an eye, the little scorpion screamed again and again. He even has a helper. No wonder he can't beat him. Lin Fei's horizons were broadened. These little snakes seem to be similar to soldiers. They even have the power to self-destruct. Moreover, after they self-destruct, they can form a terrifying impact that easily tore apart the little scorpion's defense. Master, save me. The little scorpion turned around and ran. It was just that there were too many little snakes, and every time they exploded, little scorpion would suffer greatly. Absolute gravity. Once the gravity helmet was activated, those little snakes could not move and were crushed one by one. Eat this. A saber light landed on the heavenly dragon snake's body, and its huge body was sent flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, creating a huge splash. Lin Fei was attacking with his full strength. The power of meta beasts could not be underestimated. Whoever underestimated it would be unlucky. With the space transformation bracelet, Lin Fei's speed suppressed the heavenly dragon snake. Every time he appeared, he would strike with his saber, and the heavenly dragon snake would be sent flying left and right, unable to control its body. The little scorpion was excited. Finally, there's an unlucky fellow like me. Until Lin Fei's sacred sky tyrant saber stabbed into the heavenly dragon snake's body and plundered its life energy. After struggling for an hour, the heavenly dragon snake stopped moving. Lin Fei inserted a talisman seal and controlled the heavenly dragon snake, and at the same time, activated its intelligence. Stop sucking, I surrender, I surrender. The heavenly dragon snake's voice was very hoarse. At this moment, it was trembling, and its huge body was lying on the ground. Ha ha ha, heavenly dragon snake, to think that you would have such a day. Isn't this good? The little scorpion landed. Remember, from now on, I am the big brother, and you are the second brother. You have to listen to me. The heavenly dragon snake finally understood why the terrifying giant scorpion dared to fight with him. It turned out that it found a helper, and a powerful helper. From now on, you are the second brother. If you don't listen, I will let the little scorpion deal with you. Lin Fei laughed. The second meta beast was obtained. Master, it is best not to go over there. Just as Lin Fei was feeling ambitious and was preparing to catch another meta beast, the little snake said a secret: the meta beasts over there do not live alone like us. Most of them live in groups of 3 to 5, and they are stronger than us. This news did not sound good. 3 to 5 meta beasts together. Lin Fei frowned. Where did you hear about this? A while ago, a big bird came to find me. It was very powerful, and it could spit out terrifying flames. I was burned by it for a while, and if I did not run fast enough, I would have been burned to death. The heavenly dragon snake's eyes revealed fear. It was really too scary. That big bird wanted me to join, and if I said I was not willing, it would burn me to death. The heavenly dragon snake's defense was much weaker than the little scorpion's. In the end, it was almost burned to death by a big bird. It was definitely one of the stronger ones among the first-class meta beasts. Master, I also received news that those fellows are very savage. The little scorpion added. Lin Fei wanted to bring the meta beasts back, but it seemed like the situation was not too good. The meta beasts were forming gangs, and their movements were fast enough. It was not a good thing for him. Oh right, you guys are living well in the black domain, why did you run out? Lin Fei changed the topic and asked about another matter. It was a question that had been bothering them for a while. The little snake and the little scorpion trembled and said in fear, we don't know either. We only know that there is a dangerous aura in the black domain, and in front of this aura, we will all die. So we ran out, and those people are the same as us. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. Danger from the black domain. What kind of danger could make meta beasts and godly venerable martial artists run out and give up the place that they had been managing for a long time? It was too abnormal. Lin Fei asked a dozen questions about the Black Domain, and the results were all the same. The two fellows also reacted instinctively. If they continued to stay in the Black Domain, they would undoubtedly die, and there was no chance of survival. There is indeed a big problem in the Black Domain. Since I came out of the Origin Divine Pool, the forces in the Black Domain have all started to come to the Saint Spirit Domain. The Black Domain is probably really empty now. Lin Fei did not get an answer, and he felt very helpless. Then where else do you have meta beasts that are alone? Even if their strength is about the same, or even slightly weaker, is not a problem. Chapter 3156. Saint Spirit Domain. Barren Mountains. Lin Fei brought Little Tian and Little Scorpion along the mountain range to search for any lone meta beasts. Perhaps they had run out of luck or some other reason, but after a year, they did not manage to find anything. Lin Fei was speechless. Could it be that they could only catch 2 meta beasts in one trip? Their luck was too bad. They couldn't meet Lin Fei's requirements at all. He wanted the lives of a group of meta beasts, not just 1 or 2. The places where the meta beasts used to live had all become empty. Another year passed, and Lin Fei had to accept this result. This was because a shocking piece of news had spread, and it gave the forces of the Saint Spirit world a huge fright. A large number of gazes were cast towards a desolate place. The Meta Beast Alliance was established. This news spread like the wind, and everyone knew about it. When Lin Fei found out about this, he almost vomited blood. Why would a meta beast form an alliance? He had been running all over the place, and all his efforts had been for nothing. Unhappy, very unhappy. What Lin Fei couldn't accept the most was that the 5 forces from the Black region took the initiative to send people to congratulate the establishment of the alliance, which blinded many people. Since when did the meta beasts become so powerful? Lin Fei asked around and heard that there were a few godly venerables in the Meta Beast Alliance. Their strength was unfathomable. They occupied an area and announced that it was the Alliance's sacred ground. No human was allowed to enter, and anyone who violated it would be killed without mercy. The Spacetime Temple and the forces from the Black region all agreed. As a result, an independent territory appeared. Everyone called it the Beast Alliance Sacred Ground. Lin Fei returned to the Sacred Body Mountain helplessly. Those lone meta beasts were either scared or ran over because of the benefits of the alliance. It was the same for the semi-meta beasts. In a short time, the Beast Alliance Sacred Ground strength skyrocketed and formed a unique new force. The meta beasts in the Beast Alliance Sacred Ground didn't seem to be interested in the outside world. They expanded the sacred ground and didn't attack the human forces. From now on, you will be the guardian beasts of the Sacred Body Mountain. The 3 ancestors were particularly excited when they saw the little snake and the little scorpion. The holy leader was mighty and domineering. He went out and caught 2 meta beasts. Unknowingly, the strength of Saint Body Mountain had increased by a large margin. A meta beast could fight against an ultimate god. He arranged for them to find a place to stay. Lin Fei could be considered to have solved one problem. Spread the word that the Holy Body Mountain will continue to purchase large amounts of ores and materials. We want as many as you can get. With 2 meta beasts, Lin Fei didn't have time to spare. He was prepared to equip the meta beasts as well. At the very least, he had to get a set of high-quality equipment. If you have the ability, you have to create. Time passed year after year. The Saint Spirit world remained peaceful. In this kind of calm, it was as if all the forces were restrained. The Sacred Body Mountain continued to buy all kinds of ores and materials for 100 years. A large amount of ores and materials were sent to the Sacred Body Mountain. All the heavenly deities of the Saint Spirit world began to mine ores. The Sacred Body Mountain was honest with both the old and the heavenly deities. Until now, no one knew what ores and materials were used for. All along, the Sacred Body Mountain only bought ores and materials. We still don't have enough ores and materials. Although Lin Fei offered a high price, the ores and materials were still scarce. Extracting them consumed a lot of energy. The ores and materials still couldn't meet Lin Fei's requirements. Holy Lord, good news, great news. The grand old ancestor rushed to the secret room. What's the good news that made you, the grand old ancestor, come here personally? Lin Fei was quite curious. The grand old ancestor said, Holy Lord, you definitely didn't expect that the people from the Beast Alliance are here. They said they want to cooperate with us. The Beast Alliance. For 100 years, the Beast Alliance did not do anything extreme. It was as if they had no interest in the Saint Spirit world. In Lin Fei's opinion, it was impossible for the Beast Alliance not to have any ambitions. As time passed, they would be exposed sooner or later. There was no doubt about that. Until now, there was not much news about the Beast Alliance. The humans did not dare to step into the Beast Alliance's sacred land easily. Those soul beasts killed people without batting an eye. The 5 top forces from the Black Territory did not mention anything about this matter. They were very consistent. That made everyone even more curious about the Beast Alliance's sacred land. In the main hall, sitting there was a soul beast with a lion's head. It was a genuine first-class soul beast. Most importantly, it had transformed into a human and beast form. The ultimate god of the Beast Alliance's sacred land. What a rare guest. My sacred body mountain has become brighter. Lin Fei smiled as soon as he came out. It's indeed stronger than Little Snake and Little Scorpion. It can even transform. The Little Snake and Little Scorpion that Lin Fei caught were not that strong. They were still a small step away from transforming. At first glance, Lin Fei knew how powerful the soul beast was. Sacred Master Lin, I'm from the Berserk Lion clan of the Beast Alliance's sacred land. You can call me Master Heaven's Wrath. The Heaven's Wrath Lion introduced himself with a loud and powerful voice. So it's fellow cultivator Heaven's Wrath. I've heard so much about you. Lin Fei said seriously. The information within the Beast Alliance's sacred land was not clear, and Lin Fei did not know much. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, the Heaven's Wrath Lion spoke first and asked someone to deliver a gift. Sacred Master Lin, this is a small token of appreciation from the Beast Alliance's sacred land. Please accept it. A Berserk Lion behind him took out a storage ring and asked someone to pass it to Lin Fei. Lin Fei glanced at the interior of the storage ring and was slightly surprised. It was filled with ores and materials. There were at least 1,000,000 tons of them. This greeting gift was not small. You're too polite. Since you're already here, why are you giving me a gift? Lin Fei accepted it without hesitation. The Heaven's Wrath Lion was delighted. Human race experts were indeed hypocrites. Although they spoke, they were not polite at all. You came all the way here. If there's anything you need help with, just ask. If I can help, I'll definitely help you. Lin Fei said seriously. If he could get along well with the Beast Alliance's sacred land, Lin Fei would be very happy. The 5 top forces that beat up the Spacetime Temple's big brother did not dare to do anything to the Beast Alliance's sacred land. How could Lin Fei not see through the secret behind this? There was definitely an expert overseeing this place. There was nothing wrong with building a relationship first. Sacred Master Lin is really a straightforward person. Our Beast Alliance's sacred land would like to do a business with your land for ores and materials. It's a big deal, a really big deal. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Chapter 3157. Big deal. Lin Fei would definitely be happy. The efficiency of extracting various materials from ores wasn't very high. It required a large amount of ores to be extracted. Lin Fei naturally hoped for as many as possible. Only then would the strength of the Saint Body Mountain increase. Previously, they had caught the Temporal Temple off guard and killed 2,000 of their elites. They might even be plotting how to destroy the Saint Body Mountain. Lin Fei had no choice but to be on guard. As for why he didn't send a hierarch to suppress the Saint Body Mountain, it was all thanks to the forces from the Black region. Who asked them to beat up the #1 brother of the Temporal Temple? The Saint Body Mountain controlled by Lin Fei was now a tough nut to crack. Without teeth, he might even lose a few teeth. If the Temporal Temple dared to make a move, they had to be prepared to pay the price. This was what Lin Fei was most at ease with. Those forces from the Black region were really good people. Big deal, a really big deal. Heaven's Fury Lion laughed, it's beyond Sacred Master Lin's imagination. Our Beast Alliance sacred ground can provide 1 billion tons of ores a year. Lin Fei was secretly moved. Currently, even though he was desperately buying ores, the amount of ores a year wasn't considered much. It was only between 100 million to 300 million tons. 1 billion tons of ores was indeed not a small amount. How long can it last? Lin Fei asked. At least 1,000 years. Then this deal had to be done. In 1,000 years, Lin Fei would definitely be able to arm the entire Jiang Royal Guard army. What do you want? Since they had brought him so much trouble, Lin Fei believed that they definitely had a motive. I heard that Sacred Master Lin is a straightforward person. Then I will get straight to the point. Heaven's Fury Lion said, I heard that Sacred Master Lin has a powerful technique called Undefeatable Devour. At the same time, you also have a body cultivation technique called 9 Heaven-Defying Physique. Our Beast Alliance Sacred Ground is very interested in this technique. Lin Fei knew that the Beast Alliance Sacred Ground wouldn't come for ordinary things. I am indebted to the Beast Alliance's Holy Land for thinking highly of us. We do have these 2 cultivation techniques. However, it is not worth it to exchange them with ores and materials. Lin Fei shook his head and said, I am afraid it is difficult to continue this cooperation. Wanting to use this to exchange for a cultivation technique, what a good plan. Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't agree. Otherwise, this thing would be too cheap. Currently, in the Saint Spirit domain, the Saint Body Mountain's invincible devouring and 9-tiered heaven-defying physique were extremely famous. It was a perfect combination of 2 complementary techniques. As a result, the school of body tempering was reinvigorated. Anyone could imagine that in the future, the Sacred Body Mountain School of Body Tempering would become a top-notch school, comparable to the School of Spacetime and School of Space. There was no doubt about this. As long as one wasn't a fool, they would be able to see it. It was impossible for the Beast Alliance Sacred Ground to exchange for it. You must be joking, Sacred Lord Lin. I haven't finished speaking yet. The Heavens Rage Wild Lion said, Our Beast Alliance's Holy Land is absolutely sincere. Trading ores is only one part of it. The other part is to gain the friendship of our Beast Alliance's Holy Land. This friendship is not something that anyone can obtain. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes, can this Sacred Lord understand that this is a threat? The Heavens Rage Wild Lion shook his head, no, you are mistaken. Our Beast Alliance's Holy Land advocates peace. We disdain to threaten you. We are just telling you the importance of friendship. Perhaps, Sacred Lord Lin doesn't understand. When our Beast Alliance's Holy Land arranged for me to come, we specially brought a message to Sacred Lord Lin. We believe that you will like it. What message? Are you sure that this Sacred Lord will like it? The Heavens Rage Wild Lion laughed and said, definitely. This message is actually related to the Disarray Star Sea. That place is a continent ruined from the outside world. In a certain ruined sect, there is something that you will be interested in. It is a complete divine shield. The attributes on it are very suitable for body tempering experts. This was the second time that Lin Fei heard about the divine shield. The last time he heard about it, he was also shocked. It seemed like there weren't many divine shields in the Saint Spirit domain. Divine shield, this is indeed a good piece of news. Lin Fei laughed and said, however, the disarray star sea is famous for being dangerous. Even with something like the divine shield, this sacred lord doesn't dare to enter rashly. I'm afraid that I will have to waste your good intentions. Lin Fei really couldn't forget that place. That person in the Vajra sect had killed a child with one slash. Even now, he still hadn't forgotten about it. Although he really wanted to go in and take a look, Lin Fei endured it. Who knew what kind of trouble he would encounter? The Heavens Rage Wild Lion was very surprised that this fellow wasn't tempted. That was a divine shield, an existence with superb attributes. Now that Lin Fei could extract materials from ores and fuse them together, it wasn't impossible to create something similar to the divine shield. It wouldn't be a problem to make a knockoff. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't take the risk. If the Beast Alliance's Holy Land knew about it, who knew if the other factions knew about it? He didn't want to become someone else's cannon fodder. It was better for him to just stand by the side. Sacred Lord Lin, that's a divine shield, a treasure at the peak of the body tempering school. The Heavens Rage Wild Lion didn't know what Lin Fei was thinking and continued to instigate. How many people wouldn't have the chance to see it in their lifetime? Only Sacred Lord Lin is qualified to use such a divine shield. Lin Fei still tactfully refused. No matter what the Heavens Rage Wild Lion said, Lin Fei still didn't show any signs of being interested. This made the Heavens Rage Wild Lion very confused. He really didn't know what this fellow was thinking. That was a divine shield, a good item that any expert would dream of. This sacred lord isn't interested in the divine shield. Whoever wants it can take it. Lin Fei said, however, the invincible devour and ninefold heaven-defying art can be traded. This sacred lord still cares about the friendship of the Beast Alliance's Holy Land. If you can increase the supply of ores, for example, to 3 or 5 billion tons a year, or if you can provide some special ores to this sacred lord, then it's not impossible to negotiate. As long as there were more ores, Lin Fei would be able to fuse a large amount of various resources. When the time came, who would be afraid of whom when he refined more treasures? Divine shield. What was there to care about? Everything could be made into a knockoff. The temporal temple had experienced the huge threat of treasures. The Heavens Rage Wild Lion suspected that he had heard wrongly. He didn't want the divine shield and wanted materials. What was this? After a moment, he was only left with excitement. The Beast Alliance's Holy Land didn't have much else, but it had mountains of ores. If that's the case, our Beast Alliance's Holy Land can guarantee that it won't be a problem. How about this? I'll get someone to bring a batch of special materials over. As long as Sacred Lord Lin likes it, you can take it. Chapter 3158. It was out of Lin Fei's expectations that the Beast Alliance Sacred Land would come to talk about ores. This was a tycoon. Invincible Devour. 9 heaven-defying heavenly bodies. No problem. Lin Fei couldn't wait for everyone to come and learn from such a powerful force. If they weren't obedient, he would deal with them one by one. He wasn't forcing them to cultivate. Since they were willing to cultivate, Lin Fei couldn't stop them. Half a month after Heaven's Wrath Lion left, he came again with items. Sacred Leader Lin, is there a spacious place? Heaven's Wrath Lion wanted to discuss this matter. Sacred Body Mountain's Invincible Devour and 9 heaven-defying heavenly bodies were a perfect combination. The Beast Alliance Sacred Land said that if they cultivated it, their strength would increase tremendously. Initially, he was worried that Lin Fei wouldn't agree. After all, this was the dazzling existence of Sacred Body Mountain. In the end, it was so easy. The other party didn't reject and the deacon needed to increase the supply of ores. To Heaven's Wrath Lion, it was obvious that Sacred Body Mountain wanted to gain the friendship of the Beast Alliance Sacred Land. The outside world said that Sacred Leader Lin Fei was a violent person. Now, it seemed that he wasn't that difficult to talk to. Whoosh! Whoosh! A large pile of materials was piled up like a mountain. There were all kinds of ores. Black, blue, red, white, everything was there. It was a dazzling sight. These are the most common ores. There are a total of 230 types here. Heaven's Wrath Lion said proudly, to be able to bring so many ores, no one would dare to say that they are the best. I wonder if Sacred Leader Lin is satisfied. Satisfied, very satisfied. Lin Fei was very happy. More than 200 ores covered all aspects. Master, it's too comprehensive. We can extract and fuse many materials. We have to get all of them. The Beast Alliance Sacred Land must have a large number of ores. Little Demoness said excitedly. Lin Fei was overjoyed. These are the ordinary ones. Sacred Leader Lin, you can take a look at these ores. Another pile of ores and materials appeared like a mountain. Different from the public, these ores were of high quality in terms of appearance and other aspects. These are all supreme-grade materials. In order to obtain the cultivation technique, the Beast Alliance Sacred Land had put in a lot of effort. Master, this is good stuff. There are several materials that Master needs. With them, you can condense some special material energy. Little Fiend said excitedly. In the past few hundred years, the Holy Body Mountain had been purchasing ores and materials, but the harvest was not very big. They were scattered and far from meeting Lin Fei's requirements. At this moment, Lin Fei saw hope. If they could reach an agreement with the Beast Alliance's Holy Land, the accumulation speed of the Holy Body Mountain would be greatly increased and the time required would be greatly reduced. When the Heaven's Fury Lion saw Lin Fei's appearance, it knew that this trip would definitely succeed. The negotiations were not very complicated. Lin Fei wanted as many ores as possible. At first, the Heavenly Fury Lion planned to obtain all the cultivation techniques. How could Lin Fei agree? He repeatedly mentioned how powerful the cultivation techniques were. The entire negotiation lasted for an entire day. Finally, everyone took a step back. Lin Fei gave the Beast Alliance Sacred Grounds the first 4 grades of the non-devouring and 9 heaven-defying heavenly bodies. In return, the Beast Alliance Sacred Grounds would provide 3.5 billion tons of ores and materials every year, including 100 million tons of supreme-grade materials. This period would last for 1,000 years. Both sides had their own plans. After the matter was settled, the first transaction was completed. Lin Fei took out the first grade method. They traded the first batch of ores and resources, a total of 3.5 billion tons, plus 1 billion tons of supreme-grade materials. The Heaven's Fury Lion left in satisfaction, bringing along the invincible devouring and the first grade of the 9 heaven-defying heavenly bodies. Holy Body Mountain Refining Base. A large amount of ores began to be extracted. Little Fiend, what kind of substance do you think supreme-grade materials can fuse into? This was something that Lin Fei was quite concerned about. It's definitely a good thing. It's a very rare anti-damage substance among substances. Little Fiend said proudly, those fools from the Beast Alliance Sacred Grounds are probably regretting it to death. It's an anti-damage substance, hee. Lin Fei was also shocked. It can't be, you can even get an anti-damage substance. Lin Fei had never thought of such a substance. Who am I? I'm the #1 Little Fiend in the world. Little Fiend said proudly, with the anti-damage substance, Master can create an anti-damage armor. This is a good thing. It can reduce 70 to 80% of the damage of a first-grade ultimate god. Anti-damage armor, what a great thing. Lin Fei smiled happily. Hurry up and get started. With the gravity helmet, sacred heavenly divine weapon, gale boots, and the anti-damage armor, he was completely armed. Beast Alliance Sacred Grounds. The Heaven's Fury Lion returned with the invincible devouring and 9 heaven-defying heavenly bodies and immediately became a great contributor. Good job, Heaven's Fury. Such a good thing is in our hands. Although it's only the 4th grade, we have experts in the Beast Alliance Sacred Grounds and can completely deduce it. The overall strength of our Beast Alliance Sacred Grounds is going to increase. That Lin Fei's Sacred Lord will definitely be dumbfounded when he finds out in the future. Exchanging useless ores for cultivation techniques, we've made a huge profit. The higher-ups of the Beast Alliance Sacred Grounds were all beaming with joy. It was beyond everyone's expectations to obtain such a good item so easily. They were worried that Lin Fei's Sacred Lord would reject it, but it turned out to be unexpectedly smooth. Heaven's Fury, I'll leave the ores in your hands from now on. The Beast Alliance Sacred Grounds was not happy about exchanging ores for cultivation techniques. Those things were all collected in the Yuan Miao world and only the Beast Alliance Sacred Grounds had the ability to obtain them. Many forces would be dumbfounded if the news were to spread. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei and the Beast Alliance Sacred Grounds had cooperated for 350 years. A large amount of ores and materials were continuously entering the Sacred Body Mountain. The cooperation between the two forces was very secretive and so far, no one knew about it. The anti-damage armor is really good stuff. Lin Fei kept attacking the divine slaughtering weapon. In the face of this barrage of attacks, the divine slaughtering weapon seemed to be unaffected. Only 30% of its power penetrated, while the other 70% was blocked. Such an anti-damage armor can be used for a very long time unless all the anti-damage materials are used up. Lin Fei looked at the armor from top to bottom. If it was not for the faint layer of anti-damage materials on the surface, who would have thought that this thing was so awesome? Master, there's another good item. The little devil said proudly, it's definitely a good item and will be very useful to Master. I obtained another material power. Lin Fei had a sudden idea. This material is relatively rare and it's difficult to obtain a large amount of it. However, it's not a big problem to satisfy Master alone. This material is called the armor-breaking material and is suitable to be used on divine weapons. Lin Fei took a deep breath. During these years, Lin Fei had not been idle. He read a large number of books and focused on understanding enchantment as it involved a large amount of elemental materials. Chapter 3159. This was an unexpected surprise for Lin Fei. He even had a defense-breaking substance. If the Beast Alliance's sacred ground knew about this, they would definitely faint 100 times over. This kind of enchantment was too rare, and most of the popular ones were the most common ones. The substances that Lin Fei had now were basically all top-notch enchantments. After the guards changed into the damage-free armor, they would be the scariest. They could practically sweep through everything in their path. Then help me add a defense-breaking substance to my Sacred Sky Tyrant Blade. This kind of defense-breaking substance was not a threat to body-tempering cultivators, but to the Arch Intent experts, the Arch Intent protection would lose its defensive ability. This was what Lin Fei wanted to see the most. The Arch Intent protection of the Arch Venerable was not simple. With the defense-breaking property, it would be easy to deal with the Arch Intent Venerables. Lin Fei did not forget to make an excellent damage-free armor for himself. Who said that body-tempering cultivators did not need damage-free armor? Why not use such a good thing? On the 500th year, Lin Fei's first guard army and second guard army were fully armed. They were all equipped with the same equipment and damage-free armor. They were a true elite force. For this, Lin Fei secretly brought them out to wipe out a few peripheral forces of the temporal temple. Along the way, even supremacies were killed in a few slashes. Those people's attacks could not break through the damage-free armor and the 9-tiered nature-defying armor. It was a perfect suppression. Lin Fei was satisfied. After a few hundred years, he had finally created a perfect elite force. After the Third Guard Army, they were also armed. The only difference was that they had damage-free armor. This thing was not cabbage. It could equip 3,000 guards with damage-free armor. While Lin Fei was crafting the enchantment equipment on the Sacred Body Mountain, the Saint Spirit world was no longer peaceful. Almost all the forces in the Black region had come out. They either joined the major forces or formed their own factions. The entire Saint Spirit world was in a mess. All the major forces were recruiting soldiers. The Devil Motherland and the Devil Palace were the craziest. They swaggered about and captured heavenly deities from the Black region, causing a lot of complaints. However, no one dared to do anything. This was especially true for Mo Zongwa. His origin deity Lake had defeated the entire Great Alliance in one fell swoop. The Temporal Temple had suffered a huge blow because of this. After fighting for power in the Black Realm, the battlefield entered the Scattered Star Sea. It was rumored that there was a divine shield somewhere. The various forces entered and fought a great battle. You hit me, I hit you, the battle was intense. Hearing this news, Lin Fei just smiled faintly. No matter how good the item was, could it compare to his own enchanted equipment? The Divine Lord. He could make a knockoff of it. Lin Fei was not interested in these things. The only thing he was interested in was the continent that had been sealed. The time to break the seal was getting closer and closer. The power of the seal was also gradually weakening. This affected the thoughts of countless people. After all, that was a place full of unknown secrets. Master, if you want more powerful materials, you need to find more ores. Under a tree on the Sacred Body Mountain. It was rare for Lin Fei to relax for a moment. Listening to the words of the little devil, he fell into deep thought. Currently, there were a few powerful materials. Paralysis materials, defense-breaking materials, sharp metal materials, etc. If any of them were to be taken out, it would cause an uproar. In particular, paralysis and injury immunity. The former was easy to deal with, but the latter was priceless. If one thought that these were top-tier materials, one would be gravely mistaken. Through those ancient books, Lin Fei knew that there were even more powerful materials. If he had enough ores, it wouldn't be a problem to enchant time and space in the future. I suggest Master to expand your influence. Of course, it's not your violent influence, but the influence of the Sacred Body Mountain, said the little devil. Lin Fei understood. Don't tell me you want me to take out my enchanted equipment. Some enchanted equipment like the storm battle boots were piled up in the Sacred Body Mountain. These things were too easy to refine, so Lin Fei didn't care much about them. After listening to the little devil, Lin Fei knew how to expand his influence. Well, I believe everyone will be happy to use all kinds of ores to buy enchanted equipment. The little devil laughed. No one can refuse this feeling of huge improvement. Lin Fei thought for a moment. Master, the Saint Spirit world is very big, and there are all kinds of ores. If you want to get more powerful materials for enchantment, you have to get as many materials as possible. In the entire Saint Spirit world, I am the only one who can extract and fuse materials. Those enchantment masters are as weak as slag compared to me. Lin Fei thought about it and agreed. A Beast Alliance sacred ground could produce more than 200 types of ores. Even though they were all common models, it proved one thing: the Saint Spirit domain had an uncountable number of ores. Only the little devil could fuse materials. We can try. Lin Fei found the 3 old ancestors. What do you think about opening an auction house? The kind that happens once a year, once a decade, and once a century. Lin Fei voiced his thoughts and sought the opinions of the three of them. After all, they were experienced people and had seen a lot of things. In the eyes of the three old ancestors, the Sacred Body Mountain's current influence was all brought about by Holy Lord Lin Fei. For example, they were blinded by the damage immunity armor that they had recently obtained. He could even take out such a good thing. It was something they had never dared to think about in their entire lives. Even if they were not ultimate gods, they did not have to be afraid if they were to face an ultimate god. The damage immunity armor was not just for show. It could withstand at least 70% of an ultimate god's power. We have no objections. We will support the Holy Lord no matter what he does. Lin Fei was speechless. Since when did they worship him so much? Forget about asking for their opinions. Lin Fei decided to open an auction house to auction enchanted equipment. Lin Fei left the Sacred Body Mountain with a group of 100 personal guards. He went to promote it. This matter had provoked the elders of the Sacred Body Mountain quite a bit. The Holy Lord went to promote the auction house personally. What kind of a thing was that? Lin Fei's first target was the Beast Alliance Sacred Ground. They were partners. It would not be good if they did not promote it. The Heaven's Fury Lion was stunned when he heard that Lin Fei was coming. Why did this guy have the mood to come? He reported the news to the upper echelons. After a discussion, they decided to let the Heaven's Fury Lion receive Lin Fei. Lin Fei arrived outside the Beast Alliance Sacred Ground. He scanned the area from a large distance. Lin Fei wanted to test the true strength of an existence that could make the Black Domain forces afraid of him. It was an open investigation so no one would know about him. Lin Fei was very confident about this. Warning, warning. There is great danger here. There are 3 terrifying auras that can kill Master instantly. Chapter 3160. This was the first time the system had reminded him like this. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. A strength that instantly killed him. Oh my god, what kind of expert is in the Beast Alliance Sacred Ground? Ever since he stepped into the Saint Spirit world, everything had been smooth sailing. He had seen many experts, but he had never been reminded by the system like this. This was a true instant kill. Little devil, what kind of expert is it to be able to instantly kill me? Lin Fei tried his best to remain calm. He couldn't let anyone see through him. If that happened, he would really be done for. A very powerful existence. Their strength can instantly destroy all of Master's defenses. Little Devil said solemnly. So, Master needs to continue working hard. Work hard. I'm already working hard, all right. Ding. In view that Master has encountered a terrifying existence, special prestige exclusive support activated. Ding. Prestige exclusive support loading. 10%, 20%, 30%. Lin Fei was completely dumbfounded. What was it that had popped up again? Prestige exclusive support. It sounded like a high-class existence. The loading process wasn't very long. Sacred Lord Lin, what brings you here? When the Heaven's Rage Wild Lion came out to receive Lin Fei, he could only suppress Lin Fei's desire to investigate. Lin Fei smiled and said, "This Sacred Lord of the Beast Alliance Holy Land has been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. After all, if the famous Beast Alliance Holy Land didn't make a trip here, it would be a joke." Such a compliment to the Beast Alliance Sacred Ground made the Heaven's Fury Lion smile. Ha ha ha, I like straightforward people. Sacred Lord Lin, please come in. The Heaven's Fury Lion was elated and took out some good stuff to receive Lin Fei. What good stuff? Lin Fei exclaimed. That's true. Only our Beast Alliance Sacred Ground has such things. As for other places, you can't even see it. The Heaven's Fury Lion took out a special wine and said proudly. 2 cups. Lin Fei stated his purpose. Our sacred body mountain will be preparing for a period of time to hold an auction. I hope that fellow Taoist Heaven's Fury will grace us with your presence. Lin Fei said. Auction. Heaven's Fury Lion was not interested. This is a product developed by our sacred body mountain, which is also a treasure. You can take it and try it out. In any case, it's free. Lin Fei took out 10 pairs of storm battle boots and placed them in front of the Heavenly Fury Lion. Product. The Heaven's Fury Lion did not know whether to laugh or cry. Since when did the Saint Heavenly Mountain start doing such business? They even took the initiative to deliver the goods to their doorstep. At first, he did not care about it. Driven by his curiosity, the Heavenly Rage Lion found someone to use it on and was immediately moved. This thing could actually increase his speed. This was good stuff. Sacred Lord Lin, this is good stuff. It has such speed. This is an authentic piece of enchanted equipment. The Heaven's Fury Lion said excitedly. The Beast Alliance sacred grounds were powerful, but they also had their shortcomings. In terms of treasures, they had not been able to improve, especially enchanted equipment. If they wanted enchanted equipment, they would have to bid for it in the auction or buy it from others. Lin Fei's Stormwind combat boots immediately attracted everyone's attention. Of course, it's definitely authentic. Our Beast Alliance sacred grounds will definitely come. They would definitely not miss such a good opportunity. Leaving the Beast Alliance sacred grounds, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, he had his first advertising target. He could tell that the fellow was very attentive and was testing him with his words. Checking the loading status, it seemed like it was still loading. Lin Fei quickly left the Beast Alliance sacred grounds. With an existence that could instantly kill him, if he did not run further away, when would he be able to? Little devil, who are the 3 existences in the Beast Alliance sacred grounds? Why didn't any news spread? Can I take a look? Sure. An image appeared in Lin Fei's mind. It was in an independent space. 3 huge figures were entrenched, as if they were in deep sleep. When he saw them, it was as if a huge wave came crashing down. Lin Fei bled from his 7 orifices and fell from the sky, smashing into a mountain. Little devil, come out. Why didn't you warn me? Lin Fei laid in a huge pit, his face was pale and bloodless. Master, you didn't say anything. Little devil was very innocent. Lin Fei vomited blood. Before he could see the 3 huge figures clearly, he was already heavily injured by their terrifying aura. It was not an ordinary feeling, he was really unlucky. I just warned Master. They are existences that can instantly kill Master, so they are naturally very powerful. Otherwise, why would they warn you? Continue. Lin Fei was glad that he was still strong, otherwise, he would be finished. I was wondering why those peak powers of the Black Region, Temporal Temple, and the others didn't have any objections to the expansion of the Beast Alliance sacred grounds. It turns out that there are 3 giants. Lin Fei took a deep breath and used his life force to recover from his injuries. However, he used up 30% of it. Don't come to the Beast Alliance sacred grounds if you have nothing to do. If he appeared with his true body, Lin Fei didn't doubt that he could kill someone with a single aura, or even a glance. After leaving the Beast Alliance sacred grounds, Lin Fei visited one power after another. As long as they were rich and powerful, they would all become his targets. You are Sacred Lord Lin Fei, what do you want? The name Lin Fei had quite a lot of influence. Bringing a group of personal guards to their doorstep had indeed frightened quite a number of forces. The combat power of the Temporal Temple was famous. The space-time elites of the Temporal Temple had suffered greatly and were completely annihilated. Therefore, the reputation of the guards had spread far and wide. "I'm here to deliver something. Something good." Every time he went to a place, Lin Fei would deliver the storm battle boots, saying that they were enchanted equipment. Then, he would leave, leaving people looking at each other in dismay. For a moment, many powers didn't understand what this violent person was trying to do. However, after using the storm battle boots, they couldn't remain calm anymore. Good stuff. It can actually increase one's speed. We must participate in the auction. What a high-end enchanted equipment. Those who had used it were full of praises. Black Region Mountain, Sage Sept, and other powers, Lin Fei also visited them. Not allowed to enter. Leave the item and leave. Enchanted equipment was worth a try. After Lin Fei left, everyone knew that Sacred Lord Lin Fei of the Sacred Body Mountain had personally come to promote the auction and had even gifted the storm battle boots. For a moment, everyone was quite curious. Since when did the Sacred Body Mountain start auctioning enchanted equipment? At this moment, the Heavenly Feather Race announced. Chapter 3161. The Heavenly Feather Race was the first to mock him. Lin Fei and the Heavenly Feather Race had quite the enmity between them. When they found out that the Saint Body Mountain was buying ores in large quantities, they had already sent people to investigate. However, they did not find anything. After all, the Saint Body Mountain was no longer the same as before. Any spy who dared to investigate the Saint Body Mountain would not have a good ending. The guards were not to be trifled with. No matter where they came from, they would be overshadowed by the guards. The elites of the Temporal Temple were a good example. This was not a secret. Lin Fei had personally led a team to spread the news, so the Heavenly Feather Race would definitely mock him. Very soon, other factions joined in the ridicule. The Imperial Treasure Sect, which was second only to the Heavenly Feather Clan, also ridiculed Lin Shanfei, saying that he was worthless. The Imperial Treasure Sect was a faction that specialized in enchanting treasures. They had a lot of influence and many enchanting techniques. Many enchanting equipment came from this faction. In the past few hundred years, Lin Fei's Saint Body Mountain had indirectly offended the Imperial Treasure Sect by buying ores. Prices rose while profits fell. Even if they were not enemies, they were still enemies. Now that there was such a good opportunity, they should quickly mock the Saint Body Mountain. If they could defeat the Saint Body Mountain, they would have done so long ago. Lin Fei also said something to the mockery outside. If you have the ability, come to the Saint Body Mountain. If you don't, then don't blindly compete. His domineering words caused many people to vomit blood. Who didn't know that the Saint Body Mountain was not to be trifled with? Especially the guards. Until now, no one knew how strong they were. This also caused the Saint Body Mountain to be shrouded in a mysterious veil. Saint Body Mountain, in a secret room. With the Heavenly Feather Race and the Imperial Treasure Sect leading the way, everyone could not help but be concerned. Lin Fei even thanked them for their help. With the performance of the storm battle boots, he believed that many people would be interested in this auction. Enchanting equipment was the mainstream now. Who didn't have one or two enchanting equipment? Loading successful. Prestige exclusive support activating. Lin Fei was waiting for this exclusive support function. After loading for 10 days, it was finally completed. Lin Fei was looking forward to it. This time around, what kind of benefits would the system bring him? Just thinking about it made him excited. An attribute column appeared in Lin Fei's vision. Player, Lin Fei Realm, Ultimate God, Physical Body, Reputation, 0. It was a very simple introduction. This seems too simple. Lin Fei was confused. Just as he finished speaking. At the bottom of the stats column, a large Shang word appeared in front of Lin Fei's eyes. He tried to click on it, and it really opened. He jumped to another page. It was just like the game shop. One grid after another appeared, and each grid was gray in color. However, when he saw the contents of the grid, Lin Fei's eyes widened. This benefit is too good. Lin Fei was so excited that he couldn't wait to hug the little devil and give it a kiss. This was simply made for him. All of these boxes were filled with skills. Yes, they were all skills. Each skill required a certain amount of reputation to be purchased and used. That was also the reason why Lin Fei was so excited. Knowing that he was going to face danger, the system opened an exclusive support function for prestige. It really deserved 100 likes. It was made with a conscience. After feeling the terror of the Beast Alliance Sacred Ground's 3 giants, Lin Fei really felt like he was shrouded in danger. A Beast Alliance Sacred Ground was already so powerful, let alone the other forces. Space teleportation, 100 million reputation. This skill was amazing. It could teleport ultimate god experts out. 100% teleportation rate. The effect was great for those below 5th class ultimate god. As for those above 5th class ultimate god, they needed to consume more reputation to use it. 10,000 layers of suppression, 300 million reputation. Infinite defense, 1 billion reputation. Substitution conversion, 200 million reputation. He looked at the skills one by one. Lin Fei felt that it was worth it to look at them. These skills were also divided into levels. From level 1 to level 9, there was a comprehensive support function. The consumption of reputation would also increase accordingly. Lin Fei also looked at the life-saving skills. They all cost billions of reputation points, which was an astronomical number. Moreover, they were single-use skills. They were incomparably expensive. Master, this is tailor-made by the system for you. Are you satisfied? The three-dimensional image of the little devil appeared. Of course, I'm satisfied. Lin Fei said happily. It would be great if the power could be reduced. The little devil rolled its eyes. By the way, how do I get reputation? Lin Fei asked. If it was not easy to get, he would be really dumbfounded. He could only drool with so many skills. Reputation is actually very easy to get. The little devil explained, as long as Master continues to do shocking and terrifying things, you will naturally gain reputation. The more people there are, the more reputation you will get. Can I understand that as long as I keep doing things, the bigger the commotion, the more reputation I will get? Lin Fei said. It must be something big, such as an auction. The more people know about you, the more emotions they have toward you, such as fear, envy, jealousy, and so on, you will gain reputation. Lin Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If that was the case, it was not that difficult to gain reputation. Lin Fei was still confident about this. No matter how difficult it was, he had to work hard for the various skills of Niu-Shi-San. Especially the skills at the end, Lin Fei did not know where the little devil got them from. They were definitely big scenes. It was a true exclusive support function. At the very least, with enough reputation, Lin Fei did not have to worry about his life. For example, there was a skill called substitution teleportation. Once he was attacked, he would immediately teleport to a safe place. Such a skill was very useful. There were also some super long-range attacks. He could attack any force in the Saint Spirit domain from the Saint Body Mountain. That was terrifying. Lin Fei was very clear about how big the Saint Spirit domain was. I really have to take out something good for the auction this time. I have to gain some reputation first. Lin Fei had originally planned to hold back, but it seemed that he could not do so now. After the exclusive prestige support function was activated, Lin Fei could receive 200,000 to 300,000 reputation every day. All of them came from the Saint Body Mountain, and some from the Saint Spirit domain. In a year, he would receive 1 to 200 million reputation. To Lin Fei, this was just a drop in the bucket. He had to accumulate a sum of reputation in the shortest time possible to save his life. Otherwise, he would not even know when he would suffer a huge loss. Then, he would really have no place to cry. He had to promote the auction as much as possible. The three patriarchs started to get busy and promote the auction. Chapter 3162. The Sacred Body Mountain's first auction would be held in a year's time. At that time, they would grandly introduce the latest enchanted equipment, and all parties were welcome to participate in the auction. It was guaranteed to be the most celebratory event of their lives. This was the news released by the Sacred Body Mountain. They were boastful, as if enchanted equipment was the best. Some people were happy, while others were unhappy. Those who had used the storm combat boots before all clapped and cheered. The effect was really good. After wearing it, their speed had greatly increased. They were not supremacies, but they had the speed of supremacies. This was an extravagant dream for any heavenly god. When their speed increased, their chances of survival would naturally increase. If the storm combat boots were already this good, then what about other enchanted equipment? However, when another piece of news came out, everyone was a little dumbfounded. The auction this time didn't accept anything else but all kinds of ores and materials. Regardless of whether they were low-grade or high-grade, they were all accepted. This caused everyone to be stunned. What was the Sacred Body Mountain trying to do? Everyone began to laugh. The Sacred Body Mountain was going to become a big mine, and they wanted all kinds of materials. They really didn't know if there was something wrong with their heads. However, soon, many factions were happy. Using ores and materials to bid for enchanted equipment would save them a lot of money. Didn't that faction occupy a few minds? It can't be, right? Prestige can also be obtained like this. Looking at the system's increased prestige today, Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It must be because of the news of the exchange of ores and materials. Usually, it would be 2 to 300,000, but today, it had suddenly gained 1 million prestige. This was a small surprise. Master, prestige is actually something very illusory. As long as it can affect something, it will naturally produce prestige. Little Devil explained, for example, this auction for enchanted equipment, who knows how many people are secretly laughing. After all, enchanted equipment is not cheap. Lin Fei laughed loudly. That's true. This kind of prestige will continue to increase because you have benefited everyone. Do your best, Master. The Sacred Body Mountain would go to promote the auction every once in a while. The slogan was very loud. Do you want enchanted equipment? No crystals, no money, just cheap ores. Whether it's you or anyone else, you can get an enchanted equipment. Are you tempted? Hurry up and take action. This kind of slogan spread throughout the entire Saint Spirit domain. Everyone was familiar with it. The first to respond were a group of people who did not have much money. They began to search for ores. In any case, ores were too cheap. Any heavenly god powerhouse could dig out several dozen tons of ores without a problem as long as they were willing to work hard. Enchanted equipment could be obtained with ores. Who wouldn't be tempted? At the same time, the Sacred Body Mountain also held an event. Every day, the first 100 would receive an enchanted equipment regardless of the type of ores they handed in. In just a year, the outer city of the Holy Body Mountain was packed with people. They all came for the enchanted equipment. At first, no one believed it. However, as more and more heavenly god powerhouses exchanged for the enchanted equipment and used it, they were attracted by its powerful effects, and it immediately got out of hand. Holy Lord Lin Fei is such a good person. This was a great benefit for his conscience. Which force in the entire Saint Spirit domain could produce something of this quality and at such a low price? Don't squeeze. Ma Dan, do you want to die? I'm selling my spot. I'm in the top 80. This is a rare opportunity. If you miss it, there won't be another one. Sacred Body Mountain, outside the city. A long line appeared. Everyone lined up obediently. As for cutting the line, they would not dare to do so even if they had 100 guts. The guards here were not to be trifled with. Last time, a supremacy powerhouse had behaved atrociously here. In the end, a group of guards had come out and directly suppressed him. They had hung him on the city walls of the Sacred Body Mountain and whipped him for a month. From then on, no one dared to cut the line anymore. Every time the guards came to patrol, everyone looked at them with a trace of fear. If only there were 1,000 people every day. The Gale battle boots are good stuff. Last time, I was chased by a half-origin beast, and all my companions died. At the crucial moment, the Gale battle boots still saved my life. There are benefits every day. What else do you want? Although everyone said that, they were still very grateful to Holy Lord Lin Fei. They contributed a lot of prestige to Lin Fei every day. The first to arrive at the Sacred Body Mountain was not the major powers. Instead, it was the Jingguang clan's invincible Jin, who had received Lin Fei's favor. He brought a dozen or so experts and arrived outside the Sacred Body City. Fellow Daoist Lin is really good. Nowadays, those itinerant cultivators all bring large amounts of ores and materials to exchange for enchanted equipment. Invincible Jin sighed as he looked at the long line. The Jingguang clan also had the Gale battle boots, so their effects were naturally top-notch. The only thing that Invincible Jin could not figure out was what kind of refinement technique Lin Fei had obtained. He actually wanted to start making enchanted equipment. He was trying to steal their food. If the auction was successful, the Sacred Body Mountain's influence would expand again. Enchanted equipment had always been monopolized. Ordinary heavenly gods would have to spend more than half of their entire fortune to obtain enchanted equipment. If Lin Fei kept using ores and materials to exchange for enchanted equipment, Invincible Jin did not even dare to imagine what would happen. By then, enchanted equipment would be cheap cabbages. Come, let's go meet an old friend. Invincible Jin brought some people over. Lin Fei personally came out to welcome them. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Lin Fei had always believed in this saying. Fellow Daoist Lin, this is a small gift from the Jingguang clan. After exchanging greetings, Invincible Jin took out a storage ring. There are some ores inside. I hope you will like them. There were a total of 500 million tons of ores and materials in this storage ring. It was indeed a small gift. Lin Fei happily accepted it. He was not interested in other things, but ores were good stuff. They could be used to extract various substances. Brother Jin, you've given me a gift. As a friend, I can't take advantage of you. So, I've decided to give you a gift as well. 1,000 pairs of storm battle boots and 200 pieces of sacred heaven divine weapons with the metal attribute. Invincible Jin's eyes widened. He was overjoyed. Fellow Daoist Lin, you are too generous. Invincible Jin regretted not gifting them more. The former was easy to deal with, but the latter was definitely good stuff, and the Golden Light race was in need of it. Invincible Jin was really grateful to Lin Fei. It was the same for the experts behind him. An unenchanted elemental energy divine weapon was indeed powerful, but it was a different story if it was enchanted with an elemental energy attribute. Back then, when the Jingguang clan was at its peak, they had a 5-elemental divine weapon. That was truly terrifying. Unfortunately, they lost it. We are friends. What do you think? Chapter 3163. Lin Fei and Invincible Gold happily negotiated a deal. As long as it was a mine, Lin Fei would not reject it. The production cost was very low, and the profits were very high. If there were some special materials in it, it would definitely be a huge profit. The extracted ores could also be refined into treasures. Killing two birds with one stone. After the deal was settled, Invincible Gold was extremely grateful to Lin Fei. As long as these enchanted equipment were equipped, the strength of the Jingguang tribe would greatly increase. Once the sacred body mountain rose, it would be able to produce enchanted equipment in large quantities. At that time, if heavenly gods did not have a few enchanted equipment, they would be tortured to death. This was the era of enchanted equipment. The sacred body mountain would be the door to the enchanted era. A year had passed, and the auction was about to begin. There were many forces this time, big and small. Among them, there were some gossiping parties, and there were also people who came to watch. Ha ha ha, you're here too. I'm here to see if it's true to exchange ores for enchanted equipment. I guess everyone has the same idea. I wonder what Holy Lord Lin Fei wants to do. I've never heard of the Sacred Body Mountain enchanted equipment. That's a profound knowledge. Otherwise, the Heavenly Feather Clan and the Imperial Treasure Sect wouldn't be able to monopolize 70 to 80% of the enchanted equipment market. The Sacred Body Mountain was very lively. No one from the Heavenly Feather Clan or the Imperial Treasure Sect came. Clearly, they were not interested. Who would have the confidence to bid for enchanted equipment with ores? Enchanted equipment was a matter that required a lot of time and energy. The cost of any enchanted equipment was extremely high, and it was not something that ordinary heavenly gods could afford. Even high lords had to grit their teeth. Therefore, when the Sacred Body Mountain used ores to exchange for enchanted equipment, even if it was just a pair of Gale battle boots, they would be overjoyed. More importantly, the enchantment effect of the Gale battle boots surpassed any battle boots that increased speed. That was quite impressive. Most of the people in today's auction were here to watch the show. A pair of Gale battle boots was not enough to attract everyone's attention. Unless the Sacred Body Mountain had other auction items. But was that possible? Who didn't know that enchantment equipment required a lot of thought? The higher the grade of the enchanted equipment, the more manpower it would require. It would also require a master to oversee it. However, the Sage Body Mountain had neither. Master Enchanter. Nothing happened. This was also the reason why the Heavenly Feather Clan, the Imperial Treasure Sect, and other enchantment powers did not come. He's not worthy of my liking. Most of the people attending the auction were second- and third-rate forces. Not many first-rate forces had come. However, the Dark Shadow Palace was the only peak force present. As for the peak forces from the Black Domain, not a single one had come. It was obvious that no one had much confidence in the Sacred Body Mountain's enchanted equipment. A pair of storm battle boots wasn't worth their attention. If it was a divine weapon, then it would be fine. As for the others, forget it. The Heavenly Feather Clan and the Imperial Treasure Sect were the true experts. In everyone's opinion, the Sacred Body Mountain's Lin Fei was joking. The auction was held on the Holy Body Mountain. The Sacred Body Mountain had put in a lot of effort to organize the auction well. Today's auction was packed with people, and many of them were there to join in the fun. Young Master, is there a need for us to come to such an insignificant auction? In a corner of the auction, a young servant said in a low voice. His face was filled with disdain. Even though the Sacred Body Mountain was quite famous, it couldn't be compared to the large-scale auctions held by the Heavenly Feather Clan. Beside the servant was a young master. He was dressed in luxurious clothes. The most eye-catching thing about him was his eyes. They were ice blue in color, which was extremely unusual. This Lin Fei is really good at stirring up trouble. Who knows if he will do something else this time? Can you guarantee that? The young master laughed. From being the weakest of the 10 great sects, an existence that was almost forgotten by everyone, to once again shine with brilliance. The temporal temples suffered such a loss, but they didn't take revenge. Do you think that this Lin Fei is a simple person? The young servant laughed dryly. This matter was really hard to say. The moment the auction started, the first ancestor of the three ancestors personally appeared, causing a commotion. Everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. Everyone has participated in auctions before. However, I believe that this will be everyone's first time participating in this auction. The first ancestor said loudly, for example, when everyone enters, they will be given a number plate. Don't look down on this number plate. Later on, the benefits will be on the number plate. The moment the first ancestor mentioned the benefits, it attracted everyone's attention. The moment the first ancestor said that, the people who came to participate in the auction started cheering. There was actually such a benefit. Everyone present had their horizons broadened. It turned out that during the auction, the first ancestor would personally draw 10 number plates to obtain an enchanted equipment for free. There were a total of 5 such draws. This was equivalent to obtaining a piece of enchanted equipment for free. This Lin Fei really knows how to play. Giving out enchanted equipment for free, he is truly rich and overbearing. The young master laughed, even I am tempted by it. At this moment, the young servant said softly, "Young master, that fellow is here. He is at the top left corner." The young master did not look at him. It seems that I am not the only one interested in this auction. The auction has not started yet, but everyone's emotions have been stirred up, After the first ancestor announced the benefits, the first auction began. Since this is the first auction, our Saint Body Mountain is also promoting enchanted equipment, so there are not many of them. However, each of them is of high quality. Now, the first enchanted equipment will be auctioned, Gale Combat Boots. Currently, this enchanted equipment was known by the most people. Once the Gale Combat Boots appeared, the speed advantage of the High Lords and Great Sovereigns was gone. This made those people very unhappy. A dignified High Lord was unable to catch up to a small celestial god. Needless to say, that scene was too embarrassing. Gale Combat Boots, the starting price is 100,000 tons of ordinary ores. Today, there will be a total of 50 stacks, 100 Gale Combat Boots per stack. Hearing this price, everyone was dumbfounded. Cheap. Too cheap. They all thought that they had misheard. This was really a cabbage price. Were they going to popularize enchanted equipment? The second and third-rate forces were grinning from ear to ear. 500,000 tons. The price began to rise. No one was willing to give up. Ordinary ores were not separated by type. When they arrived, everyone had a list of them and categorized them. No matter what, they had to get a stack of Gale Combat Boots. Since other people already had them, if they did not, they would be chased by others. Chapter 3164. What a great deal. 10 sets of Gale Battle Boots were worth around 30 million tons of ordinary ores. The first Gale Battle Boots sold for around 300 million tons of ordinary ores. The people who came to the auction all squinted their eyes and were overjoyed. They were also able to enjoy such a good item. With the Gale Battle Boots, it was clear who was better. After the first item was auctioned, the first benefit came. Although there were only 10 Gale Battle Boots, it was still a benefit. They didn't have to pay a single cent, so who wouldn't be happy? Ha ha ha, I won. I also won. Gale Battle Boots, it's finally my turn, ha ha ha. The 10 lucky heavenly gods quickly obtained the Gale Battle Boots, and their faces were filled with bright smiles. If they were to buy them, they didn't know how much money they would have to spend. The second piece of enchanted equipment. Everyone was very curious. The first item was already so good, so what about the second? The second piece of enchanted equipment for auction today is something that everyone must have when going out. It's the Holy Injury Exemption Shield, and it provides a certain amount of injury immunity. This is the greatest research of our sacred body mountain. Due to the limitations of our standards, we can only infuse 10% of the damage immunity into the Holy Injury Exemption Shield, the first elder said with an ashamed expression. Everyone's ears perked up. As soon as the Holy Injury Exemption Shield appeared, everyone's eyes lit up. Good stuff, it's really good stuff. The power of injury immunity was something that heavenly gods didn't dare to ignore. During a battle, if one could negate a portion of the power, it meant that one wouldn't be seriously injured. The longer the battle, the more damage immunity there would be. In comparison, one would have a huge advantage. The sacred body mountain is too powerful. They even made the Holy Injury Exemption Shield, which provides 10% damage immunity. I've never seen a piece of enchanted equipment in my life. It's such a good deal this time. No matter what, we have to get the Holy Injury Exemption Shield. Immunity to damage was definitely one of the most unique enchantments. However, the burly man from the Sacred Body Mountain had actually mastered an enchantment that could nullify damage. This was definitely shocking to everyone. Injury immunity was one of the most powerful enchantments. Young master, they're actually able to grasp the immunity substance. This is too inconceivable. The young servant was almost speechless. A strange look flashed in the eyes of the blue-eyed young master. He was also shocked in his heart. Everyone's going to be shocked. Even an immunity enchantment. The young master could imagine that after today, the Sacred Body Mountain was going to take a big bite out of the Saint Spirit domain. Who could resist the temptation of the Sacred Invulnerable Shield and the Sacred Invulnerable Armor? Most importantly, the price that Sacred Body Mountain had offered was simply too low. It was so low that all the heavenly gods would desperately search for ores and materials. Be it high grade or low grade, the Sacred Body Mountain welcomed all ores and materials. There were a total of 30 divine damage immune shields. Each of them sold for 80 to 100 million tons of common ores. If it was advanced ores, it would only cost 10 million tons. That's right, the ratio of high-grade ores to ordinary ores was 1 to 10. Everyone was quite satisfied with this exchange. The bidders were all very excited. If the second item was already like this, then what about the rest? It was really worth looking forward to. Lin Fei saw everything clearly through the little devil. His prestige was increasing rapidly. I'm a good person. I want to make the enchanted equipment common in the Saint Spirit domain. That way, my prestige will increase rapidly. I believe that after this auction, my prestige will soon exceed 1 billion. At that time, I will be able to exchange for a powerful killing move. Ordinary experts were not worthy of Lin Fei's treatment. A godly venerable level physical body could do anything. Soon, the news will spread. Heavenly Feather Race, Imperial Treasure Sect, let's see how you're going to deal with this. Let's see how you're going to deal with it. Let's see how you'll fall until you go bankrupt. I'm really looking forward to it. At the auction venue, one by one, the enchanted equipment appeared. The spies in the corner were all pale and sweating. They were really scared out of their wits. Sacred Invulnerable Shield. Sacred Invulnerable Armor. Sacred Gravity Scepter. These 3 enchanted equipment were already too much for them to handle. Report it immediately. The Saint Body Mountain has high-level enchanted equipment and is auctioning it at an extremely low price. Once it becomes popular, no one will be able to stop it. The spies were also knowledgeable and immediately sent the news back. The Heavenly Feather Race and the Imperial Treasure Sect did not take the Saint Body Mountain's auction seriously. According to the usual practice, they still sent spies over to investigate. When the time came, it would be very interesting to laugh at it. Something big has happened. The Saint Body Mountain has high-level enchanted equipment. One by one, the spies reported back. No one dared to hesitate. This was a big deal. As long as one was not an idiot, they could imagine that the Saint Body Mountain was going to start an era of enchantment. A new era. Enchanted equipment had always been very expensive. If it was widely available, it would definitely start an era. No matter how hostile those people were to Lin Fei before, once everyone could obtain cheap enchanted equipment, these people would definitely praise Holy Lord Lin Fei everywhere. Holy Lord Lin Fei was definitely crazy. No matter how big the Saint Body Mountain was, they could not afford such wasteful behavior. Heavenly Feather Race. A few of the higher-ups were drinking tea together and watching a beautiful dance. I remember that today is the Saint Body Mountain's auction. I wonder what the situation is like. It's probably just a small fight. One of the higher-ups laughed. That's right. Those violent people from the Sacred Body Mountain don't have any masters or enchantment techniques. What do they know? They actually have the nerve to auction enchantment equipment. I don't know what's wrong with them. I can guarantee that the Saint Body Mountain will become a big joke in the Saint Spirit domain tomorrow. If our Heavenly Feather Race says that enchantment is second, who dares to say that they are first? Who does Lin Fei think he is? The higher-ups of the Heavenly Feather Race did not have a good impression of Lin Fei. They had been extorted by Lin Fei once. The paralysis scepter was taken away, and the prodigy was hung up. The Heavenly Feather Race's face was swollen. Cheers to that bastard Lin Fei's misfortune. The higher-ups raised their glasses in celebration. Although they could not take down Lin Fei for the time being, they were happy to see Lin Fei's misfortune. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open, and a sky god ran in. Something bad has happened. The Saint Body Mountain has high-level enchantments. They have immunity and gravity. They are also bidding at an extremely low price. The sky god who came and reported. Gotcha, gotcha. The ground was filled with cracking sounds. The Imperial Treasure sect was also watching the Saint Body Mountain's Lin Fei make a fool of himself. They had no enmity with Lin Fei. As people who had high-level enchantments, they had always looked down on violent people like Lin Fei. Don't even think about entering the field of enchantment. The Imperial Treasure sect was prepared. After the auction ended, they would send people to publicize the Saint Body Mountain's auction. They wanted to make it known to everyone and become a joke. Until a piece of news reached the Imperial Treasure sect. Something bad has happened. The Saint Body Mountain's Lin Fei has high-level enchantments. Chapter 3165. In just a day's time, the Sacred Body Mountain's grand auction had spread like wildfire. Unlike last time, this time, there was no need for Lin Fei to advertise it. The various people that came to the auction were eager to advertise the Sacred Body Mountain. He only needed to use oars to bid for enchanted equipment. Where else could he find such a good deal? More importantly, the quality of the enchanted equipment was too good. Elysian Impervious Shield, Elysian Impervious Battle Armor, and Elysian Gravity Scepter. These three items had stirred up countless people. At the same time, it had changed everyone's opinion of Holy Lord Lin Fei. Holy Lord Lin Fei was such a good person. Overnight, everyone woke up to the news of the auction. Ma Dan, it's such a pity that you didn't go to the Sacred Body Mountain's auction. There's a lucky draw. I have a 6th Order Heavenly God friend who got an Sacred Immunity Shield. No way, it's so cool. Don't mention it, who knew that the Sacred Body Mountain was so amazing? High-end enchantment equipment. We must go to the next auction. If we're lucky, it's a piece of enchanted equipment. Almost every place, every big city, and every restaurant was discussing the Sacred Heavenly Mountain auction. As for those Heavenly God powerhouses who had received the benefits, the news had already spread in their circle of friends. Everywhere was filled with envious gazes. A piece of enchanted equipment that could nullify damage, even if it was only 10%, was still a good item. At the very least, it could withstand it. If they had both the Sacred Immunity Shield and Sacred Immunity Battle Armor, that would be 20% damage nullification. Many people were regretting their decision. Why didn't they go? Everyone knew that it wouldn't be easy to gain benefits from the crowd the next time. The Saint Spirit World's major forces were dumbfounded. Holy Lord Lin Fei of the Sacred Body Mountain had really done something big. High-end enchantment equipment that could nullify damage had always been rare, but the Sacred Body Mountain had it. If that was the case, there was nothing to worry about. High-end enchantment equipment was not cheap, and not just anyone could buy it. But the Sacred Body Mountain's auction had blinded many people. Ordinary ores. That was simply unbelievable. Tens of millions of tons of ordinary ores could be exchanged for a Sacred Damage Immune Shield and Sacred Damage Immune Battle Armor. There was nothing more infuriating than this. Those enchantments that he had bought at a high price only had 30 to 40% damage reduction. Which one of them wasn't priceless? But no matter how he looked at it now, it felt like they were cheap cabbages. It was truly infuriating to compare with others. They even had the urge to kill. What was Holy Lord Lin Fei thinking? Did he not know the value of an enchanted equipment? Also, you're buying so many ores and materials. Are you going to keep refining weapons? The Heavenly Feather Clan and the Imperial Treasure Sect were directly slapped in the face. He didn't even need to make a move, but the moment he did, he was immune to damage. Gravity Scepter. Those heavenly god powerhouses who had always been proud and arrogant were all dumbfounded. Once they encountered these enchanted equipment, what was the point of fighting? They had to hurry up and leave, lest they embarrass themselves. But in private, who knew how many people were asking when the Sacred Body Mountain would hold the next auction? What? A year later. Hurry up and go mining. The Sacred Spirit Domain was so big, and it was rich in resources, especially ores. Even heavenly god powerhouses couldn't sit still. So much prestige. In one night, Lin Fei gained 50 million prestige. This was the most prestige he had ever gained. Normally, this would have taken at least half a year. Now, however, only one day had passed. Lin Fei was beaming with joy. Ha! Master, the prestige harvest has just begun. As news about the auction spreads, the prestige you gain every day will increase. It will stabilize at least 100 million prestige every day. The little devil's words made Lin Fei happy again. To Master, 100 million prestige is just the beginning. But if you really influence those people, your prestige will increase even more. 1 billion, 10 billion. Lin Fei also knew that the more influence he had, the more prestige he would gain. It was better to start with enchanted equipment now. This was the fastest way for Lin Fei to gain prestige. Lin Fei found the 3 patriarchs. Sacred Leader, our Sacred Body Mountain is going to be popular again. Many people who know us have sent messages saying that they want to buy enchanted equipment. They are all regretting it now. As the 3 patriarchs, who were below the Sacred Leader and above the elders, their status in the Sacred Body Mountain was unquestionable. Once the enchanted equipment appeared, even though it was just the beginning, those people smelled something fishy and all came to ask about it. The 3 patriarchs were elated. Tell them that the Sacred Body Mountain doesn't have the ability to do this. We can only use the auction method. Lin Fei smiled. Let's keep everyone in suspense first. Oh right, go and announce that the 100 people per day will be changed to 300 people per day. As long as they provide 5 million tons of ordinary ores, they will receive one portion of the benefit. Sacred Leader, isn't this too? The 3 patriarchs were shocked. 300 people, that meant 300 pieces of enchanted equipment. It's fine. 300 people, you can use the Storm War boots for 270, the Sacred Shield for 10, the Sacred Armor for 10, and the sacred gravity scepter for 10. Lin Fei said. I want everyone to remember the sacred body mountain and our enchanted equipment. The 3 patriarchs nodded and immediately went to make arrangements. Sacred body mountain, in a secret room. A large number of ores were taken out. These were all ordinary ores from the auction. There were all kinds of ores. A large number of people were sifting through them and throwing them into the extraction equipment. Lin Fei flipped through the catalog. His luck wasn't bad. Some ores looked ordinary, but the substance within them wasn't ordinary and could be combined into something. These ores were very useful to Lin Fei, but he wouldn't buy them wantonly. As long as everyone liked the enchanted equipment produced by the sacred body mountain, the ores would come sooner or later. Moreover, it wouldn't be so sudden. Lin Fei knew that the various factions were probably investigating what the ores were for. As long as they didn't find out, he wouldn't be at ease. As for the extraction, he wasn't worried at all. Combining substances sounded like a dream no matter how he thought about it. It was too unrealistic. The 100 people per day became 300 people per day. At the same time, there was a huge change in the benefits, which undoubtedly made everyone excited. The people who fought to line up every day were all extremely excited. This was a good opportunity. There were even more people praising Sacred Lord Lin Fei. His prestige had also increased by a lot. The sacred shield and sacred armor required tens of millions of tons of ordinary ores. Now, only the top 300 people could obtain them. Chapter 3166. Reputation increased by 5 million. Reputation increased by 10 million. Reputation increased by 20 million. The welfare event expanded from 100 people to 300, and the welfare enchanted equipment also expanded from the storm battle boots to 4 types. Many heavenly gods were overjoyed. Those heavenly gods who received the enchanted equipment felt as if a pie had fallen from the sky. They were so happy. As the holy leader, Lin Fei's reputation increased greatly every day. So fast, I finally have 200 million reputation. This accumulation speed was considered fast, and it was steadily advancing toward 300 million. Lin Fei did not plan to exchange for it yet. A skill that could be exchanged for 200 million reputation could not be any more ordinary. If he really wanted to exchange for it, he would need at least 1 billion reputation points. 1 billion reputation points was not that easy to obtain. After the first auction at the Sacred Body Mountain, the ores in the Saint Spirit world experienced a blowout. The ordinary ores that were originally unattractive also became popular items. The ordinary ores that were previously unattractive could be exchanged for enchanted equipment as long as they reached a certain amount. Where else could they find such a good thing? The forces that controlled the mines in the Saint Spirit world were all overjoyed. Holy leader Lin Fei was such a good person. He was giving them a free gift. Recruiting people to mine, first order heavenly god and above. Mining, third order heavenly god. A large number of miners began to appear in the Saint Spirit world. A mine needed to be excavated, and first order heavenly god to fifth order heavenly god became a hot commodity. People offered high prices to recruit them. Some people even began to search for mines. Once they found one, they would join forces with others to occupy it. As a result, the Saint Spirit world was filled with clanking sounds. Other than mining, there was more mining. Outside the Sacred Body City, it was equally lively. Selling 5 million tons of ordinary ores. Selling mines, ordinary ores. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get another one. 10 million tons of ordinary ores for 1 storm battle boots, there's a lot coming. Selling mines, do you want to be a mine owner? Good stuff at a low price. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Sacred Body City was the most popular place in the entire Saint Spirit world. As long as you had a large amount of ores, essence energy divine weapons and enchanted equipment that could not be obtained in the past were no longer a distant dream. Various forces had arranged for a large number of spies to come over. The welfare of 300 people every day made many people envious and jealous. For the sake of these 300 benefits, the gods would have to fight each other every morning. A position was equivalent to a benefit, who would be willing to miss it? This situation continued for a long time. In the short span of half a year, the population of Holy Body City had increased by an unknown amount, and all of them had come for the benefits. On the way to the Sacred Body Mountain, a wave of heavenly gods, about 20 to 30 of them, flew towards Holy Body City with smiles on their faces. The one leading the group was a seventh-order heavenly god realm. This was an ore owner who discovered several large mines. He worked day and night to bring the ores he harvested to Holy Body Mountain to exchange for enchanted equipment. 1 month ago, Holy Body City had created another place that would make people envious. Or Exchange Mall. It was a very awkward name. However, in this market, there was an enchanted equipment exchange service. As long as you had a certain amount of ordinary ores, you could exchange them, and there was a daily limit. Although there weren't many items in the market, it was still a source of hope for everyone. Everyone applauded and cheered for this service. Other than that, there was another service, exchanging ordinary ores for points in the market. Once the enchanted equipment was fully released, people could go there to exchange for points. This service was also praised by everyone. As long as one handed over the ores, they would receive a Holy Body Mountain point card, accumulating points every time. Many people were willing to exchange ores for points, there was no loss in saving them. Stop right there. Boom! A violent aura enveloped the area. On the road in front of them, 3 masters appeared, exuding the aura of a High Lord, suppressing the 20 to 30 heavenly gods. Lord High Lord. The leader of the High Lords was expressionless. You're not allowed to go to the Holy Body Mountain. Anyone who dares to go there will be killed on the spot. Scram now, this place is ours. Not allowed to go to the Holy Body Mountain? These heavenly gods were extremely unwilling. That was where their hope lay. Spending the money to mine ores was just to exchange for a piece of enchanted equipment, even if it was just a pair of Stormwind combat boots. What, you don't like it? The High Lord sneered. Kill them all. The 3 High Lords summoned their treasures and charged forward. After a few rounds, all the heavenly gods died. Change location. This wasn't the only place where such a situation occurred. We've sealed this place, no one is allowed to enter. Trespassers will be killed without mercy. A group of black-clothed men stopped a wave of heavenly gods. There were a few powerful heavenly gods among them, and they were naturally unhappy. This was the direction to the Holy Body Mountain. How were they supposed to go over with their blockade? Moreover, it was such a long distance, no one was willing to give up. Why should we take a detour? Who are you people? Looks like you want to die. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. Who do you think you are? A one-sided battle began. Those heavenly gods couldn't stop the black-clothed men at all, it was completely one-sided, and rivers of blood flowed. Waves of mysterious men appeared in all directions leading to the Holy Body Mountain. They were all High Lords at the very least, holding powerful treasures. Anyone who showed any signs of resistance would immediately be surrounded and killed. For a month, black-clothed men attacked from all directions. During this time, some High Lords and great sovereigns resisted, but they were all surrounded and killed. Those black-clothed men blocked all paths to the Holy Body Mountain, and those who wanted to go had to meet them. In a month, countless people were killed. For a time, no outsiders entered the Holy Body Mountain. The news spread quickly. What, we can't go to the Holy Body Mountain? Black-clothed men are going to surround and kill us. Great Sovereign is dead, are you joking with me? Who can kill a great sovereign? Black-clothed men. They're so strong, who are they? Sealed off all the exits. No one is allowed to go to the Holy Body Mountain? After the news spread, the heavenly gods of the Saint Spirit world were all afraid. Going to the Holy Body Mountain was equivalent to suicide. What was this? Some people went to investigate, and they really found out that those people were hiding in the depths of the void. Anyone who went in would be killed without mercy, and those who knew what was good for them might be lucky enough to survive. Things were really not looking good this time. What faction wants to block the Holy Body Mountain? They won't let the Holy Body Mountain get any more ores or materials. Who made a move? Could it be the Heavenly Feather Race or the Imperial Treasure Sect? I wonder what Holy Lord Lin Fei will do. Chapter 3167. The path to the Sacred Body Mountain was blocked by the mysterious black-clothed man. After the news spread, everyone was so afraid that they didn't dare to go. Especially when several groups of supremacies and great supremacies tried to break out, they were all killed by the mysterious black-clothed man, causing countless people to tremble in fear. Although the item was good, it wouldn't do if they lost their lives. The Sacred Body Mountain became deserted once again. As long as the mysterious black-clothed man was around, no one dared to go to the Sacred Body Mountain. This also made countless heavenly god experts who were mining very depressed and discouraged. The great powers of the Saint Spirit world were all silent, as if they were hiding in the dark to watch a good show. Bastard, my prestige. After enjoying tens of millions of prestige every day, it suddenly dropped to a few million. Lin Fei was in a bad mood and was roaring in the palace. Saint Master, someone wants to cut off our Sacred Body Mountain's purchase of ores. The third ancestor said. I also heard that many powers have ordered that they are not allowed to sell ores to our Sacred Body Mountain. This news has already spread, and some of the old customers that we had an agreement with back then have already gone silent. The second ancestor said helplessly. It should be those great powers who took action. Lin Fei was not happy for long. His prestige had decreased, and there was no longer any obstruction to the purchase of ores. He was extremely unhappy. Now, whoever stopped him from gaining prestige would be the enemy. Should we immediately send someone to inquire about the Heavenly Feather Race, the Imperial Treasure Sect and the Temporal Temple? They are the biggest suspects. The great ancestor asked. Lin Fei shook his head. There's no need to inquire about it. Even if it's them, they won't admit that they are deliberately targeting our Sacred Body Mountain. Using ores to exchange for enchanted equipment, Lin Fei thought that someone would stop him. The only thing he didn't expect was that after so much time had passed, he still hadn't had enough fun. I might as well bring the guards and wipe them out. The third ancestor was filled with killing intent. Now that the Sacred Body Mountain was flourishing, the three ancestors seemed to see the future glory of the Sacred Body Mountain, the 10 great body training sections. Now that someone dared to make a move, that person was their enemy, an enemy that had to be killed. The three ancestors were filled with killing intent. Don't worry, it's good to seal it off for a period of time. I believe that someone will come knocking soon. At that time, we'll know who's causing trouble. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. But if that's the case, the confidence of those who are interested in purchasing our Sacred Body Mountain will be shaken. The three old ancestors said worriedly. Lin Fei shook his head. Actually, there's no need to worry about that. They've sealed us off and won't let those people in. As for those heavenly gods who have tried to exchange for enchanted equipment, they'll always remember which one is the expensive one or the cheap one. The three patriarchs thought about it and felt that it made sense. The duration of the blockade increased from 1 month to 3 months, and then to 1 year. The auction that was supposed to be held was also suspended. This made countless heavenly deity powerhouses, big and small forces feel extremely disappointed. They were cursing the forces that took action in their hearts. It wasn't easy for them to obtain good quality and cheap enchanted equipment, but just as they got a taste of it, the Saint Body Mountain was sealed. This made everyone very unhappy. 1 year became 10 years. 50 years. The Saint Body Mountain seemed to have fallen silent. During these 50 years, the mysterious black-robed man had been guarding it without a single waver. Those heavenly gods who tried to sneak in were all killed without exception. The Saint Body Mountain's inaction also made everyone's heart turn cold. Which major force had taken action? They were really too shameless. The temporal temple, the forces that came from the Black Domain, and so on were all targeted. This matter caused everyone to complain. Just like what was said, who would want expensive enchanted equipment? No one had the heart to do so. The enchanted equipment of the Heavenly Feather clan and the Imperial Treasure sect was affected to a certain extent. Especially the flying enchanted equipment. After using it, everyone said, "This thing isn't as good as the storm battle boots. I don't want it, it's too lousy." The 51st year. A mysterious person came to the Saint Body Mountain. "Sacred Lord Lin, you didn't expect that I would come to the Saint Body Mountain, right?" Great Venerable Heaven Firmament took off his cloak and said proudly. Lin Fei laughed, "Your skin is quite thick. You actually dared to come to the Saint Body Mountain. Aren't you afraid that this sacred lord will kill you?" Great Venerable Heaven Firmament didn't care. "Kill me. Anyway, I can casually kill this avatar of mine. At worst, I can just cultivate another one. But for Sacred Lord Lin, this isn't a good thing." Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. "That means those mysterious black-robed men hiding in the void are your Heavenly Feather clan." Great Venerable Heaven Firmament shook his head. "No, no, no. Our Heavenly Feather clan is righteous. We disdain doing such things." Lin Fei already had a suspect. The Heavenly Feather clan was the biggest suspect. "Today, I represent the Heavenly Feather clan to discuss a deal with Sacred Lord Lin." Great Venerable Heaven Firmament said. "Do you think this Sacred Lord will discuss a deal with you?" Lin Fei's face sank. "Of course. Our Heavenly Feather clan is willing to take out a large amount of ores and form an exclusive partnership with you. We want all of your Saint Body Mountain's enchanted equipment. Our Heavenly Feather clan will provide the ores and materials. We can also help you get rid of those mysterious black-robed men. What do you think of this deal?" Great Venerable Heaven Firmament seemed to have Lin Fei in his grasp. "Go back and tell your superiors that your Heavenly Feather clan is our Saint Body Mountain's first suspect. Therefore, this Sacred Lord has decided to launch an attack on your Heavenly Feather clan." Lin Fei made his move. He reached out and slapped the air above Great Venerable Heaven Firmament. A hierarch's power erupted. Great Venerable Heaven Firmament's physical body collapsed. The avatar died instantly. "Master, I've analyzed it just now. The mysterious black-robed men shouldn't be from the Heavenly Feather clan, but they should know who did it," the little devil said. Lin Fei said, "I don't need to worry about who did it. Someone has to pay the price. Therefore, the Heavenly Feather clan is our first target. Let's kill some of their spirit first. They forced us to," Lin Fei said coldly. In Great Venerable Heaven Firmament's room, his main body opened his eyes. "This bastard is even stronger than before." Great Venerable Heaven Firmament went to report the situation. When the superiors heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. This Lin Fei really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He actually dares to attack our Heavenly Feather clan. I really don't know what he's thinking. That's right. If our Heavenly Feather clan was so easy to attack, we would have long since ceased to exist. Our Heavenly Feather clan is separated by an entire space. We can move around at any time, and there are many layers of defenses outside. He will never know how powerful our Heavenly Feather clan is. The superiors treated this as a joke. threatening the Heavenly Feather clan. This wasn't something that Lin Fei could do. Even the Temporal Temple didn't dare to threaten the Heavenly Feather clan. Lin Fei's efforts were destined to be in vain. He would only become a joke in the end. Chapter 3168. Just as the Heavenly Feather race thought that Lin Fei didn't have the guts to make a move, the news suddenly spread. By the time the Heavenly Feather race's upper echelon reacted, everyone in the Saint Spirit domain knew about it. What a stupid method. He's indeed a violent person. The Heavenly Feather race's upper echelon sneered. The Heavenly Feather race didn't suffer any losses after this news spread. No one could prove that they did it. Those black-robed men were too mysterious. Some things could be done openly. The Heavenly Feather race would not leave behind any evidence even if they were to rob someone on the way. After the news spread, the Heavenly Feather race didn't care at all. After a while, everyone believed the Heavenly Feather race's explanation. Holy Lord Lin Fei is going to use his ultimate move again. I wonder what move he will use this time. I'm really looking forward to it. The Heavenly Feather race and the Sacred Body Mountain. I really want to know the results soon. There were still many people who were interested in this matter. Lin Fei was one of the violent people in the Saint Spirit domain. He was known to be invincible in close combat. Even godly venerable experts had suffered at his hands. As for those heavenly gods who were killed, Lin Fei's actions won everyone's favor. I really hope that Holy Lord Lin Fei can kill the Heavenly Feather race. I'll contribute 1,000,000 tons of ordinary ores. I don't care if they're from the Heavenly Feather race or not. I will support Holy Lord Lin Fei 100%. It's best to kill them all. Invisibly, Lin Fei's prestige increased by a lot. When the news spread, the Heavenly Feather race's upper echelon announced that they would welcome Holy Lord Lin Fei's revenge. The Heavenly Feather race had also prepared a huge gift for Holy Lord Lin Fei. Everyone was shocked. Was this an invitation to battle? The Heavenly Feather race rarely said such things. They even said that they would welcome revenge and that they had prepared a huge gift for Holy Lord Lin Fei. If Holy Lord Lin Fei didn't go, he would probably become a joke for a long time. As for going, there might not be a good result. The Heavenly Feather clan had a deep foundation. They had all kinds of enchanted equipment. Countless experts had fallen at their hands. Lin Fei was infamous. If he really went to the Heavenly Feather tribe, he would definitely not have a good ending. He might even be forced to stay there. This was a very difficult choice. Everyone was waiting for Holy Lord Lin Fei's reaction. Did he dare to accept the challenge? Lin Fei did not disappoint them. He also released the same message. The upper echelons of the Sky Feather race are being so courteous. If this sacred lord doesn't do anything, then it would be too regretful. Thus, this sacred lord has decided to send a gift to the Sky Feather race in 10 days. I hope you will like it. Another gift. The Heavenly Feather tribe wanted to send a gift, and now Lin Fei wanted to send a gift as well. Gifts are really popular now. Everyone could feel the thick smell of gunpowder from this. Many people began to speculate whether Lin Fei was going to play the decapitation action again. This was one of Holy Lord Lin Fei's favorite things. The upper echelons of the Sky Feather race scoffed at Lin Fei's words. Send a gift. Did he even have the guts? In order to face Lin Fei, the Sky Feather race had already made preparations. Once Lin Fei appeared, they would definitely make Lin Fei remember this day. This would be the last day he could enjoy freedom. The upper echelons of the Sky Feather race said that they were looking forward to Holy Lord Lin Fei's gift. Orders were passed down. Everyone, move. I want to know Holy Lord Lin Fei's every move. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. In order to not give Holy Lord Lin Fei any chances, the Sky Feather race made preparations inside and out. On the surface, it did not seem like much, but in reality, the entire sky feather race was in operation. It had turned into a tiger's den and a dragon's pool. Whoever came would regret it. It was a very simple matter. Many people from the sky feather race surged in. As time passed day by day, the inns of the sky feather race were filled with people. Various forces gathered in Sky Feather City and prepared to watch a good show. Perhaps this would be a very exciting and chaotic battle. Today is the last day. I wonder if Holy Lord Lin Fei has come. According to Holy Lord Lin Fei's temper, he will definitely come. He's probably somewhere right now. I just don't know if Holy Lord Lin Fei will come with his personal army. These people all worshipped Holy Lord Lin Fei. Don't think too highly of yourself. Don't forget what kind of place the sky feather race is. If that Lin Fei dares to come, he won't have a good ending. Invincible in close combat. It's all bullshit. If Lin Fei dares to come, then he should prepare to suffer. The upper echelon of the sky feather race were all very calm. They had made preparations within a radius of 1 billion miles. If Lin Fei really dared to come, then he would definitely regret it. The sky feather race was not some random dog or cat. Their foundation was unimaginable. Time slowly passed. The sky feather race was silent. I haven't found anything. Lin Fei hasn't appeared. Everything is normal on our side. There's no movement from the enchanted equipment. Lin Fei probably hasn't come. News was sent back one by one. From the looks of it, that Lin Fei is afraid. Our sky feather race is not to be trifled with. That's right, we can make fun of that guy now. There's nothing strange about a violent person who dares to make trouble for our sky feather race. Humph humph. From morning to noon, then to the afternoon, and then to the evening. The day was about to pass. Hee, we've come for nothing. That Holy Lord Lin Fei is probably afraid now. Why doesn't he see how strong the sky feather race is? They are the #1 enchantment family. Yeah, I heard that the sky feather race has many enchanted equipment that they don't sell to outsiders. They can kill gods and Buddhas if they meet gods. They're ridiculously strong. We were happy for nothing. I'm so disappointed. This is different from the rumors about Lin Fei. Isn't he a violent person? Why doesn't he dare to come to the sky feather race anymore? Everyone was very disappointed. It was impossible to teach the sky feather race a lesson. Almost an entire day had passed, and Sacred Lord Lin Fei still hadn't appeared. No one had any expectations. Thinking about it, the sky feather race had a lot of friends, so they had a lot of influence. For example, most of the people that had come today were here to help. Many of them were happy to see Sacred Lord Lin Fei being suppressed. At the same time, a beam of light appeared in heaven and earth. Using 200 million reputation. Long-range attack, begin. The beam of light was white. With a whoosh, it passed through the endless void at a shocking speed. Even a godly venerable wouldn't be able to catch a glimpse of this beam of light. Target locked in. Attack, begin. In the territory of the sky feather race, a beam of light appeared without any warning. It was abnormally bright in the evening. What is that thing? Could it be some kind of treasure? Everyone stood up and looked at the white light in the sky. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The white light shrank infinitely and turned into a white ball that smashed into the sky above a tall palace of the sky feather race. Chapter 3169. This white light that appeared out of nowhere was out of everyone's expectations. Even the great venerables didn't sense how it appeared. In any case, it just appeared like that. The white light condensed into a white ball that didn't look special at all. It looked very ordinary. However, when the white ball fell from the sky above the huge palace, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Whether it was in the inn or the restaurant, everyone could not stand steadily. That's the Heavenly Feather Clan's conference hall. Who's the one who did this? What a huge commotion. Look, the buildings are starting to melt. There's no power. What kind of attack is this? The palace is disintegrating into thin air. Heavens, I just saw a supremacy die with a whoosh. It's too tragic. That place was a palace. After the white ball fell, it formed an area that was about 5 acres in size. In this area, be it the heavenly gods or the palaces that were built with special materials, they were all disintegrating and disappearing. The heavenly gods couldn't even react in time. Under the cover of the white light, the supremacies and great supremacies suffered the same fate. As everyone was focused on Lin Fei's matter today, there were several hundred people gathered in the conference hall. As the white light fell, they were all annihilated. In front of this mass of power, there were no more buildings in the palace's location. Instead, there was a bottomless black hole. It was pitch black, and everyone who saw it was filled with fear. From start to finish, it only took 5 breaths of time. A palace had been destroyed, and a group of high-ranking Heavenly Feather Clan powerhouses had all died. Although they had clones, it was still unacceptable. They weren't prepared at all, and danger had appeared just like that. It caught them off guard, and they were all annihilated. This is too terrifying. I heard that many of the Heavenly Feather Clan's high-ranking members were inside. Now, they've all been annihilated. If the scope of the attack expands, this won't do. Hurry up and leave. If another wave of attacks comes, it'll be hard for us not to die. Danger descends from the sky. The merchants and others in the Heavenly Feather Clan city immediately ran away. Yes, he ran away. Under that white light, it didn't matter if they were supremacies or great supremacies, they all died in the blink of an eye. Not a single one came out. Who could block such a terrifying attack? Even an ultimate god might not be able to gain much of an advantage and might even suffer a great loss. Everyone left one after another. For a moment, the city became quiet. At the very least, no one dared to come for a while. Everyone had to think about their own lives. Who did this? Who did this? The Heavenly Feather race immediately activated their defensive formations, one after another. The ultimate god expert roared. The white light descended without any warning. The Sky Feather race's treasure landed on the ground just like that without any warning. Then, the upper echelons of the Sky Feather race were completely wiped out. One by one, the ultimate god experts flew out with bloodshot eyes. It was impossible for them not to kill. Could it be that Lin Fei did it? Someone asked. Everyone looked at each other and fell into a daze. Lin Fei, who was far away on the Sacred Body Mountain, saw everything clearly through the surveillance cameras. What a domineering attack. 200 million reputation points for a first-class substance decomposition. It's very worth it. Lin Fei used up 200 million reputation points in one go. It was not easy to accumulate that amount of reputation points. It was a real big move. The system accurately attacked. It ignored the formation. It ignored all defenses. Anyone below the ultimate god realm would definitely die. The Heavenly Feather race's upper echelons were basically great supremacies. They were all equipped with enchanted equipment and were infinitely comparable to an ultimate god's battle prowess. However, in the face of substance decomposition, everything seemed powerless. It's a pity that a second-grade substance decomposition requires 500 million reputation points. Lin Fei shook his head. He was very satisfied with this result. He believed that no one would forget this scene. In order to make it more realistic, I'll have to go out and show my face. Lin Fei deliberately gathered the personal guards on the Sacred Body Mountain and began to look for them outside the mountain. He also ordered the personal guards to shout, "Shameless coward, come out and fight if you have the guts." The voice was loud and mighty. The news that the Heavenly Feather race had encountered a terrifying attack spread throughout the Saint Spirit domain the next day. It was really a disaster from the heavens. In less than 5 breaths' time, a palace was gone. All the upper echelons inside were wiped out. Even the great supremacies and enchanted equipment could not withstand the attack of this mysterious power. From start to finish, no one was seen. It was not that no one suspected Lin Fei. He was very mysterious and might really have some secret killer move. However, news came back that Lin Fei did not come to the Heavenly Feather race. Instead, he led the personal guards to surround those mysterious black-robed men. It was completely different from what everyone had guessed. No matter how powerful Lin Fei was, he was not that powerful. The distance was too long. An ultimate god was powerful, but it was temporarily very difficult to cross such a long distance. Apart from the main and secondary factors, the power of the white light penetrated everything and even the invisible defensive formation. This was unacceptable to the Heavenly Feather race's powerful figures. It seemed to ignore everything. At that moment, Lin Fei made a statement. "Congratulations to the Heavenly Feather race. You must have done so many bad things that even the heavens can't stand it anymore." Ha ha ha. The heavens couldn't stand it anymore. Who would believe that? It was a pity that they could not find out who did it. Ultimate God experts went to investigate, but there were no clues. It was as if they had suddenly descended upon the Heavenly Feather race. They did not find anything at all. Lin Fei made another statement. "I am not a fool. I know what the Heavenly Feather race is like. You must have arranged for someone to ambush me. Fortunately, I did not go. Otherwise, I would be finished. I advise everyone not to go to the Heavenly Feather race. That place is not safe. Even the heavens can't stand it anymore. Who knows, they might come again. That would be fun." Once he said that, many people really believed him. There were really some people who did not go. As a result, the Heavenly Feather race's large city was empty for a long period of time. This also caused the price of enchanted equipment to drop significantly. Those forces or individuals who could not wait for the Heavenly Feather race to be unlucky believed Lin Fei's words. It was the heavens who could not stand it anymore. Otherwise, why would they attack the Heavenly Feather race? Those major forces were also inwardly fearful. This thing was not good. Who knew if there would be a second outbreak? No one could guarantee it. The phrase, "even the heavens can't stand it," seemed to have become a curse. Of course, this made everyone look at Lin Fei even worse. This fellow was a god of plague. Whoever fought with him would not have a good ending. Chapter 3170. The Heavenly Feather race had suffered a terrifying attack. That beam of white light had left a deep impression on everyone. Those who doubted Lin Fei shut their mouths one by one. That attack had been launched from such a distance. Even an enchanted treasure would not have been able to cause such a huge commotion. If Lin Fei had such a powerful treasure, he would not have been the kind of person to swallow his anger. The Heavenly Feather race could only admit that they were unlucky this time. It was just as Lin Fei had said. They had done too many bad things, and the heavens were displeased. As a member of the Heavenly Feather race who had suffered a blow for nothing, they could only suffer in silence. Could it really not have been Lin Fei's doing? This matter would remain a mystery for now. Get out here. While everyone was still immersed in the Heavenly Feather race's matter, Lin Fei was leading the guards to surround the mysterious men in black. No matter how they hid, they were easily found, and the guards went to surround them. It was like a landslide. Once the guards appeared, they were invincible. The mysterious men in black's resistance was all in vain. Give up resistance, and you can live. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. The Imperial Guards issued orders as they encircled and suppressed the enemy. We surrender. We surrender. The guards were too cruel. These heavenly gods could not withstand a single attack. Terrifying enchanted treasures covered them. First, it was gravity, paralysis, and other attributes. They were beaten until they were dizzy. Only then did they realize how terrifying the guards were. They were practically the nemesis of heavenly gods. The cleanup operation was very successful. Many died at first, but they all chose to surrender later. That kind of massacre was too terrifying. No one could forget that scene. After clearing out the surrounding mysterious men in black, Lin Fei had people spread the news and decided to hold a trial at the Sacred Sky Plaza in 3 days. Once the news was out, countless people clapped and cheered. Holy Lord Lin Fei is mighty and domineering. Too awesome. A public trial. I want to go and take revenge for my good brother. This is the Sacred Body Mountain. The only thing I want to know now is who is the mastermind behind this. The Saint Spirit Domain's Heaven God formidable martial artists were extremely excited. Those who were nearby all rushed to watch the trial assembly. Even more people wanted to know who was the mastermind behind all this. This time, in order to prevent everyone from entering the Saint Body Mountain, many people had died. There were many supremacies and great supremacies among them. This was also the reason why everyone was stunned. After all, the Exalted Lord and the Great Exalted Lord were dead. Who would dare to take the risk? Now that those mysterious men in black were either dead or captured, everyone had nothing to worry about. They could head to the Sacred Body Mountain with peace of mind. Holy Master, we got it. The Great Ancestor hurriedly reported the situation. The 3 old ancestors went to interrogate the man after he was captured. The 3 great ancestors were the most infuriated by the Sacred Body Mountain's actions. They cared about this matter more than anyone else. Lin Fei was very calm. Even if he used his brain to think, he would know that it was definitely done by those few forces. Looking at your expression, I know that there are many forces involved. Do you have enemies all over the world? Lin Fei said with a chuckle. The Great Ancestor laughed bitterly. Nothing can be hidden from the Holy Master. Indeed, they have enemies all over the world. This old man thought that there were only 2 or 3 of them. I didn't expect that there were actually 8 forces involved. Among the people we captured, they were all experts from these 8 forces. 8. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. To be able to mobilize so many experts and dare to openly attack the heavenly gods heading to the Sacred Body Mountain, they definitely had some background. Which ones? Lin Fei asked. The 3 old ancestors were full of hatred. The first is the Heavenly Feather Clan, followed by the Imperial Treasure Sect, the Temporal Temple, the Illusory Heart Island, the Primordial Sect, the Black Domain Mountain, the Immortal Sword Sect, and the Sage Sect. Among the 8 forces, except for the Illusory Heart Island, which was relatively weak, the rest were all famous. What a big lineup, no wonder. Lin Fei was also quite angry. The Heavenly Feather Clan and the Imperial Treasure Sect were dissatisfied, that's for sure. Since when did the Primordial Sect and the others have so much free time? It wasn't easy for them to gain some prestige. Lin Fei was very unhappy. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have enough prestige, Lin Fei really wanted to give each of them a taste of his own medicine. Time was needed to reap prestige. Master, you used ores to exchange for enchanted equipment, shaking their position. If they don't target you, who else would they target? Little Devil said with a chuckle. Lin Fei suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Enchanted equipment had always been a high-end item. With Lin Fei's Sacred Body Mountain's actions, the status of high-end items had plummeted. Those heavenly gods had become stronger one by one. If they wanted to suppress the other party, they had to become stronger. Under such a cycle, any force would have to pay more resources. Holy Master, what should we do next? The three great ancestors were also worried. The sacred body mountain that had risen with great difficulty couldn't be destroyed just like that. Lin Fei was even more anxious than they were. Fortunately, he had used his prestige to exchange for a skill and gave it to them. At the very least, it made them suspicious and temporarily divert their attention. I have to gain a lot of prestige. Lin Fei really looked down on the 8 forces working together to use this kind of method. However, he had to admit that it was very effective. If this news spread, even though everyone would be extremely angry at the 8 forces, logic would make them understand that they could offend anyone but those forces. Even though the items were cheap, in order to survive, Lin Fei believed that many forces, including heavenly gods, would suppress their desire to buy them. This was something that Lin Fei couldn't accept. Those were all prestige. It could be said that all the heavenly gods in the Saint Spirit domain were actually professionals in terms of their own potential prestige. You guys are forcing me to make a big move. A crazy idea popped up in Lin Fei's mind. Yes, it was a very crazy idea. Don't worry. If they really want to seal our sacred body mountain, I will let them know what it means to regret making an enemy out of the sacred body mountain. Lin Fei said firmly. The 3 great ancestors didn't doubt the Holy Master's words at all. For example, this time, when the Heavenly Feather race encountered a mysterious attack, the 3 great ancestors immediately thought of their Holy Master. Only the Holy Master had this kind of ability. Even the heavens couldn't take it anymore. Who would believe such words? It was purely a lie. Hearing the Holy Master's words, they seemed to think of something, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. Holy Master, something bad has happened. They are here. And Great Elder also came in a panic, as if he had seen something terrifying. The Great Elder shouted, "What are you panicking for? Look at yourself. How improper." This Great Elder was a newly promoted Great Elder, and his conduct was not bad. However, his current appearance was indeed not right. Holy Master, there are many forces outside. There is the Heavenly Feather race, the Imperial Treasure sect, and the Temporal Temple. We couldn't stop them. They are now in the guest room. They are rude and unreasonable, and they said that they must see you. Chapter 3171. Sacred Body Mountain, Guest Room. A group of people sat there, each emitting a powerful aura. One look and one could tell that they were not to be trifled with. If they knew who they were, no one would dare to offend them. The Heavenly Feather race, Imperial Treasure sect, Temporal Temple, and the others were all powerful, not to mention the Primordial sect, Blackfield Mountain, and other top forces. Almost all of the most powerful forces were gathered here. Have you found out where that light came from? Asked an ultimate god from the Imperial Treasure sect. The Imperial Treasure sect, which could follow the Heavenly Feather race closely, naturally had experts. Nothing for the time being. Another ultimate god from the Heavenly Feather race came. He looked rather old and was called Ultimate God Tianjing. However, we will find out sooner or later. Everyone was still curious about the sudden attack on the Heavenly Feather race. First, Sacred Body Mountain's Lin Fei was the most suspicious, but he was quickly eliminated. If the Sacred Body Mountain really had such an offensive treasure, it would not be like this. They guessed that the Sacred Spirit domain had some hidden forces. Such an attack was too mysterious. Deep down, everyone was rejoicing in the Heavenly Feather race's misfortune. The Heavenly Feather race was not a good bunch, so it would be good for them to suffer a loss. Do you think that Lin Fei will agree? Asked an ultimate god from the Primordial sect. Everyone immediately paid attention. Will he dare to disagree? Even if he killed our people, once the news spreads, it will only be bad for the Sacred Body Mountain. There will be no benefits. He will definitely swallow his anger and agree. Look at the situation now. Everyone present was an ultimate god expert. Lin Fei's ferocious name had been circulating outside. If ordinary great venerables came, they might not be able to return alive if they were unlucky. It was not impossible. An ultimate god had to come. Not every force had the honor of having 8 ultimate gods present. He's here. Ultimate god Tianjing looked outside. There were footsteps approaching. It was not one person, but at least 4 or 5 people. My sacred body mountain is really a good place to have 8 ultimate gods here at once. What a great lineup. Lin Fei's voice fell into everyone's ears before he even arrived. Why did those words sound so weird? Lin Fei came in with 3 ultimate gods and 3 massacred divine weapons. First, he glanced around. It was a powerful lineup of 8 ultimate gods. Sacred Lord Lin, I hope we aren't disturbing you if we just barge in like this. Honorable God Tianjing said, I am Honorable God Tianjing, a member of the Heavenly Feather Clan. I believe you should be familiar with me. Lin Fei smiled and said, no, we're all old friends. Don't you know about this? Imperial Treasure Sect, Yuan Bao. Heart Illusory Islands Hierarch Huan Kong. Temporal Temple, Shi Tian Huang, an old acquaintance. Gu Chong of the Primordial Sect. Black Domain Mountain, Fong Yun Ruating. Immortal Sword Sect, Sword 22. Glory Sect, Xing Yun Shao. The 8 ultimate gods announced their names one by one. Just these 8 names and 8 forces were enough to shock everyone. They were the strongest forces in the Saint Spirit domain. If they joined forces, the scene would be absolutely terrifying. Lin Fei's expression did not change as he sat down in front of them. Everyone, this is the first time you've come to visit my small sacred body mountain. I wonder if you have any business with me. I'm a person who likes to get straight to the point. Lin Fei looked at the ultimate gods and said, since Sacred Lord Lin has asked, we won't stand on ceremony. Hierarch Yuan Bao smiled and said, I heard that the Sacred Body Mountain has captured a group of people. Some of them are from the Imperial Treasure Sect. I hope you can let them go. This is our common opinion. I think this is a misunderstanding. For example, they have captured the wrong people. What do you think, Sacred Lord Lin? The 8 ultimate gods looked as if they were sitting on a fishing platform. The 8 ultimate gods at the scene were a signal to anyone or any force. If one could not see it, then there was no need to have eyes. Misunderstanding. Lin Fei smiled. Hierarch Yuan Bao nodded. Yes, why would our people attack those people? We, the Imperial Treasure Sect, do not do such things. If this isn't a misunderstanding, what else can it be? Sacred Lord Lin, you are a smart person. The misunderstanding has been explained. Actually, there is nothing else. What do you think? The one who spoke was Hierarch Gu Chong from the Primordial Sect. His tone was rather blunt and forceful. They had arranged people to kill the people from the Saint Spirit domain. They originally thought that it would not be easy for Lin Fei to catch them. In the end, they were all wiped out. Some were dead, while others were captured. After they heard the news, they could not sit still and immediately came over. During this time, the Spacetime Temple made a great contribution by teleporting everyone over. This was to suppress this matter. If this matter really spread, it would not be good for their reputation. The 3 ultimate gods spoke, which was equivalent to the position of the 8 ultimate gods present. At this time, silence was better than words. The 3 elders behind Lin Fei were about to glare angrily. Do you want to be more shameless? Lin Fei laughed sarcastically. The 8 great powers joined hands to do such a thing. I really feel ashamed for you. Even though the ultimate gods were sitting in front of him, Lin Fei still said the same thing. Who was afraid of who? As expected, the ultimate gods' expressions turned ugly. They dared to say that they were shameless. Sure enough, they were just as the rumors said. They had a bad temper and did not care about anyone. They were like a gunpowder can that would explode at any time. If that's the case, there is nothing to talk about. Hierarch Tianjing said in a low voice. You have to consider carefully. This will not end well for your Saint Body Mountain. Since they were so disrespectful, they did not mind changing the way they spoke. There was no need for them to fight. Lin Fei, who was invincible in close combat, was not a joke, especially in such a close combat situation. It was better to wait for a moment before attacking. Here, they did not have the courage to do so. This was Lin Fei's home ground. He had an innate advantage. Moreover, he had cultivated a secret technique. I have nothing to say to you. If you want to talk, we can talk after I execute them. Lin Fei ignored their gazes. No, you can't execute my people. Hierarch Guchong said coldly. If you dare to execute my people, I will dare to make your Saint Body Mountain restless. That's right, unless you are willing to continue to enjoy the feeling of being sealed. As long as we give the word, no one will dare to take the risk. Hierarch Sword 22 hid a knife in his smile. He could feel the sharp aura from afar. At this moment, Hierarch Guchong bared his fangs. He was actually giving Lin Fei a lot of face by lowering himself to Saint Body Mountain. Who would dare to execute their people? Chapter 3172. The 8 forces and 8 ultimate gods all looked like they had Lin Fei in their grasp. In fact, they did have the ability to do so. Once the news spread, they would be embarrassed. It was not a good thing for the Sacred Body Mountain either. As long as they spread the news, who would dare to do business with the Sacred Body Mountain? No matter how good an item was, one needed to be alive to use it. The Sacred Body Mountain had risen again because of Lin Fei. Their invincible devour technique was already enviable. Now that the Sacred Body Mountain Physique Tempering School was out in the world, ordinary heavenly gods did not dare to offend them. If they met someone who cultivated the invincible devour technique, they would be finished. Many heavenly gods were left with 30% to 40% of their life force. Now that the invincible devour technique could be used, they could not afford to provoke the body tempering school. The invincible devour technique was already scary enough. Now that they had an enchantment technique, it was a high-level enchantment technique. How were they supposed to compete? As time went on, the ruling status of the major forces would be affected. Suppressing the Sacred Body Mountain had become a matter of necessity. This kind of enchantment technique was either in their hands or collectively monopolized by them. It must not appear so cheaply in the outside world. Among them, the Heavenly Feather Clan and the Imperial Treasure Sect suffered great losses. Those who came to buy enchantment equipment would often say that the Sacred Body Mountain's enchantment equipment was cheap or ask for ores to exchange. What the F***CK, what the hell is going on? They gritted their teeth and hated Lin Fei to the core. Of all the things he could have done, he had to start with this. How were they going to survive? Lin Fei was not a good-tempered person. This is this sacred lord's territory. You guys have guts. Who gave you the guts to do this? He slammed his palm on the horizontal table in front of him. Plunder activated. This skill could be activated in a small area. There was no need to touch or break the flesh. As long as it was within a limited area, the plunder skill would show its domineering power. The 8 ultimate gods' expressions changed. Their life force began to drain. They all looked like they had seen a ghost. Let's go. The 8 ultimate gods activated a treasure at the same time and disappeared with a whoosh. Lin Fei, you will regret this. This was what they shouted together, and it was filled with endless resentment. Lin Fei blinked. The temporal temple is actually willing to use such a treasure. To threaten me. If I don't take some of your life force, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Talk. There was no need to talk anymore. The three patriarchs were also impressed by the Holy Lord. It was not something an ordinary person could do when 8 ultimate gods were doing it. The most unbelievable thing was that the ultimate god did not dare to stay and immediately left. His reaction speed was as if he knew it would happen. Saint Lord, if they leave now, what if they really seal the place? The great ancestor said worriedly, with their influence, if they really want to seal it off, I believe that many people will give up. Right now, their subsidiary powers are all requesting to refuse to sell us all kinds of ores, even the most ordinary ones. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. It's all right. The Saint Spirit domain is huge. They are not the only buyers. At the same time, in a desolate place, a white light appeared. The 8 ultimate gods fell out. They looked very disheveled and dispirited. Who would be in a good mood after having 20% to 30% of their life force sucked away? If they were any slower, their losses would be even greater. They all knew that Lin Fei was powerful, but they did not expect his invincible devour to be so powerful that it could be used in an area without physical contact. Shameless bastard. I suggest that we seal the Sage Body Mountain after we return. We demand that no one is allowed to go there. Anyone who disobeys will be our enemy. Hierarch Sword 22 didn't have a good temper. He had lost 30% of his life force. How many treasures would he need to eat to recover that amount? I agree. We must seal off the Sacred Body Mountain. Without anyone visiting and without ores, let's see how he's going to make enchanted equipment. Everyone, it's decided. The 8 ultimate gods were filled with anger. They were ultimate gods who had suffered such a loss and could only leave with their tails between their legs. It was a very unpleasant feeling. As for returning to the Sacred Body Mountain, it was better not to. They did not want to be sucked dry. It was not easy for them to recover some life force. In the secret base of the Sacred Body Mountain, Lin Fei began to look at the enchanted equipment. Little devil, calculate how many enchanted equipment I have now. Aren't they going to seal me off? I'll play big with them this time. Lin Fei knew very well that they had joined forces, and the next step was to seal him off. If he did not gain some prestige in the shortest time possible, it would not be good if this dragged on. Only with prestige could he be at ease. Calculating. Master, please wait for a moment. With all kinds of ores, Lin Fei continued to refine enchanted equipment. Others needed all kinds of techniques, but Lin Fei could do it like an assembly line. If news of this were to spread, many people would be scared to death. Master, the calculations are out. Gale Combat Boots, 113,258 pairs. Second-class Gale Combat Boots, 3,750 pairs. Sacred Damage Immune Armor, 32,000 pairs. Second-class Sacred Damage Immune Armor, 6,100 pairs. Listening to the little devil's report, Lin Fei was secretly stunned. He had so many enchanted equipment. This was already a considerable number. Especially the 110,000 pairs of Gale Combat Boots. The Gale Combat Boots were the best flying enchanted equipment in the Saint Spirit domain. Anyone who wore them would love them. Not to mention the Sacred Damage Immune Armor and Sacred Heavenly Gravity Scepter. Those were all top-notch items. There are a total of 453,218 pieces of enchanted equipment, the little devil reported. This number exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. That was a little too much. Help me analyze how much prestige I can get if I sell these items at the lowest price possible. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Alright, I'll analyze it for you right away. Master, how many enchanted equipment do you want to sell? For the time being, 300,000 pieces will do. To the Saint Spirit domain, this amount was nothing. It was as if a small stone had been dropped into the water. There was no feeling at all. Weren't they going to seal the place? Lin Fei wanted to show them what kind of reaction there would be after these enchanted equipment were sold. It would definitely be a shocking scene. No one could resist such temptation. To Lin Fei, these items were just small things. Second-class enchanted equipment could restrain ordinary enchanted equipment. Master, I've analyzed it. If you sell them at a low price, you can earn about 3 billion prestige points. After that, you can earn another billion to 1.5 billion prestige points. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. Chapter 3173. The headquarters of the Jingguang race was in a chain of mountains. Invincible Gold received a message from Lin Fei of the Sacred Body Mountain. Do you want cheap enchanted equipment? If you come, I can reserve 10 to 20,000 pieces for you. The news made Invincible Gold's mind go blank. He immediately went to discuss it with the Patriarch. If it was true, the Jingguang race's strength would increase greatly. After reading it, the Patriarch did not hesitate. Bring all the ores of the Jingguang race and go to the Sacred Body Mountain immediately. Whether it's true or not, we cannot miss this opportunity. 10 to 20,000 pieces of enchanted equipment. Invincible Gold did not dare to imagine. Until now, the entire Jingguang race did not have more than 500 pieces of enchanted equipment, and a portion of them came from the Sacred Body Mountain. Demon Palace, Demon King. He also received the news. Do you want to enchant equipment? If we miss this opportunity, we don't know when we'll get another one. Tempting words. Demon King had been paying attention to the Sacred Body Mountain recently. The matter of enchanted equipment had caused a huge uproar. It was hard for people not to know about it. Demon King also arranged for people to buy enchanted equipment. After comparing, it was obvious that the Sacred Body Mountain's enchanted equipment was of a higher grade. I didn't expect Lin Fei to come and beg me one day. Demon King said proudly. Do we want to go? Enchanted equipment. What if that guy really has a lot of enchanted equipment? If we miss this opportunity, Demon King was a cautious person. However, it would be a pity to miss such an opportunity. Demon King also guessed that someone was starting to suppress the Sacred Body Mountain. Other than those factions, there seemed to be no one else. The Dark Shadow Palace also received the news. Hierarch Dark Shadow received the news and went immediately. As an hierarch of Lin Fei's alliance, he trusted Lin Fei's words. After all, Lin Fei had always been full of mystery. His strength had increased extremely quickly, and he had broken all kinds of records. Hierarch Dark Shadow did not want to miss this opportunity to strengthen himself. The appearance of those factions in the Black Domain had a huge impact on the Saint Spirit Domain. The situation had started to change, and even the big brother of the Temporal Temple had been defeated. Dark Shadow Palace was weaker than the Temporal Temple, so Hierarch Dark Shadow was under a lot of pressure. Enchanted equipment was an opportunity. Hierarch Dark Shadow didn't care how Lin Fei did it. As long as he could get his hands on the enchanted equipment, everything would be fine. The first to arrive at Saint Body Mountain was Unbeatable Metal. He used several treasures in a row. Brother Lin, there's so much enchanted equipment. You're not trying to trick me, are you? Invincible Gold said. I'm counting on them now. Lin Fei warmly welcomed Bulwark Gold. Don't worry. When have I ever lied to anyone? Lin Fei brought Unbreakable Gold to look at the enchanted equipment. These were all potential customers that could produce prestige. Look, these are Storm Battle Boots. Sacred Invulnerable Battle Armor. Divine Immunity Shield. Enchantments piled up one by one, assaulting indestructible metal's eyes. This, how can there be so many? Invincible Gold was about to go crazy. His breathing quickened, and his eyes turned red. He wanted to collect them all. With these enchanted equipment, it would be hard for the Jingguang tribe not to rise. Why can't I? Lin Fei patted Invincible Gold's shoulder. How about it? I'm not trying to trick you, right? Invincible Gold was extremely excited. Thank you, Brother Lin. You can pick 10 to 20,000 of these enchanted equipment. We'll use ores for the transaction. Invincible Gold originally thought that he would be satisfied with a few hundred enchanted equipment. Now that there were more than 10,000, he was happy. However, he needed an astronomical amount of ordinary ores. The Jingguang tribe definitely wouldn't be able to take out so many ores. Brother Lin, if there's too much, our Jingguang tribe won't be able to take it all. Invincible Gold laughed bitterly. It's fine. We're not related. Lin Fei laughed. Take the enchanted equipment back. When you distribute them, just remember to tell them my name. As for the ores, you can slowly distribute them. What Lin Fei cared about now was prestige. Invincible Gold cried tears of joy. Holy Lord Lin Fei was such a good person. Invincible Gold left behind a large amount of ores and left with the 12,000 enchanted equipment. Then came the Demon Monarch and Divinity Dark Shadow. All of them were as shocked as Invincible Metal. They also took the enchanted equipment, especially the Demon Lord. He didn't hold back at all. After these three clans took the enchanted equipment, Lin Fei still had 250,000 enchanted equipment on hand. It was more than enough to be used for a crazy round. A piece of shocking news quickly spread throughout the Saint Spirit domain. No matter who it was, everyone was shocked by this news. Low-level heavenly gods, high-level heavenly gods, and supremacies were all shocked out. What? The Saint Body Mountain is going to sell the enchanted equipment. 100,000 ordinary ores can be exchanged for one enchanted equipment. There's no limit. A total of 250,000 enchanted equipment? One per person. First come, first served. Is this fake? Damn it, whether it's real or fake, I have to go immediately. 100,000 tons of ores is like picking them up for free. The news spread like the wind. Hearing this news, everyone went crazy. Although they didn't know why Lin Fei wanted to do this, it was a real benefit. Everyone rushed to the Saint Body Mountain. Was 250,000 enchanted equipment a lot? Not really. If they were late, there would definitely be no more. All the heavenly gods from all directions went to the Saint Body Mountain. Outside the Saint Body Mountain, the guards were mobilized. They separated a region. Come one by one. Whoever cuts the line will be killed without mercy. The armed guards patrolled back and forth. Needless to say, everyone was very obedient, and no one dared to cut the line. The first lucky heavenly god came out. Ha ha ha, this is great. There really is enchanted equipment. The heavenly god who came out was very young, and he was elated. He danced around and disappeared with an envious look. On the first day alone, the Saint Body Mountain exchanged for 18,000 enchanted equipment. This time, it was really crazy. Oh my god, it's actually real. My friend went there early and exchanged for a sacred divine weapon. Awesome! My friend also exchanged for the sacred divine gravity scepter. That's a good thing. Everyone went crazy. Those who heard the news couldn't sit still. All kinds of treasures were used to the extreme. At the Q area of the Saint Body Mountain, various experts were bidding for a spot at a high price. If anyone is willing to offer a spot, our first-rate sect is willing to accept him as a core disciple. Our Sky Saber sect is willing to offer a method to become an ultimate god. We will definitely become an ultimate god within 200,000 years. We will buy a spot at a high price. You can choose any cultivation technique or divine weapon you want. When the people who came later saw the long queue, they were dumbfounded. Chapter 3174. The sacred body mountain was on fire. All kinds of things. Selling spots, taking in disciples, anything that you could think of would happen here. All the forces in the Saint Spirit realm, regardless of whether they were big or small, or even itinerant cultivators, would come to the sacred body mountain immediately to obtain a piece of enchanted equipment. If they were lucky, they might be able to obtain the sagely damage-immune battle armor or the sagely damage-immune battle shield. That would be very worthwhile. 250,000 pieces of enchanted equipment. That was a huge sum of resources. At the very least, it was definitely a huge sum among enchanted equipment. 100,000 tons of ores could be obtained. Was there anything cheaper than that? Hence, everyone went crazy. The sacred body mountain was filled with people who came for the enchanted equipment. Those who were lucky enough to exchange for the enchanted equipment would immediately be bought at a high price. Any cultivation technique or treasure could be exchanged for it. The population of the sacred body mountain was also breaking new records. It was really overcrowded. On the first day, Lin Fei gained 1.2 billion prestige points. This was the second day after the enchanted equipment was exchanged. With 1.2 billion prestige points in hand, Lin Fei was in an exceptionally good mood. Those lucky heavenly gods who obtained the enchanted equipment immediately told their friends and family about it. Everyone wanted nothing more than to grow 7 or 8 pairs of wings and fly to the sacred body mountain. It only took 2 days for 250,000 pieces of enchanted equipment to be exchanged. Even so, it was still overcrowded outside. Everyone wanted to get a piece of enchanted equipment. What? It's gone. No, no. We want enchanted equipment too. Holy Leader Lin Fei, we want enchanted equipment. On account that we came all the way here, please give us an enchanted equipment. Hearing that it was gone, the heavenly gods who came later were all dumbfounded. They were all very unhappy. As for fighting, they didn't dare to. Some people caused trouble during this period, but they were all killed by the guards in a very violent manner. No one wanted to do that. After the first person made a request, a second one appeared, and then a third one. A single spark could start a prairie fire. All the heavenly gods of the sacred body mountain joined in. Their voices joined together. Everyone on the sacred body mountain heard it. Everyone hoped that Holy Lord Lin Fei could take out another batch. Such cheap enchanted equipment should benefit the Saint Spirit domain. At this moment, in their eyes, Lin Fei was a peerlessly good person. After many calls, Lin Fei finally came out. They're out. Great. I really hope I can still buy enchanted equipment. Everyone became excited when they saw Sacred Lord Lin Fei walk out in a black robe. No one would have thought that Sacred Lord Lin Fei of the Sacred Body Mountain was such a cute person. Selling enchanted equipment at such a low price allowed many people to see an opportunity to increase their strength. Lin Fei had a solemn expression on his face as he gestured for everyone to quiet down. Everyone obediently quieted down. I am very happy that so many people have come today. Lin Fei said loudly, his voice reverberating in the sky above the sacred body mountain. I know what everyone is thinking. Our sacred body mountain wanted to benefit everyone. Everyone should know that enchanted equipment is very expensive. Our sacred body mountain also spent a lot of effort to research it. That's how we got what we got today. Everyone agreed with this statement. Enchanted equipment was too expensive. That was a well-known fact. Without certain connections, it was impossible to buy one. Even if one managed to buy one, it would be flawed. But not long ago, Some people joined forces and threatened our sacred body mountain. If we dare to sell enchanted equipment again, they will completely seal off the sacred body mountain. Everyone's lives will be in danger. Lin Fei's face was filled with indignation. Those people are very powerful. I also know that once they get their hands on the items, they will definitely split them up. Therefore, I do not wish for that to happen. That's why we have a limited number of enchanted equipment. This event is also to give everyone a chance to see the future. Lin Fei's affectionate words fell into everyone's ears. At this moment, everyone was furious. So someone had threatened the sacred body mountain. No wonder the enchanted equipment would be sold so cheaply. It was all for everyone's good future. Everyone was moved. Especially those who had enchanted equipment. At this moment, they were truly grateful and respectful. Just as he had said, if an enchanted equipment fell into the hands of a major power, it definitely wouldn't fall into their hands. It would fetch an extremely high price, so high that everyone would tremble in fear at the sight of it. After being moved, everyone was furious. The sacred body mountain was working for everyone's benefit. In the end, it was being suppressed by other factions. This was destroying their hope. Ever since the Sacred Body Mountain launched the welfare event, everyone who had enchanted equipment would be extremely grateful to Sacred Leader Lin Fei. Many heavenly gods relied on enchanted equipment to avoid danger. All of this came from the Sacred Body Mountain. You say that the Sacred Body Mountain has a motive. Everyone really could not say it. With such a price, the Sacred Body Mountain was completely exhausting their own wealth. What a good person. After today, everyone must come to the Sacred Body Mountain. Those people will seal off the Sacred Body Mountain's periphery. Lin Fei said with grief and indignation. However, this sacred leader will not yield. Men, bring them all here. The guards brought a group of people. All of these people's strength had been sealed. Lin Fei, we are from the Temporal Temple. Release us immediately. Our divine sword sect is not someone you can afford to offend. Those who were brought here shouted out their backers. This undoubtedly stimulated the hundreds of millions of heavenly gods present. The current Sacred Body Mountain had hundreds of millions of people inside and outside. So it's them. What shameless methods. The Temporal Temple, the Heavenly Feather Race, the Imperial Treasure Gate, the Black Domain Mountain, the Primordial Beings, how terrifying. No wonder Sacred Leader Lin decided to cut off his losses. If we give them the treasures, we can forget about it. Shameless fellow. Sacred Leader Lin is such a good person. Everyone finally understood why Sacred Leader Lin Fei couldn't hold on. All of these powers were peak existences with as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. With them working together to seal off the Sacred Body Mountain, no one present dared to enter. They began to hate these powers. Cutting off one's wealth was akin to killing one's parents. Preventing them from becoming stronger was also akin to killing one's parents. From this moment onwards, countless people began to hate these powers. Kill. Lin Fei stood ramrod straight. This sacred leader knows that there are many spies here. Go back and tell them that this sacred leader would rather die than submit. If they have the ability, then destroy the Sacred Body Mountain. Otherwise, no one will be able to stop the Sacred Body Mountain from benefiting everyone. Lin Fei felt like vomiting after hearing those impassioned words. Too hypocritical. However, if he wanted to gain more prestige, he had to incite more emotions. There was only one such opportunity, and he would only be able to gain as much prestige as he could. Lin Fei believed that after today's matter, these powers would definitely make a trip to the battlefield. The experts that were brought here were all killed in front of everyone. Chapter 3175. The hundreds of millions of heavenly gods on the Sacred Body Mountain were seething. For the first time, they hated these factions. For their own selfish desires, they forced the sacred body mountain to hand over the enchanted equipment. They were too shameless and narrow-minded. They were all very grateful to Sacred Lord Lin Fei and immediately sent the news to their friends. 2 hours later, the entire Saint Spirit domain, from top to bottom, inside and outside, knew about it. The Temporal Temple and the other factions were also scolded like dogs. They didn't dare to do anything, but that didn't mean they couldn't scold others. As long as they could scold others, everyone would use it. If not for them, the expensive enchanted equipment would not have been a dream. Now, it had been destroyed. This made countless people feel indignant. Lin Fei once again gained 1 billion reputation. This made Lin Fei extremely happy. I still underestimated the reputation. In less than 3 days, I gained 3 billion reputation. As this matter continues to grow, I might even gain 5 billion reputation. This is so exciting. In the reputation support, 1 billion reputation was a level below. After that, 1 billion reputation to 10 billion reputation was a level. The skills that could be exchanged for were different. Lin Fei had always coveted the skills at this level. Some of the skills were permanent, and they were all good stuff. Originally, Lin Fei felt that it would be difficult to cultivate after reaching the godly venerable realm. Now, it seemed that it was easier than he had imagined. The reputation support came at the right time. Lin Fei even wanted to thank the few experts from the Beast Alliance Sacred Ground. If not for them, the system wouldn't be so excited about such a branch. Just as Lin Fei was happily gaining prestige, something happened. This matter was also brewing. For a time, the Saint Spirit domain was in a state of condemnation. The target was naturally the Temporal Temple and the others. Everyone collectively protested against this shameless behavior and used it to vent their anger. Some heavenly gods also secretly carried out sabotage actions. For example, they targeted the subsidiary factions of these factions and caught them off guard. They also used one-time large-scale treasures. For a time, everyone was panicking. The Temporal Temple, Primal Ancient Sect, and other forces all hated Lin Fei to the core. Spreading the news in public and slandering them had greatly affected their influence. Apart from that, the 250,000 pieces of enchanted equipment had also thoroughly shocked them. Just what kind of secret technique did the Sacred Body Mountain possess? Could it be that they had discovered a place with enchanted equipment? Every piece of equipment required a certain amount of time to be enchanted. They knew better than anyone else how long it would take to enchant 250,000 pieces of equipment. But now, 250,000 pieces of enchanted equipment had been sold out just like that. Their hearts were bleeding. These items were originally theirs. Was Lin Fei planning to kill them all? As such, the Temporal Temple and the other powers issued a joint statement, angrily rebuking the Sacred Body Mountain's Lin Fei for spouting nonsense. They did not coerce the Sacred Body Mountain to do anything, nor did they plot against the Sacred Body Mountain. In summary, the meaning was very simple. This matter wasn't done by them. Someone had impersonated them, and the Sacred Body Mountain's Lin Fei was lying. As for whether people believed him or not, that was another matter. Apart from that, they also issued a statement to the Sacred Body Mountain's Lin Fei. Lin Fei had to provide an explanation for this matter. The Temporal Temple, Primal Ancient Sect, and other forces would not allow anyone to slander them. In the following period of time, no forces or individuals were allowed to go to the Sacred Body Mountain. This was their goal. Even if they couldn't obtain enchanted equipment, they could still use the enchanted technique as a reference. They didn't believe that Lin Fei had the ability to obtain a large amount of enchanted equipment. There was only one explanation. They had obtained the enchanted technique. Some powerful enchanted techniques could indeed be mass-produced to a certain extent. The Sacred Body Mountain's ability to produce a large amount of enchanted equipment might have something to do with their enchanted technique. Sealing the Sacred Body Mountain was the first step. Since they had given the Sacred Body Mountain's Lin Fei a chance, but he refused to come to his senses, they wouldn't be polite. Who asked the Sacred Body Mountain to touch everyone's bottom line? If they knew that the Sacred Body Mountain had so many enchanted equipment, they would definitely have made a move. Thinking of this, everyone was filled with hatred. They would rather help others than give them a chance. The Sacred Body Mountain had to be suppressed. The moment the news of the alliance spread, the Sacred Body Mountain's Lin Fei was instantly pushed into the teeth of the storm. Shameless behavior. They are trying to snatch the enchanted technique. Despicable and shameless. This was the thought in everyone's mind. But in this situation, apart from being angry, they couldn't do anything to help. To Lin Fei, after the Temporal Temple and the other forces spread the news, he gained a lot of prestige the next day. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. Lin Fei also spread the news. This sacred leader fears nothing. If you have the ability, come and seal the Sacred Body Mountain. Let's see who is stronger. If this sacred leader is afraid, his surname isn't Lin. Lin Fei's words were filled with domineering determination. The seal soon began. Last time, it was done sneakily. This time, the entire region was sealed. To facilitate the construction of the blockade, a huge array formation was built in 8 directions. The 8 array formations were connected to form a huge barrier. They were determined to teach the Sacred Body Mountain's Lin Fei a lesson. Under such a blockade, outsiders couldn't enter. Every formation was guarded by an ultimate god. It could be said that they had placed a heavy bet on it. They were certain that Lin Fei would not dare to attack alone. As time went on, they did not believe that the Sacred Body Mountain would be able to hold on. As for Lin Fei, he would be able to deal with him however he wanted. At this time, Lin Fei was secretly laughing. Under everyone's gaze, his prestige was increasing rapidly. He gained 300 to 400 million prestige points every day, which exceeded Little Devil's expectations. Lin Fei didn't forget to come out and provoke the 8 forces. It's meaningless to just seal the place. Just attack. This sacred leader is waiting for you. Since when did ultimate gods become so timid? This is so disappointing. Are you all dogs? It just so happens that I have 8 watchdogs at my door. Ha ha ha. You guys are really Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. If this sacred leader was you, I would have already attacked. Ha ha ha. Are you afraid that this sacred leader will squeeze you dry? Don't worry, I will be merciful. Don't worry. It was a similar situation. Lin Fei came 7 to 8 times a day. These ultimate gods could sit still. No matter how they provoked him, they didn't make a move. Of course, they were also afraid of Lin Fei's means. So far, there was nothing they could break. Chapter 3176. On the first day, he gained 300 million prestige points. On the second day, he gained 400 million prestige points. On the third day, he gained 500 million prestige points. After the top-tier forces sealed off the Sacred Body Mountain, Lin Fei of the Sacred Body Mountain was extremely happy. He came out every day to provoke the ultimate gods and gained a steady stream of prestige points. The situation lasted for a whole year. In that 1 year, the Sacred Body Mountain was sealed off from the inside out. No one could enter or leave as the ultimate gods were not to be trifled with. Everyone was furious but dared not say anything. All eyes were focused on the Sacred Body Mountain, creating a steady stream of prestige points for Lin Fei. Lin Fei's refusal to take action was misunderstood by everyone as he was afraid of the ultimate gods. Even if he was known to be invincible in close combat and the strongest person below the ultimate gods, he had no chance of winning against 8 ultimate gods. It was a long war of attrition. The interior of the sacred body mountain would also collapse because of the 8 ultimate gods. At that time, the sacred body mountain would fall apart even without the ultimate gods doing anything. No one could withstand the terrifying pressure from the ultimate gods. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree, and the terror of a divine venerable god, everyone knew about it. Everyone was worried for Sacred Lord Lin Fei of the Sacred Body Mountain. How long could he last under such circumstances? Just thinking about it was stressful. The Jingguang clan. Jin Bubao had been paying attention to the Sacred Body Mountain situation every day. Brother Lin, what are you planning to do? The Jingguang clan was very grateful to Lin Fei. The Jingguang clan had built an elite army with over 20,000 pieces of enchanted equipment. The thought of being armed to the teeth with enchanted equipment sent chills down one's spine. The 250,000 pieces of enchanted equipment had scared indestructible gold quite a bit. Cheap, too cheap. What happened next was beyond Jin Bubao's expectations. He did not know what Lin Fei was trying to do or why he would go against the top-tier forces. Now, the mountain was sealed off by the ultimate gods and no one could enter. Jin Bubao wanted to help, but he was afraid that he would drag the Jingguang clan down. Dark Shadow Palace. Hierarch Dark Shadow couldn't figure out what Lin Fei was up to. Divinity Dark Shadow couldn't think of any way that Lin Fei could make a comeback at the risk of being sealed. These peak powers had all analyzed Lin Fei. If Lin Fei really went all out, they basically had no chance of winning. Whoever lost their composure first would be the first to suffer. Hierarch Dark Shadow had his own ideas. Turn the tables. It was easier said than done. Sacred Body Mountain. Ha ha ha, my prestige has finally broken through 20 billion. Lin Fei cried tears of joy. 20 billion prestige points. This was far beyond her expectations, and it also exceeded the little devil's calculations. Paying attention to the Saint Body Mountain, paying attention to her, would allow her to gain prestige every day. 20 billion reputation points was actually not a lot. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this result. Tens of millions of prestige points were coming in every day. Where else could he find such a good deal? Master, do you want to give them 20 billion reputation points now? The little devil egged him on. I guarantee that they won't forget it for the rest of their lives. For example, focus on attacking them. Only 2 billion reputation points. If that's not suitable, I guarantee that Absolute Chill can do it. 4.5 billion reputation points, one skill after another came out of the little devil's mouth, filled with endless temptation. Lin Fei was tempted. As long as he tapped lightly, he would be able to see an exciting scene. But thinking about it, it was only 20 billion reputation points. If he used a few skills, it would probably be used up. ***, don't tempt me anymore. Lin Fei said in a low voice. Using skills to attack them would feel good, but it would only feel good for a while. It wouldn't be of much help to Lin Fei. But if he learned those skills, it would be a different story. This was a more cost-effective deal. Activate the Prestige Assist. The Prestige Assist appeared in front of Lin Fei, and the pages of skills appeared in front of him again. One skill after another began to stimulate Lin Fei. I want to learn the perfect divine body. This was a type of physical body. Looking at the introduction, it was even stronger than the proud heaven that he cultivated. It was one of the strongest physical bodies in the world. To cultivate such a physical body, one would need to rely on reputation. Master has a good eye. The little devil said proudly, the perfect divine body can repair all kinds of flaws and injuries in the body, allowing the body to maintain a perfect state. I want to learn the first 3 levels. The perfect divine body was separated into a few levels. The price of each level was different. The first level of the perfect divine body required 500 million reputation, the second one 5 billion reputation, and the third 3 billion reputation. For the third level, it would require 5 billion reputation. This wasn't a small amount. If Lin Fei hadn't taken out 250,000 pieces of enchanted equipment to motivate everyone, he wouldn't have been able to gain so much reputation in such a short period of time. If one wanted to live longer, one's physical body had to be strong. This was something that Lin Fei had always kept in mind. Without a strong physical body, he would die in a single move at a crucial moment. He wouldn't be able to use any trump cards. Ding. Confirmed to consume 5 billion reputation to learn the perfect divine body. Confirm. Ding. Successfully consumed 5 billion reputation to obtain the perfect divine body. Ding. Perfect divine body level 1 successfully cultivated. Ding. Perfect divine body level 2 successfully cultivated. Ding. Perfect divine body level 3 successfully cultivated. Lin Fei suddenly felt refreshed as he fell into a very pleasant atmosphere. That's it. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fei's body made a series of crackling sounds as the surrounding space exploded on the spot. There was no control this time as it was purely physical strength. Lin Fei hurriedly controlled his physical strength as the entire palace would collapse if it continued. The perfect divine body level 3 is already so powerful. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. Master, your perfect divine body level 3 has repaired all your flaws and strengthened them at the same time. Your physical strength is now comparable to a 5th-class ultimate god. The little devil was quite proud. Are you happy? Are you excited? Are you happy? 5th-class ultimate god. Lin Fei took a deep breath as he was really shocked. I thought a 3rd-class ultimate god would be enough. The reputation assistance system is not as simple as you think. The 5 billion reputation was not spent in vain. Master, are you satisfied? Yes, I'm very satisfied. His 20 billion reputation was reduced to 15 billion in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei did not feel any pain as it was totally worth it. Master, do you need any other skills? Lin Fei shook his head and decided not to use them for the time being. As long as his reputation was there, any skill was just a matter of a word. With his powerful physical body and his Elysian divine weapon, Lin Fei would be able to chase them down 18 streets. I don't need any more skills, but it's time for me to hit them. Humph, how dare they block the sacred body mountain. I'll make them regret it. Lin Fei activated a skill. Meteor Shower. There were 9 levels of such skills. For example, the first level of Meteor Shower only required 300 million reputation while the second level required 1 billion reputation. Heavenly Feather Clan, have a taste. Ding, 1 billion reputation consumed. Chapter 3177. Heavenly Feather Clan. Ever since they were attacked by the mysterious white light, the upper echelons had been massacred. Even now, the Heavenly Feather Clan had yet to find out who did it. The white light came too suddenly, as if it had appeared out of thin air. The Heavenly Feather Clan had many experts and countless treasures. They could not find out who did it. This made the upper echelons of the Heavenly Feather Clan very angry. They had thought that it was Lin Fei, but they ruled out that possibility later. Such a powerful move was definitely not something that Lin Fei could grasp. They had always scoffed at Lin Fei's claim that the heavens were angry. Recently, the upper echelons of the Heavenly Feather Clan were in a good mood. That damned Lin Fei and that damned Sacred Body Mountain had finally been sealed by them. It was only a matter of time before they eliminated Lin Fei. 250,000 pieces of enchanted equipment. They really admired Lin Fei for daring to do such a thing. Those weren't cabbages that could be found anywhere. As a result, the number of Heavenly God powerhouses who came to purchase enchanted equipment in the past year was few and far between. All of them had been harmed by Lin Fei. Who would be interested in expensive enchanted equipment now? Every time Lin Fei was mentioned, the upper echelons of the Heavenly Feather clan would gnash their teeth. They wanted nothing more than to capture Lin Fei and chop him into pieces. The weather in the sky above the Heavenly Feather clan was very good. The upper echelons decided to enjoy themselves. They drank wine and enjoyed beautiful dances. Everyone enjoyed themselves to the fullest, especially since the suppression of the sacred body mountain was progressing smoothly. Whenever they were happy, they would drink together. Boom! After a loud explosion, the entire Heavenly Feather clan shook violently. Raging flames rose and quickly spread out, turning the place into a sea of fire. The blazing flames swept across. The disciples of the Heavenly Feather clan were instantly burned into nothingness. Huge drops of fire rained down, and the ground shook violently every time. The huge territory controlled by the Heavenly Feather clan turned into a sea of fire. The huge drops of fire rained down like a beautiful meteor shower. When they landed on the territory of the Heavenly Feather clan, they took the lives of a group of disciples. Run! The mysterious attack is coming again. What the hell? The flames are too terrifying. I can't take it anymore. The meteor shower lasted for a full 30 breaths of time. It wasn't a very long time. But to the Heavenly Feather race, this was a nightmare. In 30 breaths of time, countless people had died. The upper echelons were once again massacred. This time, there was nothing he could do to defend himself. Everything in his path was reduced to nothingness. The defensive treasures he had on him instantly lost their effect. The Heavenly Feather race suffered heavy losses once more. Even the Heavenly God of the Heavenly Feather clan wore a solemn expression. Impose martial law immediately. The Divine Venerables were no longer calm. This attack was even more terrifying than the last one. They all felt a terrible sense of danger. Lin Fei used 100 million reputation points to exchange for Farsight. The Heavenly Feather race could clearly see this scene. The range of the meteor fire rain wasn't very large, but it was extremely powerful. No matter which Heavenly God it was, almost all of them were annihilated under this kind of attack. That area was also enveloped by the sea of fire. By the time the fire eye was done burning, the entire place had turned into a charred ruin. The huge palace and the huge city had completely disappeared. It's a pity that I didn't hit the Divine Venerables. Lin Fei laughed proudly. That's what you get for sealing my sacred body mountain. A meteor fire rain is truly spectacular and beautiful. Lin Fei felt that it was completely worth it to use 11 reputation points to exchange for a skill attack. One is not enough. I need a few more. Lin Fei wasn't that kind of good person. Although he couldn't gain a lot of reputation from this, he could still secretly be happy. After the Heavenly Feather race was mysteriously attacked by the white light previously, the Saint Spirit Domain's forces felt a trace of unease. In less than a year, the Heavenly Feather race suffered another mysterious attack. This shocked everyone once again. Just like the previous time, this attack came without any warning and caught the Heavenly Feather race off guard. They lost a large number of experts. This was a heavy blow to the proud Heavenly Feather race. Before anyone could react, a voice rang out. The mysterious attack descended once again. This time, it landed on the primordial sect. How could it be us? The entire primordial sect exclaimed. They were also caught off guard. The meteor fire rain descended and instantly killed a large number of Heavenly God experts. That scene was something that no Heavenly God would dare to forget. The hierarch experts of the primordial sect were all furious. The attack did not stop. After the primordial ones were the Black Domain Mountain, the Immortal Sword Sect, the the Glory Sect, and the Imperial Treasure Sect. Without exception, they all wanted to attack. It was an attack that could not be blocked. Even with the activation of a formation, it was still penetrated, and a large number of experts fell. These top-notch forces wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Even the hierarch experts couldn't find a trace of the other party. In a single day, 6 top-notch forces suffered a terrifying attack. That scene was indescribably bitter. Just when everyone thought that the Temporal Temple would follow in their footsteps, the mysterious attack did not appear. It seemed to have disappeared into thin air. This time, everyone was speechless. It can't be the doing of the Temporal Temple, right? It was so silent and mysterious. How could it be related to the Temporal Temple? No one knew who mentioned it, but everyone agreed. Why didn't the Temporal Temple suffer from the mysterious attack? They had suffered heavy losses. His face was slapped so hard that it sounded like a slap. The Temporal Temple, which had been trembling in fear, activated all sorts of formations, but the mysterious attack did not appear. When the Temporal Temple Master saw this, he cursed inwardly. Trouble is coming. As expected, the Primordial Sect and the other powers began to suspect the Temporal Temple. This mysterious attack was able to avoid the detection of the hierarch experts. The Temporal Temple was very suspicious. Was it revenge for their previous attack? It was quite possible that the Temporal Temple had suffered heavy losses and paid a huge price. Master, you are really bad. You deliberately didn't attack the Temporal Temple. The little devil laughed evilly. Lin Fei snorted. If I didn't cause some trouble for the Temporal Temple, wouldn't my efforts have been in vain? I spent a total of 5 billion reputation points. The Temporal Temple was the big brother. Once he was suspected, he would suffer unspeakably. As for finding him, there was no need to even think about it. The system's ability was top-notch. No one needed to think about it. Half a month later, the lockdown was lifted. The Temporal Temple became their biggest suspect. They had no choice but to call back their hierarch experts to prevent the Temporal Temple from attacking again. As for the lockdown of Lin Fei's Saint Body Mountain, it was a small matter. However, the Temporal Temple couldn't explain this matter clearly. Search. How could they be willing? Chapter 3178. The lockdown on the Sacred Body Mountain was lifted. The Saint Spirit domain was filled with cheers and excitement. The second and third-rate powers were the most unhappy about the top-tier powers sealing off the Sacred Body Mountain. After all, they had lost a place to obtain enchanted equipment. They did not have the courage to go against a top power. The only thing that they did not expect was that the lockdown would be so short. The top-notch forces had been attacked by a mysterious force from the outside, causing the entire Saint Spirit domain to explode. All the major forces and mysterious forces felt that they were in danger. Ever since the top-tier forces had suffered the calamity, they had started searching for the source of the mysterious attack. All sorts of treasures had appeared, all for the sake of finding the location of the mysterious attack. The entire Saint Spirit domain had been turned upside down, but they still could not find the source of the mysterious attack. As such, the suspicion of the Temporal Temple increased exponentially. Apart from the Time School, there was no other school that could erase everything. What a pity. So much prestige. Lin Fei shook his head, his heart aching. That was a lot of reputation. How many skills could he exchange for? Now, he only had 10 billion reputation left, so he had to use it sparingly. 10 billion reputation points might seem like a lot, but it wasn't much when it came to actual use. I still have to rely on enchanted equipment to gain prestige. For now, Lin Fei could only use this method. The mysterious attack would become a curse over everyone's heads. The power of this meteor fire shower was extremely great. At the second layer, it had caused quite a bit of damage to these peak powers, causing them to suffer heavy losses. In the end, he couldn't find the person. There was nothing more devastating than this. The sacred body mountain was freed. He continued to purchase ores. For a moment, the sacred body mountain was packed with people. They were all merchants who wanted to buy all kinds of ores. The 250,000 pieces of enchanted equipment made everyone understand one thing. The sacred body mountain had mastered the shortcut to enchanting equipment. If you wanted to enchant equipment, go to the sacred body mountain. No one knew how this phrase spread, but it became a classic catchphrase. The other one was, "Did you mine today?" Or, "Did you use the holy body mountain to enchant your equipment?" That thing is great. That batch of enchanted equipment spread throughout the Saint Spirit domain. Lin Fei gained a lot of prestige every day. When people mentioned enchantments, they couldn't help but give Lin Fei a good guy card, and his prestige increased accordingly. Boom! The primordial sect was still investigating the source of the mysterious attack. The meteor shower appeared again. Raging flames burned the sky. The primordial sect felt great once again. The primordial gods were furious. Search. We must find the source of this mysterious attack. Do you really think that our primordial sect has no experts? No one felt comfortable after being attacked twice in a row. It was the same for the primordial sect. Sir, I've found something. The mysterious attack seems to be coming from the direction of the temporal temple. The temporal temple is courting death. The primordial divine venerables were enraged. This was clearly revenge. He didn't learn his lesson from the previous beating. He had to teach the temporal temple a lesson. The primordial beings gathered their old friends and went to the temporal temple together. If they didn't fight for 3 days, they would tear the tiles off the roof. Master, you're really bad. The little devil chuckled. Now that the primordial sect and the others have determined that the temporal temple is behind this, they won't be able to wash themselves clean even if they jump into the Yellow River. Lin Fei had purposely used 100 million reputation points to exchange for a skill similar to teleportation. The meteor rain had also started from the direction of the temporal temple. There was no need to explain. The temporal temple was in big trouble. I'm really looking forward to the primordial sect and the other powers attacking the temporal temple. I've given them such a good opportunity. I believe they'll put in a lot of effort. I like Master's naughtiness. The primordial sect and the other peak powers came knocking once again. This time, it was extremely violent. Without saying a word, the godly venerable experts attacked together, demanding an explanation from the temporal temple. Otherwise, they would flatten the temporal temple. The temporal temple master was already furious. Now that the mysterious attack had appeared once again, especially from this direction, he knew that he was in big trouble. He didn't expect them to attack so quickly. Explanation. The other party wouldn't listen. They immediately determined that it was the doing of the temporal temple. Since they couldn't come to an agreement, they could only fight. A large group of godly experts started fighting, causing the area where the temporal temple was located to collapse. Anyone who saw that scene would tremble in fear. This was a battle between godly experts. The temporal temple had used all 3 great treasures and barely managed to block the attacks of the primordial sect and the other peak powers. In the end, the Heavenly Feather clan joined the temporal temple's side and the battle barely ended. Neither side was able to gain any advantage. The space where the temporal temple was located was affected, and more than half of the temporal temple was completely destroyed. After the incident, countless people applauded and cheered. A battle between godly experts. Lin Fei was extremely satisfied with this scene. He could give it 9 points. As for the last point, it was because no godly experts died. It was a little less interesting. This is just the beginning. Sealing the Sage Body Mountain was just the beginning. A peak power was powerful, right? As long as he had enough prestige, he would be able to deal with them however he wanted. It was just that simple. The temporal temple silently licked its wounds after suffering a blow. The primordial sect had temporarily left, but as long as they didn't find out who the culprit was, such a situation would continue. This was something the temporal temple couldn't bear. The temporal temple hated the people who tried to frame them to death. It was either a force or a person. A peak power was actually toyed with by a mysterious power. No matter how one looked at it, this matter was filled with grievance and unwillingness. Use time rewind. I want to know who did it. The temporal god lord gathered the godly venerables and worked together to use time rewind. Under normal circumstances, no one would use it unless it was absolutely necessary. It consumed too much energy. It required 8 godly venerables. With this move, he believed that any force or individual would be exposed. But when the time reversal was activated and the mysterious attack was about to appear, a majestic and vast power descended and forcibly blocked the light of reversal. No matter how hard they looked, they were always blocked by a layer of white fog, unable to see the crucial scene. Just a little bit more. The temporal temple lord and the other godly venerables almost vomited blood. How could this be? Again. In order to find out the origin of the mysterious attack, they used time rewind again. Just like before, it was blocked by the white fog. After 3 consecutive times, the godly venerables were so tired that they vomited blood. It was the same every time. It was blocked by that thing, and they couldn't use it for a short period of time. Time rewind is really not simple. Lin Fei was secretly shocked when he received Little Devil's reminder. They really do have this kind of secret technique. Master, don't worry. They won't be able to find out about it. Little Devil laughed evilly. It won't be that easy for them to break through the barrier I left behind. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. That means the temporal temple can take the blame. Chapter 3179. The peaceful relationship between the temporal temple and the primordial sect was completely broken with the appearance of the mysterious attack. Both sides were on guard against each other. They were secretly searching for the culprit behind the mysterious attack. An undercurrent was surging. None of this had any effect on the sacred body mountain. The mysterious attack had something to do with the temporal temple. However, no one was a fool. Someone had to take the blame, and everyone was secretly searching for the culprit. Sacred Body Mountain's Lin Fei. He had long been forgotten. No one would be able to rest easy against a mysterious existence who would launch a mysterious attack at any time. Furthermore, the mysterious existence had targeted the peak powers right from the start. This hidden danger had to be found out. Even though everyone wanted to take down the Sacred Body Mountain, now was not the time. A few hundred years passed just like that. The peak powers had suffered from the mysterious attack, and it had become a pattern for them to attack once every few decades. Over the past few hundred years, the mysterious attack had appeared a total of 10 times. All of them had suffered greatly. Until now, they had yet to find the source of the mysterious attack. Instead, the temporal temple had always been a target. There was nothing they could do about it. The mysterious attack had always come from the direction of the temporal temple. All sorts of treasures had been used, but they were still unable to defend against the invasion of the mysterious attack. Everyone's hatred for the temporal temple deepened. There was an 80% to 90% chance that it was the doing of the temporal temple. Over the past few hundred years, they had not attacked the temporal temple even once. For example, recently, the top forces had all activated their spirit arrays, one after the other. The temporal temple had attacked one of their venerable gods. Coincidentally, that venerable god had just left the array when he was attacked by the mysterious attack. He had been beaten half to death on the spot. Even now, many people could not believe that it was real. The mysterious attack had once again refreshed everyone's understanding. Not only could it attack a large area of effect, but it could also attack a small area of effect. A few hundred years passed. The Sacred Body Mountain did not display too much of a high profile. They continued to collect ores, hold auctions, and offer benefits. Even so, after 1,000 years, enchanted equipment had become common. It was not like the past, when enchanted equipment was rare. Now, any heavenly god they encountered would be wearing enchanted equipment. It was not impossible for a low-level heavenly god to kill a high-level heavenly god. Now, no matter if it was a low-level heavenly god or a high-level heavenly god, none of them dared to underestimate each other. No one could guarantee that the heavenly gods didn't have enchanted equipment on them, especially the kind with great destructive power. Many celestial gods had suffered greatly when it came to enchanting equipment. The Saint Body Mountain became a place that could not be ignored in the Saint Spirit domain. In just a few hundred years, a huge outer city appeared, with many buildings and mansions. Pieces of cheap enchanted equipment also stimulated the heavenly god powerhouse's motivation. No money. Don't worry, you can go mining. If you want enchanted equipment, you can go mining. If you want to become stronger, you can go mining. The Sacred Body Mountains or mine had become extremely valuable, and various powers were fighting over the ore mine's resources. Whether it was ordinary ore or high-grade ore, as long as it was ore, it would become a hot commodity. With the help of the Sacred Body Mountain, enchanted equipment became one of the mainstream items. The Heavenly Feather Clan, the Imperial Treasure Sect, and other powers with enchanted equipment had almost no market. They were all suppressed by the Sacred Body Mountain. Now, the Sacred Body Mountain had become a synonym for enchanted equipment. At the mention of enchanted equipment, everyone would think of the Sacred Body Mountain. As for the Heavenly Feather Clan, they should just stand aside. Sacred Body Mountain, the three patriarchs were reporting the situation. Sacred Leader, now that our Sacred Body Mountain's enchanted equipment covers the entire Saint Spirit domain, everyone knows that our Sacred Body Mountain's enchanted equipment is the best. In just a few hundred years, with the help of enchanted equipment, the three patriarchs had the battle power of a godly venerable. The other two patriarchs were the same. The Sacred Body Mountain had 4 godly venerable experts. The auction is about to start. Are we going to release new enchanted equipment? Asked the second patriarch. In these few hundred years, Lin Fei had not really cared about the Sacred Body Mountain. Instead, he would come out to show off and refresh people's sense of existence, and his reputation would increase. Sure. These were all small matters. Lin Fei gave them full authority to handle them. The three patriarchs were even more excited. They knew how powerful the Sacred Body Mountain was now. Once the guards were equipped with enchanted equipment, they would probably not be inferior to those top forces. They were just lacking in top-notch combat power. Are those top forces still allowing them to participate? Asked the Grand Patriarch. Ever since the lockdown was lifted, the Sacred Body Mountain resumed purchasing ores, holding auctions, and all sorts of benefits. Another situation followed. The top forces began to obtain enchanted equipment from the outside world, and at the same time, arranged for people to participate in the auctions. For the time being, they could not be locked down, but that did not mean that the enchanted equipment had to fall into the hands of those small celestial gods. What right did they have to obtain it? Such enchanted equipment had to be in the hands of the top forces. They should just forget about it. This situation had been going on until now. From the beginning to the end, Lin Fei did not stop those top forces from taking action. In these few hundred years, they had either directly or indirectly obtained many enchanted equipment. The elders and patriarchs of the Sacred Body Mountain were very unhappy about this. If the sacred leader did not say anything, they could not do anything. The words, top forces, were still very intimidating. It's time for us to show our Sacred Body Mountain strength. Almost 1,000 years had passed. Lin Fei's personal prestige had broken through 200 billion. The number was not very high. The first few decades and 100 years had the most prestige. Every 100 years after that, he would only gain 20 to 30 billion prestige. It was not a very good result to accumulate 200 billion prestige. Lin Fei was satisfied. With 80 billion prestige, Lin Fei upgraded the perfect body level 3 to level 7 and spent 80 billion prestige on the level 4. Now, unless one was a peak ultimate god, no one could break through his physical body or kill him in an instant. Lin Fei did not feel distressed at all for 80 billion prestige. The remaining 120 billion reputation points were kept as a backup, just in case. Sacred Leader, can we really do it now? The 3 Grand Patriarchs were excited. They had waited for almost 1,000 years for this matter. Of course. Lin Fei smiled. Now it's our Sacred Body Mountain's turn to establish rules. From now on, anyone who wants to obtain enchanted equipment will have to follow our rules. If we say no, no one will dare to say no. At that moment, Lin Fei's words were full of dominance. With 120 billion prestige and a perfect body level 7, Lin Fei was very confident. Not to mention those enchanted equipment. Every piece of enchanted equipment had top-notch effects. Whoever encountered them would be unlucky. Chapter 3180. Sacred Body Mountain. The auction that was held once every 30 years had begun again. It was originally held once every 10 years, but it became once every 30 years. It wasn't too long, but it wasn't too short either. No one had any objections, because there would always be a chance for new enchanted equipment to appear in every auction. It was something that everyone looked forward to. The only thing that everyone was unhappy about was that the top forces would always snatch away the enchanted equipment at every auction. This problem had been going on for a long time, but no one dared to voice it out. Even the Sacred Body Mountain didn't dare to say anything, let alone the rest of them. They're here again. It's the same every time. They're using their names to oppress others. How disgusting. Yeah, right. That's all they're capable of. If they're capable, they should find out who's behind the mysterious attack. As the people from the top forces appeared, more and more people began to discuss among themselves. This happened every single time. Enchanted equipment was very cheap, but with their existence, 7 out of 10 enchanted equipment would fall into their hands at most. It was very unsightly for them to have such a good life. These people don't know what they're capable of. How dare they fight with us for enchanted equipment? The people from the Heavenly Feather clan ignored them. The more unhappy they were, the more smug they were. The Sacred Body Mountain was still behaving well. Even when enchanted equipment was in their hands, they still didn't dare to say a word. Guards. What the hell? That's because they don't have the right to have enchanted equipment in front of us. They're just a bunch of country bumpkins. Country bumpkins should just stand aside and cultivate. Don't even think about rising to the top in a single step. The people from the Heavenly Feather clan's faction kept adding fuel to the fire. The auction that was held once every 30 years gradually became a gathering for the top forces to share. Lin Fei of the Sacred Body Mountain didn't say anything, and they were happy to let this continue. Many people even said that Lin Fei was a smart person. Everyone treated the Sacred Body Mountain as free labor. It had to be said that the Sacred Body Mountain's enchanted equipment was quite good. Until now, no one had figured out how the Sacred Body Mountain was enchanted. The most helpless were the enchanted forces like the Heavenly Feather clan and the Imperial Treasure sect. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find anything. There was nothing more tragic than this. At the entrance of the auction venue, the Heavenly Feather race was the first to arrive. In the previous auction, their Heavenly Feather clan had gained quite a lot. Although they had offended a faction from the Black Domain, so what? In any case, they had already shed all pretense of cordiality. This time, it was the same for the Heavenly Feather race. Snatch as much as you can. I'm sorry, you don't have the invitation letter, so you're not qualified to enter the auction house. The leader of the Heavenly Feather race was a divine venerable. That's right, the ultimate gods. Ever since the Heavenly Feather clan stood on the side of the Temporal Temple, the other forces in the Black Domain started to hate the Heavenly Feather clan. A few times after they left the Sacred Body Mountain, the Hierarch experts had surrounded them and killed many of their experts. Ever since then, every time they came to the Sacred Body Mountain, it was the Hierarch experts who led the teams. The ultimate gods from the Heavenly Feather clan were stunned and suspected that they had heard wrongly. Since when did the Sacred Body Mountain dare to reject the Heavenly Feather clan from participating in the auction? Were they kidding? Are you saying that our Heavenly Feather clan is not qualified? This godly venerable of the Heavenly Feather race released his godly venerable aura and pressed down on the heavenly guards at the door. Who told you that? The Sacred Body Mountain was truly bold. They actually dared to reject the Heavenly Feather race. This is what our sacred leaders said. The heavenly guards endured the godly venerable aura. Without an invitation, you are not allowed to enter. Violators will be killed without mercy. At the entrance of the auction, a large number of heavenly gods were gathered there. Everyone was in an uproar when they saw the commotion at the entrance. It was as if the sun had risen from the west. Am I seeing things? The Sacred Body Mountain actually rejected the Heavenly Feather race's entry. Ha ha ha, is Sacred Leader Lin Fei going to make a move? This is the Sacred Body Mountain in my heart. They should have done this a long time ago. Every auction has been monopolized by them. The auction has become meaningless. The heavenly gods clapped and cheered. They had been looking forward to this day for a long time. The Sacred Body Mountain Sacred Leader Lin Fei had finally done something. The Heavenly Feather race's godly venerable was embarrassed. Scram! With a wave of his hand, a majestic and boundless energy surged over. A few puny ants dared to stop an ultimate god from entering the auction. They must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. Everyone was looking forward to how the Sacred Body Mountain would face the ultimate gods from the top forces. They knew that apart from Sacred Leader Lin Fei, the Sacred Body Mountain did not have another ultimate god. That was also the reason why they had always been bullying the Sacred Body Mountain. Without an ultimate god, who else could they bully? As for Sacred Leader Lin Fei, he was just one person. As long as they did not get close, Sacred Leader Lin Fei's efforts would be in vain. That was a comprehensive plan. As long as they did not get close, their lives would not be in danger. The ultimate god's power did not even manage to blast away the heavenly guards at the entrance. Layers of energy appeared on their bodies. That was the sacred gravity helmet. Someone is trying to break into the auction. Come and help. The heavenly guards immediately called for help. Roger that, coming right away. A similarly loud voice came from an enchanted equipment that looked like a radio. The Heavenly Feather race's ultimate god was indifferent. You're quite arrogant. I'm standing here. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll think you're someone important. Boom. 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 3 groups of heavenly guards came down from the Sacred Body Mountain. Each group consisted of 100 people and was armed to the teeth with enchanted equipment. From that moment on, they bared their sharp fangs. Ha ha ha, 300 heavenly guards. The Heavenly Feather race's ultimate god laughed and was secretly pleased. Humph, capture them and strip them of their enchanted equipment. Wouldn't that be a huge amount of enchanted equipment for nothing? He knew that the quality of the Heavenly Guard's enchanted equipment was excellent. The Heavenly Feather race's ultimate god did not intend to be courteous with the items that were delivered to his doorstep. He would make a fortune first. Even if Lin Fei came, he would not be able to take the enchanted equipment back from his hands. The Heavenly Feather race's ultimate god was instantly electrified when he thought of that. The first group of heavenly guards raised their scepters. A large amount of gravity shrouded them and pressed down on them layer by layer, creating quite a bit of pressure. If it continued like that, there would not be much of a difference. As the second group of heavenly guards made their move, they also used scepters. However, when the enchanted power landed on them, their expressions changed drastically. That was a paralyzing enchantment. The heavenly feather race's ultimate god was unable to move. The gravitational power seized the opportunity and completely imprisoned him. Paralyzing power. What the hell? How did they do that? The third group of heavenly guards made their move. They also attacked from a distance. Streaks of green wind that resembled sabers blasted the heavenly feather race's ultimate god, who was unable to move. Slash after slash, the ultimate god's protective barrier was easily broken. The heavenly feather race's ultimate god was instantly turned into a bloody mess. Chapter 3181. As soon as the three divine guards moved, they instantly displayed their terrifying attacks. The heavenly gods who were watching were all stunned. What did I just see? An ultimate god from the heavenly feather clan was injured in just one move. What the hell, what's going on? That's an ultimate god. An ultimate god was injured. The divine guards are so powerful. No one could remain calm when the heavenly feather clan's ultimate god was injured. An ultimate god would not be easily injured. However, three divine guards were able to injure an ultimate god. Since when were the divine guards so powerful? They had never heard of an ultimate god expert in the divine guards. Enchanted equipment, it must be enchanted equipment. Someone exclaimed. To be able to injure an ultimate god, it must be enchanted equipment. What kind of enchanted equipment is that? It can injure an ultimate god from the heavenly feather clan. Unbelievable. This must be the real divine guards. I really want to be part of the divine guards. I wonder if they still recruit people. A heavenly god expert who was not an ultimate god could easily injure an ultimate god expert. Just the thought of it was terrifying. A chill spread endlessly. The heavenly feather clan experts were collectively dumbfounded. An ultimate god was injured. What kind of joke was this? The heavenly feather clan ultimate god was shrouded by the gravitational force and the paralyzing force. The blade-like wind landed on his body one after another, turning him into a bloody mess. My defense can't even take it. The heavenly feather clan ultimate god wanted to cry. The blades landed on his body one after another, and he was really annoyed. Until now, he still could not imagine how the sacred body mountain had mastered the paralyzing enchantment. That was an extremely rare enchantment technique in the Saint Spirit domain. The heavenly feather clan could only use the paralysis scepter at the moment. Paralysis enchantment and gravitational enchantment. They hit it too well. Under the double attack of gravity and paralysis, the heavenly feather clan ultimate god could not move at all. The scariest thing was that the blade-like wind could actually ignore his defense and hit him repeatedly. That was the hardest thing to accept. An ultimate god from the heavenly feather clan was actually injured by an ant. That was unacceptable. You're dead. The ultimate god expert from the heavenly feather clan glared at the expert who followed them. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. As long as they could disrupt their rhythm, the heavenly feather race's divinity believed that they would be able to kill their way out. The paralysis enchanted equipment was too much of a pain in the ass. Kill. The experts from the heavenly feather clan had made their move. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that something was wrong. The sacred body mountain seemed to have come up with something amazing that could target hierarch experts. It was a terrifying thing. As soon as they went up, one of the guards made a move. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The green wind brushed past them. The power of gravity also descended. One by one, the celestial deity powerhouses fell from the sky, directly smashing onto the ground. The divine venerables could handle it, but they could not. Poo-pee-you. Blood splashed out. The heavenly deity powerhouse couldn't even withstand a single blow, falling to the ground in a single exchange, unable to move. Capture him. Soon, another wave of guards arrived and captured them one by one. They tied them up with enchanted equipment and pulled them together. The scene was indescribably exciting. This scene caused the forces from the Saint Spirit domain to inwardly gasp. The Sage Body Mountain had unleashed its might. The godly venerables were easily suppressed. The heavenly gods were finished in a single exchange. At that moment, they remembered something. The Sacred Body Mountain was auctioning off enchanted equipment. How could the guards not be armed? Looking at the current guards, they were extraordinarily strong. We'll help you. At that moment, an ultimate god from the temporal temple brazenly made his move. If the Sacred Body Mountain really displayed its might, how could they obtain enchanted equipment from the Sacred Body Mountain? They had to suppress it. Moreover, the enchanted equipment on the guards made them envious. The temporal temple's ultimate god has made his move. And the primordial sex ultimate god. The divine sword sex ultimate god. The three ultimate gods made their move. At that moment, they all had the same idea. They would first take care of the guards and then rob them of their treasures. That was much more cost-effective than going to the auction. You three, this is the Sacred Body Mountain. It's not a place for you to behave atrociously. A huge wave of gravity pressed down on them. The three ancestors appeared and each of them faced an ultimate god. I've long wanted to see your skills. I hope you won't disappoint us. The three ancestors laughed loudly. Battle armor appeared on their bodies and sacred divine weapons appeared in their hands. With a single slash, all sorts of enchanted attributes enveloped the temporal temple's ultimate god. The three ancestors were fully armed with top-notch enchanted equipment. As soon as they attacked, all sorts of enchanted attributes were thrown at the ultimate god. The temporal temple's ultimate god was caught off guard. The spatial energy around the temporal temple's ultimate god rippled and formed a special layer of spatial protection. It sounded very powerful. With the enchanted equipment, the attacks of the three ancestors easily penetrated the spatial protection. A defensive breaking substance was no joke. With a single slash, the ultimate god's battle armor was cut open. In order to increase the strength of the three ancestors, Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort. Their enchanted equipment was definitely top-notch. Someone actually broke through my defense. The temporal temple's ultimate god was shocked. He looked at the wound in disbelief. The three ancestors attacked first, which infuriated the three ultimate gods. However, in the next second, they were collectively dumbfounded. They looked at the wounds on their bodies in disbelief. They were injured. They were injured in a single exchange. The Imperial Guards came out one after another. The second Imperial Guards came out. There were 3,000 of them. As soon as the Imperial Guards came out, they raised their scepters and attacked the ultimate gods. Whoosh! Whoosh! A paralyzing power spread out. The three ultimate gods were hit and could not move. The three ancestors were not affected at all. There was nothing sadder than the blades landing on the ultimate gods' bodies. They're injured. The ultimate gods are injured. Who knows what the last attack is? Could it be the gravity scepter? Just from looking at it, no one would know what it was. However, the three ultimate gods were completely shocked. Paralyzing scepters. 3,000 paralyzing scepters. What the hell? Usually, one or two pieces of enchanted equipment with paralyzing attributes would make people jealous. However, the 3,000 paralyzing scepters were definitely going to blow up the entire Saint Spirit world. The three ultimate gods were pitifully turned into punching bags. Attacks came from the left and right. Their strong bodies were gradually being cut open. Blood flowed freely, but they were unable to escape. This was the most unacceptable thing in their lives. When did the Sacred Body Mountain become so terrifying? The transformation of the Sacred Body Mountain's three ancestors was an eye-opener for everyone. They now had the strength to fight ultimate gods. Chapter 3182. In the sky above the Sacred Body Mountain, the guards waved their scepters and unleashed a series of large-scale paralysis attacks. It was a shocking scene. The divine venerable ones were like blocks of wood, unable to move at all. The three Sacred Body Mountain's grand ancestors were fighting fiercely, causing the divine venerable ones to vomit blood non-stop. The heavenly gods of the Sacred Body Mountain felt their blood boil. All hail the great ancestors. All hail the Sacred Body Mountain. All hail the Sacred Body Mountain. At that moment, they could finally hold their heads high as they shouted in unison. The Sacred Body Mountain had the ability to fight ultimate gods head-on. The four ultimate gods could not resist the guards at all. It was too domineering. The ultimate gods were high and mighty. At that moment, they were no different from ordinary heavenly gods. Attacks rained down on them one after another. Paralysis and gravity alternated. The three ultimate gods had no other choice. They could not use their treasures, nor could they display their strength. Their strength was being suppressed and it was extremely frustrating. The scariest thing was the scepter activated by the 3,000 Imperial Guards. That was the scariest thing. 3,000 paralysis scepters, that was a huge number of enchanted equipment. Stop fighting, this is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The three ultimate gods could not do anything under such circumstances. Continue fighting. How could they fight? There was no chance for them to attack. Instead, they were losing their life energy. They could not afford to lose a clone. Now you know it's a misunderstanding. This is the Sacred Body Mountain. It's not a place for you to act presumptuously. You're just unlucky. The three great ancestors did not plan to let them go. They were ultimate gods. The three ultimate gods could not take it anymore. They did not even have the chance to self-destruct. The paralysis power was not something to be trifled with. The three ultimate gods died on the spot. The Heavenly Feather Clan's ultimate god also died. They're dead. 4 ultimate gods. The Sacred Body Mountain is too cruel. The 3 great ancestors and the guards killed 4 ultimate gods. They won't dare to come here again. The shocking scene would never be forgotten for the rest of their lives. The ultimate gods died just like that. Only now did they truly realize the power of the enchanted equipment. With the enchanted equipment worn by the Imperial Guards, the strong ones who could fight would not be able to resist. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it to be true. Who can tell me what kind of enchanted equipment that is? It looks like a long-range attack equipment. I want to buy the enchanted equipment from the guards at a high price. It's too domineering. Even a hierarch can't handle it. Everyone looked at the Imperial Guards in the sky, full of envy and fear. The factions that had thought that they wouldn't be able to obtain any enchanted equipment became excited. The Holy Body Mountain had finally shown its might, and top factions would no longer be able to obtain enchanted equipment with cheap ore. The 3 great ancestors absorbed the life energy and improved their defiance of the heavens to a certain extent. They were in a good mood after killing an ultimate god. If it were not for the Sacred Lord, the 3 of them together would not be a match for an ultimate god expert. However, they were able to easily kill 3 ultimate gods in a one-on-one battle with the help of 3,000 Imperial Guards. That was the most exciting thing in their lives. They knew that from that moment on, the Divine Lord was no longer a superior existence. This was something they didn't even dare to think about before. Now, they could easily do it. It's all right. As long as you follow the rules of the Holy Body Mountain, even an ultimate god will have to pay the price if he doesn't follow the rules. The Grand Great Ancestor's voice spread throughout the Holy Body Mountain. From now on, the Holy Body Mountain will enter a state of martial law. All acts of sabotage against the Holy Body Mountain will be severely suppressed. The three great ancestors took the ultimate god's treasures and left. The Holy Body Mountain's formation was also activated, and the 3,000 Imperial Guards also disappeared. No one dared to underestimate the power of the Holy Body Mountain at that moment. The four ultimate gods were the best proof of that. At the same time, the Heavenly Feather Clan's higher-ups also received the news. The Heavenly Feather Clan's higher-ups were dumbfounded by the 3,000 paralyzing scepters. It's impossible. We still haven't mastered the paralysis attribute. It's impossible for the Holy Body Mountain to do that. 3,000 paralyzing scepters isn't something the Holy Body Mountain can produce. The Heavenly Feather Clan's ultimate god personally told them about the Holy Body Mountain. Even if everyone was skeptical, they had to reevaluate the Holy Body Mountain's strength. Everyone knew that the Holy Body Mountain had no experts apart from Sacred Lord Lin Fei. However, they had killed an ultimate god clone of the Heavenly Feather Clan. How could that be? I just received news that the Holy Body Mountain's three great ancestors killed three ultimate gods in a one-on-one battle. A heavenly god reported the shocking news. Another three ultimate gods. This time, they really could not remain indifferent. Let's go to the Holy Body Mountain. The Heavenly Feather Clan's higher-ups could no longer sit still. The Holy Body Mountain seemed to be out of their control. If they were to become a top-tier force, the Holy Body Mountain would really open up a new era for them. If the Heavenly Feather Clan did not stop them, the ultimate gods would fall from their pedestal and would no longer be feared by the heavenly gods. Killing ultimate gods with enchanted equipment. This news would immediately spread throughout the Saint Spirit domain. The Spacetime Temple also had the same expression. Our ultimate gods died on the Holy Body Mountain. Who said that? The Spacetime Temple Master had been under a lot of pressure for the past 1,000 years. First, there had been no progress on the mysterious attack. After trying a few times, he was so tired that he vomited blood. Still, there were no results. The only good thing was that he had obtained many good things from the Holy Body Mountain. Everyone had temporarily reached a tacit understanding. They would talk about the benefits from the Holy Body Mountain first. In the face of benefits, they could put their enemies aside. They had been living comfortably for the past few years. A piece of bad news completely destroyed the Spacetime Temple Master's good mood. The ultimate god that he had sent to the auction had died. And he had been killed by the Holy Body Mountain? It sounded like a joke no matter how one listened to it. Temple Master, it's true. It's not just our Spacetime Temple. The Heavenly Feather Clan, the Primordial Sect, and the Divine Sword Sect also lost an ultimate god. Immediately, someone reported the details. The Spacetime Temple Master fell silent. Go to the Holy Body Mountain immediately. They were in big trouble. The top-tier forces that had lost ultimate gods were the first to know about the situation. They rushed to the Holy Body Mountain immediately. Even though they were shocked, they had to go and see for themselves to confirm if it was true. If it was true, the Saint Spirit domain's power structure would change drastically. Another top-tier force had risen. The Holy Body Mountain could kill 4 ultimate gods in one go. It was completely qualified to become a top-tier force and change the current power structure. From then on, no one would dare to underestimate the Holy Body Mountain's influence. The Holy Body Mountain has produced high-level enchanted equipment. It's suspected to be a paralysis scepter. There's a huge number of them. News began to spread in the circle. One by one, the ultimate gods were in an uproar. The Saint Spirit domain had not seen such a big thing in a long time. 4 ultimate gods had fallen. Even if they were only clones, it was not a small matter. The important thing was that they were all killed by heavenly gods who were not ultimate gods. Chapter 3183. The auction had yet to begin. The sacred body mountain had once again done something earth-shattering. A heavenly god had killed a high and mighty ultimate god expert. If that wasn't earth-shattering, what else could it be? In order to prevent the Heavenly Feather clan from participating in the auction, they had killed 4 ultimate gods in one go. The ultimate gods from 4 top-notch forces had really played a big joke on everyone. However, the joke was not funny at all. With the disappearance of the 3,000 guards and the activation of the Sacred Body Mountains formation, everyone knew a fierce battle was about to begin. The 4 top forces would definitely not ignore the matter. They would definitely join forces with other top forces to attack the Sacred Body Mountain and destroy it once and for all. No one wanted to see the Sacred Body Mountain that had enchanted equipment grow. The Sacred Body Mountain's strength had grown to such an extent in 1,000 years. If another 1,000 years were to pass, would they not be on equal footing and above their heads? The Sacred Body Mountain must be destroyed this time. The 3 great ancestors stood on the highest level of the Sacred Body Mountain. This is the first time I'm so excited. The 3rd great ancestor said, so the ultimate gods aren't as powerful as we thought. They can really kill them. Of course. Look at the enchanted equipment the Sacred Lord made. Every piece is the best of the best. The 2nd great ancestor said, we can finally fight them. The Grand Great Ancestor was also full of smiles. The Grand Great Ancestor did not even dare to dream of killing an ultimate god when he was not an ultimate god. If they want to attack the Sacred Body Mountain, they must ask for our permission first. The 3 great ancestors were in high spirits. This was the most exciting moment of all. The 3 ultimate gods were just the beginning. Their gazes were exceptionally determined. With the guards, them, and the Sacred Lord, even if they came, they would not be able to suppress the Sacred Body Mountain at that moment. The Blackfield Mountain and the other forces received the news. They were first shocked, then incredulous. The Sacred Body Mountain killed 4 ultimate gods. They thought it was a joke. How could the Sacred Body Mountain kill 4 ultimate gods? Was it Sacred Lord Lin Fei? No one was willing to fight him. As long as they were careful, Sacred Lord Lin Fei did not have the strength to do so. Although the Sacred Body Mountain had been unsealed, it did not seem to have the guts to kill the ultimate gods. Moreover, the ultimate gods were not stupid. But when the news was confirmed, they felt as disgusted as if they had swallowed a fly. The Sacred Body Mountain had really killed 4 ultimate gods. It wasn't Lin Fei who made the move, but the 3 patriarchs, as well as 3,000 guards, all of whom had enchanted staffs in their hands. And this was the result. The 4 ultimate gods were done for. They could no longer remain calm. The Sacred Body Mountain had stirred up something big again. The top forces immediately brought their ultimate god experts and rushed to the Sacred Body Mountain without stopping. The heavenly gods of the Sacred Body Mountain were very obedient. Even the ultimate gods were dead, who would dare to be disobedient? The auction was held as scheduled. Everyone was feeling very complicated. On one hand, they could still participate in the auction without the participation of the top forces. On the other hand, they were worried about whether the Sacred Body Mountain could withstand the pressure. Lin Fei had been paying close attention to the battle. At least I don't have to do it myself. He felt very uncomfortable every time he had to go to the battlefield himself. After all, he was a Sacred Lord, the leader of the physique cultivation sect. How could he go there personally? All these years, he had made enchanted equipment for the 3 patriarchs, and those were not ordinary ones. The effect seemed to be very good. The 3 ultimate gods were no match for the 3 patriarchs with the help of the guards and were killed one by one. Bullying the few with numbers. Lin Fei didn't care at all. In this era, who didn't want to fight one-on-one? Lin Fei wants to create an era of enchantment by relying on external forces to enhance his strength. This will be the main event. There's still more to come. I'm really looking forward to it. The auction was very successful. Whether it was the previous enchanted equipment or the new enchanted equipment, they were sold at a very high price. The Sacred Body Mountain would obtain some special ores in every auction. Even if it was only a few hundred or 1,000 tons, they could provide special substances for Lin Fei. Over 1,000 years, Lin Fei obtained all kinds of substances. With the help of Little Devil, he combined them one after another. Unfortunately, most of them were ordinary substances. Even so, every auction was an opportunity for the Sacred Body Mountain. After 1,000 years of mining, all kinds of ores became the mainstream. At the same time, many professions were born. For example, mineral prospecting deity, who would be rewarded with enchanted equipment for finding any ore vein. Unfortunately, there are no special ores. Lin Fei looked through all the ores and shook his head. He was quite disappointed. This wasn't the first time such a situation happened. After a long time, he got used to it. I want some special ores. I have to go somewhere else to find them. Lin Fei frowned. Either the scattered star sea or the continent that is about to open, or enter the elemental destruction world. The elemental destruction world, as the name suggested, was a place enveloped by the elemental destruction power. Since the last time he went in, Lin Fei was very wary of the elemental destruction world. Those huge meta beasts were terrifying. Anyone who encountered them would be unlucky. All this while, Lin Fei didn't plan to go to the elemental destruction world. From some channels, he learned some secrets. The elemental destruction world would produce many special ores. However, one had to be alive to get them. I should be able to go after this matter is settled. Lin Fei was looking forward to those top-notch enchantments. It wasn't his style to rely on prestige. Outside the Sacred Body Mountain. With the Temporal Temple as the coachman, the top forces quickly arrived outside the Sacred Body Mountain. They all knew the cause and effect. All eyes were on the 3,000 personal guards and the enchanted equipment. The 3,000 Paralysis Scepter had an enchantment that had a certain chance of breaking through an ultimate god's defense. It was all a mystery. Although they knew that Lin Fei of the Sacred Body Mountain had the means and ability to equip the personal guards, it was beyond their expectations to equip such a level of enchanted equipment. It was no longer an ordinary enchanted equipment. If the 3,000 personal guards were equipped like that, they wouldn't be afraid. Didn't they see that 3 ancestors who weren't ultimate gods easily killed an ultimate god? This was the best proof. They've activated the formation. The Temporal Temple Master came in person. The Space-Time Divine will appear behind him. Absolute gravity has been activated. The Sacred Body Mountain was famous for its absolute gravity. Even ultimate gods couldn't handle it. Under normal circumstances, the ultimate gods present wouldn't need to be afraid. However, it was different now. The 3,000 personal guards of the Sacred Body Mountain were not to be trifled with. Chapter 3184. This time, almost all the top forces had come and gathered outside the Sacred Body Mountain. 4 ultimate gods had been killed. It was not a small matter. It was a huge matter that involved the entire sacred spirit domain. They had to take it seriously. The Sacred Body Mountain's Lin Fei had the most advanced enchantments. That was the most terrifying thing. Paralysis Scepter. Enchantment equipment that could break through defenses. That was not including the Gravity Scepter. The first 2 enchantments were already too much for them. If there were more, they would not be able to survive. From then on, the ultimate gods would have to restrain themselves. If they were ambushed by a large number of heavenly gods, they would become a laughing stock. Fight! All the top forces had the same goal. They would attack the sacred body mountain first. Talk. There was no need for that. They would fight on their own. They wanted to defeat the sacred body mountain with their strength and force Lin Fei to hand over the advanced enchantment technique and the method to mass-produce enchantment equipment. But, the ultimate gods made their move. The Spacetime Temple Master had also put aside his grudge with the primordial sect and decided to take care of the sacred body mountain first. The Spacetime Divine Will appeared and controlled the flow of time in that area. Under the influence of the Spacetime Divine Will, all heavenly gods, regardless of their cultivation level, would be affected. Their movements would become slow and sluggish. The Spacetime Divine Will had just been activated. The 3,000 personal guards also made their move. The paralysis and gravitational enchantments attacked. All the ultimate gods were immediately affected. One by one, the ultimate gods appeared with enchantment armor. However, they were also affected by the gravitational and paralysis powers. It's the paralysis powers. Damn it. We, the Heavenly Feather Clan, haven't figured it out yet. Lin Fei is a few steps ahead of us. We must take down the sacred body mountain. With so many paralysis enchanted scepters and the gravity scepter, not just anyone would be able to survive. They didn't die in vain. The ultimate gods were secretly shocked. It had only been 1,000 years or so, but the sacred body mountain had already reached this stage without anyone noticing. It was too sinister. Brother Spacetime, the paralysis and gravitational shroud can threaten our ultimate gods. We must destroy their personal guards. We'll have to trouble you. The godly venerable ones reacted quickly and broke free from the enchantment. They all knew that the sacred body mountain's imperial guards had grasped another type of attack. If they were to be paralyzed by it, it would not end well for them, especially in front of so many people. The group of ultimate gods broke free. The hierarch of the primordial sect sent out a message. Deities of the sacred body mountain, listen up. Anyone who attacks the Imperial Guard army will be a registered disciple of the primordial sect. Cultivation techniques, divine weapons, whatever you want will be given to you. It's the same for Black Domain Mountain. Kill a guard and you'll be rewarded handsomely. There's only one chance. Don't miss it. If you miss it, you won't get another chance. The Divine Lord was smart. After leaving the attack range, the godly venerable expert threw out a huge temptation. The opportunity to join a top force and become a nominal disciple was not something anyone could get. Inside the Saint Body Mountain, there were as many heavenly god powerhouses as there were clouds. In the past few hundred years, the number of heaven gods in the vicinity of the Saint Body Mountain had exceeded 800 million. It was a majestic sight, and all the merchants in the Saint Spirit domain had gathered here. Many people were tempted. A top force's nominal disciple. Some supremacies and supremacies were tempted. There were indeed not many opportunities like this. If they missed it, they wouldn't get another chance. If they wanted to make a name for themselves, this was their chance. The Sacred Body Mountain brought this upon itself. The opportunity is right in front of us. Everyone, let's go. A great venerable expert took the lead. Heavenly gods immediately responded to the great venerable. Who asked the godly venerable expert's words to be so tempting? No matter how powerful the Sacred Body Mountain was, there was no way it could withstand so many godly venerables outside. There were more than 10 godly venerables and nearly 20 godly venerables. Who could withstand such overwhelming power? The great venerable expert was delighted. With their participation, they would definitely be able to complete the mission. Bastards, how dare they betray the Sacred Body Mountain after taking the benefits here? Brothers, who will kill them with me? I haven't killed a great venerable yet. A heavenly god expert flew out. Count me in. Me too. These guys deserve to die. Without the Sacred Body Mountain, where are we going to get enchanted equipment? Everyone, let's go and kill these shameless bastards. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and millions of heavenly gods attacked angrily. More and more heavenly gods attacked. They had all obtained enchanted equipment. Previously, they did not have a chance to attack. Now that they were equipped with enchanted equipment, their strength had greatly increased. After someone took the lead, the heavenly gods also stood out and surrounded the supremacies and great venerables. The scene was completely one-sided. The enchanted equipment's attacks crushed down one after another. Although the great venerables were powerful, they could not withstand the attacks coming from all directions and were beaten to death. Escape. There was nowhere to escape. Ha ha ha, we killed a great venerable. Awesome. These shameless bastards must die. There are more over there. Let's go and kill them all. Many heavenly gods were persuaded by the godly venerable experts. However, they could not withstand the attacks of countless heavenly gods. All kinds of enchanted equipment appeared on the scene. A single person's strength seemed extremely insignificant in this situation. One by one, the supremacies and great venerables were killed, and so were the heavenly gods who were causing trouble. Don't kill me, I surrender. I surrender too. It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Spare me. The heavenly gods who relied on the enchanted equipment were completely dumbfounded. This was different from what they had imagined. The sacred body mountain was surrounded by godly venerables. Why couldn't they see the situation clearly? They wanted to cry but had no tears. If they had known this would happen, they would not have made a move. They were just courting death. The heavenly gods who were about to attack felt guilty and hurriedly switched sides. What a joke. If they showed their heads now, they would definitely die. Didn't they see that even the great venerables could not withstand the attacks of these heavenly gods? What the hell were the great venerables? Little did they know that this was the change brought about by the enchanted equipment in the past few hundred years. With enchanted equipment, there was a certain difference in strength. What was there to be afraid of? They could arm themselves with enchanted equipment. Low-level heavenly gods killing high-level heavenly gods had happened from time to time. For a long time, high-level heavenly gods did not dare to be so arrogant. Now that someone wanted to attack the sacred body mountain, they had undoubtedly touched their bottom line. They could not afford to offend godly venerables, but these supremacies and great supremacies could be easily dealt with. Under the godly venerable's bewitchment, the small disturbance on the sacred body mountain was quickly quelled. The group of godly venerables realized how terrifying the sacred body mountain was. Now, they had to attack from the outside. We really have to go all out. The Spacetime Temple Master controlled the Spacetime Divine Wheel. Everyone, follow me in. The Sword of Time was also in the hands of the Spacetime Temple Master. Whoosh! He swung the sword through the air. Endless time energy gathered and tore a hole in the sacred body mountain's defensive array formation. Chapter 3185. The most powerful treasures of the Spacetime Temple were those three treasures. With the help of the Spacetime Wheel, one could travel a certain distance and ignore all formations. The prerequisite was to break a gap, which was what the Time Sword was used for. After the Spacetime Temple Master used the Time Sword to break the defense of the Sacred Body Mountain, the Spacetime Wheel took advantage of the gap and entered the mountain. The ultimate gods outside also entered the Spacetime Wheel and entered the Sacred Body Mountain. That was the power of two of the three great treasures. As soon as they appeared, the Sacred Body Mountain's 5 layers of absolute gravity came crashing down. This time, everyone was prepared. The Spacetime Wheel spun rapidly and shrouded the area with traces of time energy, blocking the absolute gravity. The gravitational force that fell on the ultimate gods was negligible. Let's defeat the Imperial Guards first. There was no need for the ultimate gods to say anything. Everyone's target was the Imperial Guards. The treasures they had were too dazzling. They didn't even realize that the sacred body mountain was under their control. Now, they had to snatch it. The 3,000 Imperial Guards divided the treasures evenly, and everyone received a large number of enchanted equipment. This was not a small harvest. It was not a waste to come all the way here. More than a dozen ultimate gods pounced on the Imperial Guards like hungry tigers, as if they were going to devour them. The 3,000 Imperial Guards were also affected by the spacetime wheel's power. However, another treasure they had started to work. Absolute space. The enchanted armor on their bodies all lit up. It was different from the sacred injury immunity armor that they usually saw. This time, the armor they wore was different. Instead, it was a special kind of armor. When each piece of armor lit up, a certain connection was formed. The 3,000 pieces of armor instantly connected, and a huge ice blue space appeared without warning. This was the enchanted treasure that Lin Fei had carefully made to resist the spacetime temple. Once the absolute space was formed, the Imperial Guards regained their normal movements. They activated their scepters, and the paralyzing power descended. At the same time, they took out black ball-like objects. Swoosh! An arc of light flashed and appeared in front of the Divine Lord. The paralyzing power followed closely. The ultimate gods thought that they were finished. However, when they turned around, they saw that they had changed. Within the blue shield, the paralyzing power and the arc of light alternated. The most surprising thing was that when the arc of light touched their bodies, they felt a sharp pain. The arc of light became extremely terrifying. The divine venerables could not get close, so they could only use their treasures to attack. In the face of the absolute space, their attacks were all bounced off. Yes, it was bounced off. Nothing could be more unacceptable than who he was. It's the absolute space. That's something that was exchanged for 1 billion prestige points. It's not something that you can easily break through. With 10 billion reputation points, Lin Fei was very calm. So what if the Supreme Divinity was here? They would still fall in love and do whatever they wanted. Absolute space was exchanged for prestige, and it blessed the Imperial Guards. In this space, no power could invade, and it could be maintained for a day. To a Divine Lord, a few hours was already unbearable, let alone a day. Master, why don't we just kill them all at once? We only need 3 billion prestige points. The little demoness asked. There's no point in killing them. It's better to keep them alive to build prestige for me. Lin Fei laughed. Besides, it's just a doppelganger. There's no point in killing them. If they had enough prestige, it would not be difficult to kill their clones. If they had enough prestige, they could kill both their main bodies and clones together. The heavenly gods in the sacred body mountain could not remain calm after seeing the divine will of time and space. Not everyone could withstand the destructive power of a dozen or so divine lords. That would really take his life. The 3,000 Imperial Guards were the first to bear the brunt. Everyone knew what that meant. Even the divine lords had greedy thoughts. That was a rare, high-end enchantment treasure in the sacred spirit domain. Where are the 3 great ancestors? Why aren't they showing themselves? And Divine Lord Lin Fei, why isn't he showing himself? Many heavenly gods did not dare to watch anymore. Once the divine lords charged in, the 3,000 Imperial Guards would immediately collapse. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. However, when the gigantic blue shield appeared, its powerful defensive capabilities directly shocked everyone. What is that? What a strong defense. He blocked the attacks of more than a dozen divine lords. Divine Lord Lin Fei is too powerful. When will this kind of enchantment treasure become common? The huge blue shield blocked the attacks. Even the divine will of time and space could not affect the blue shield. That was the most shocking thing. If they had such enchantment treasures, they could go anywhere they wanted. This is a special space. It's an existence that has left this layer of space. The Time and Space Temple Master secretly took a deep breath and stared at the icy blue shield. In this space, the power of time cannot affect them at all. This is going to be difficult. The Divine Lords who were eager to fight could not remain calm at that moment. They were still hoping to divide up all the enchantment treasures on the 3,000 Imperial Guards, but now they were told that it was a special space. That was really a blow to the head. The arcs of light and the paralyzing power formed a barrier that could not be penetrated. The Imperial Guards can't handle it. We can go and capture Lin Fei. The Time and Space Temple Master reacted quickly. Once we capture him, everything will be solved. The Divine Lords thought about it and agreed. Capturing Divine Lord Lin Fei was also possible. The Imperial Guards were too difficult to deal with. Their powerful attacks were all blocked by the blue shield. They could not get close at all. The 3,000 Imperial Guards moved in unison and were really difficult to deal with. It was a big blow to the Divine Lords. It was the first time they could not deal with the 3,000 Imperial Guards. It was a great humiliation in their lives. There was nothing but helplessness. Even though the divine will of time had dissipated part of the paralyzing power attack from the paralyzing scepter, the remaining parts still made them very uncomfortable. Everyone changed their direction and went straight to the highest layer of the sacred body mountain. The Time and Space Temple Master slashed with his sword. The huge sacred body mountain was instantly enveloped by the time attack. No one could move under that sword attack. That was the power of the time sword. No one could escape from it. Even though it consumed a lot of energy, it was worth it to deal with Lin Fei. The sacred body mountain, which they did not pay much attention to, had displayed a terrifying high-end enchantment ability. None of the Divine Lords dared to underestimate it anymore. They had to take action to capture Lin Fei. At that moment, everyone else was not important. Only Lin Fei was the most important. The icy blue shield automatically thought it was a high-end enchantment. Even the Divine Lords could not do anything about it. Chapter 3186. The ultimate gods who had been charging forward bravely were now in the most difficult situation on the sacred body mountain. 3,000 divine guards were attacking from behind. Enchanted equipment kept emerging. Even his powerful protective emperor intent had been pierced through by the other party's enchanted treasure. At least 7 out of 10 attacks would land on his body. This was the most unacceptable thing for him. The sacred body mountain divine guards had the ability to break through an ultimate god's protective intent. Even with the help of external items, they were still a force to be reckoned with. The only thing they could do at that moment was to take down Lin Fei. Dealing with one was better than dealing with 3,000 divine guards. They had no way of dealing with the divine guards as the icy blue absolute space was a tough nut to crack. Who else could they deal with other than Lin Fei? On the highest level of the sacred body mountain, more than a dozen ultimate gods had arrived. Anyone who saw that scene would have their scalp tingling. There were more than a dozen ultimate gods with all kinds of treasures. The divine realm experts in the sacred body mountain were looking forward to Lin Fei's attack. The divine guards were already so powerful. Would the sacred lord be even more powerful? Lin Fei, come out. You can't hide. The godly venerables wanted to gain the upper hand with a show of strength and scare Lin Fei. Whoosh! Whoosh! 3 divine weapons of massacre came out. They were no longer naked this time as they were equipped with battle armor and enchanted weapons. The ultimate gods were forced to retreat wherever the blades passed by. As soon as the blade appeared, the ultimate god experts felt a cold chill that silently passed through their body protection, causing their bodies to go numb. The 3 divine weapons of massacre went up against 6 ultimate gods. 1 divine weapon of massacre against 2 ultimate gods, firmly suppressing them. What the hell? Lin Fei is a bastard. How many enchanted equipment has he refined? The divine weapons of massacre are all equipped. Their strength is no less than ours. The ultimate gods cursed. Even an ultimate god expert would not dare to underestimate the terrifying blade, much less let his guard down. 6 of the dozen ultimate gods were pinned down. Before they could help, Little Black and Little Snake appeared out of thin air. They were also clad in battle armor and were armed to the teeth. A divine venerable level meta beast. The 2 elemental beasts dashed around wildly. The Spacetime Palace Master was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. His spacetime divine will was constantly shaken. The meta beast that was wearing the enchanted armor was wreaking havoc. Every time it collided with the meta beast, it created a raging wave. After the divine honored god managed to withstand a few hits, he had no choice but to move around while cursing the shamelessness of the meta beast in his mind. Equipping a massacre divine weapon with magical enchantment equipment was truly extravagant. Not many people in the entire Saint Spirit domain would be willing to do that. The addition of the 2 meta beasts intercepted the 10 ultimate gods. There's still us. The 3 grand ancestors and 10 elders also appeared. Even we can't beat him. What qualifications do you have to fight with our holy lord? The 3 old ancestors raised their swords and attacked. Rays of sword light swept over and interweaved together. The 3 great ancestors worked together with the 10 elders supporting them from behind to suppress the remaining ultimate god experts. His strength wasn't high, but he could use enchanted equipment to raise it. Almost all of the ultimate gods were blocked. The 3,000 Imperial Guards attacked from the back while the experts in front were comparable to them. For a moment, both sides were locked in a stalemate. If one were to observe carefully, the ultimate gods from the top forces were at a slight disadvantage. Under the absolute gravity and paralysis attacks, their ultimate god strength was greatly suppressed. Most importantly, the 3,000 Imperial Guards were firmly suppressing them. The moment they could move, they would immediately attack. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. I didn't expect our sacred body mountain to be so powerful. Now our physique tempering school is not inferior to them. Even the ultimate gods are defeated. This is so exciting. The heavenly gods from the sacred body mountain cheered excitedly. From that moment onward, the sacred body mountain had truly become a top force. No one dared to say anything. More than 10 ultimate gods were blocked and had no advantage at all. As for their treasures, they couldn't use them at all. The Imperial Guards were constantly suppressing them. The ultimate god strength was infinitely suppressed. This result was beyond many people's imagination. At the same time, it also made everyone realize that the enchanted equipment could be so powerful that even the ultimate gods would have to suffer. Those heavenly gods who were destined to be unable to improve their strength all lit up. This was a path to the heavens. This battle was of great significance to the sacred body mountain and all the heavenly gods in the Saint Spirit domain. On the sacred body mountain, Lin Fei's figure appeared. Everyone, are you satisfied with my gift? Lin Fei finally appeared. The Spacetime Temple Master and the others were not any better at that moment. They were the focus of attention and could not help but feel helpless. The power of time was extremely powerful, but its power was also being suppressed at that moment. If he could even research a special space, what couldn't he do? Lin Fei, if you know what's good for you, hand over the high-end enchantment you have. Otherwise, you will be the common enemy of all the forces. Don't think that the sacred body mountain can stand above us just because you blocked us today. The primordial sex ultimate god shouted. If he did not teach Lin Fei a lesson today, he would not be able to take it lying down. A dignified godly venerable expert was humiliated. He felt embarrassed. I know you're an ultimate god from the primordial sect, so I've decided to give you a gift because of what you said. Lin Fei laughed. I hope you like it. A gift? The primordial sex ultimate god was shocked. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back and pointed at the primordial sex expert. Second-class fatal strike activated. Successfully consumed 500 million reputation points. If Lin Fei did not perform well in front of so many people, he would not be Lin Fei. A burst of energy shot out. When the energy fluctuation appeared, all the ultimate gods present felt a terrifying chill. It was a chill that came from the depths of their souls. It was dangerous and terrifying. The primordial sex ultimate god did not take Lin Fei's words seriously. This is a gift. It's going to kill me. The primordial sex ultimate god was shocked. Where did Lin Fei get such a killer move? Did he have to use it on himself? Puff! As soon as he thought of that, the attack instantly landed on his body. The various attributes of the enchanted battle armor on his body were useless as the attack pierced through him, leaving a terrible bloody hole. The primordial sex ultimate god lowered his head and looked at the bloody hole. Your gift. No, crack. 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 Cracks instantly spread from the edge of the bloody hole. The primordial sex ultimate god's body was covered in dense cracks. After a loud bang, the primordial sex ultimate god's ultimate god turned into countless pieces and fell from the sky. What shocked everyone the most was that when the fragments fell down, they instantly turned into solid rocks without a trace of life aura. This transformation was too frightening. I'm buying the pieces at a high price. I'm also buying the ultimate god's pieces. Grab them.